This is Audible.
Brotherhood of Heroes, The Marines at Peleliu, 1944, The Bloodiest Battle of the Pacific War. By Bill Sloan. Read by Patrick Lawler. Copyright 2005 by Bill Sloan. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bill Sloan and Simon & Schuster, and was produced in the year 2005 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Prologue. Approaching Orange Beach 2, Peleliu Island, Palau's Group, 8:30 a.m., September 15, 1944. His heart pounding in his throat, Private First Class William J. Layden raised his head above the side of the amphibious tractor and got his first glimpse of the beach ahead. It was anything but reassuring. Enemy mortar shells and high explosive artillery rounds were blasting the shoreline as far as Layden could see in both directions, sending up huge waterspouts in the surf. Further inland, the big guns of Navy ships, firing since dawn from several miles out to sea, raised towering clouds of coral and rock, fire and smoke, as they hammered at Japanese targets, still invisible behind walls of flame. Carrier-based Hellcat fighter planes roared low over the beach, their wing guns spitting .50 caliber tracers at enemy pillboxes and gun pits. All of it was dead ahead and alarmingly close now, only a couple of minutes away, Layden figured. He shuddered and tried to steady himself on rubbery knees, feeling as if the jaws of hell were opening to swallow the amphibious tractor and everyone in it. Layden was in the first wave of Marines about to storm ashore on an obscure speck of an island called Peleliu, 600 miles west of Mindanao in the Philippines. Until a few days ago, he and his comrades had never heard of the place, but the brass said it had to be taken to protect the flank of Army General Douglas MacArthur's forces when MacArthur made good on his promise to liberate the Philippines from 2.5 years of brutal Japanese occupation. Layden was supposed to be the first of a dozen men to exit the right side of the Amtrak, while another dozen went out the left side. But the skinny rifleman scout from New York was only 18, untested in combat, and jittery as hell. The thought of leaving the protective confines of the tractor and exposing himself to hostile fire for the first time filled him with anticipation and dread. This was the moment he'd been training for and anticipating with a mixture of excitement and foreboding ever since he joined the Marines on his 17th birthday. Still, he couldn't shake the thought that maybe he didn't have what it took to get through the next few minutes. Would he live up to his own and his buddies' high expectations, or would he freeze up? Even worse, would he turn and run? Layden squeezed his eyes shut and called on his faith for strength. He pictured his devout Irish Catholic mother saying a novena for him at this very moment. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Opening his eyes, Layden found Corporal Leonard Honor, his friend and fire team leader, staring at him from inches away. Honor, a lanky Hoosier from Huntington, Indiana, had been through the landing at New Britain the year before, so he had a good idea of what to expect. "You scared, Bill?" Honor asked. There was no condemnation in the veteran's question. "Nah, I'm okay," Layden said, fighting the butterflies in his stomach. He could hardly hear his own voice for the explosive roar around him. "Well, if you ain't scared, you're the only guy here who ain't," Honor said with a crooked grin. "I'll go out first if you want me to." Layden shook his head. "No, I'm ready. I'm okay." He glanced at the faces of his squad mates lined up behind him. A grim-visaged cross-section of young America. PFC Marion Vermeer from Washington State, PFC Roy Bauman from Upper Wisconsin, PFC Ray Rottinghouse from Iowa, Corporal Ted Barrow from Texas. Layden couldn't imagine a greater disgrace than letting these guys down. He'd rather die than let somebody else do his job for him. Yet he knew that Honor was right, that every man around him was gripped by the same conflicting feelings. Each was lost in his own thoughts, imagining the best and worst of himself and what the Japanese would throw at them. Each knew what was expected of him, each wanted to do his job, but nobody wanted to die doing it. "Just relax," a voice in his head whispered. Hell, this probably isn't even the most dangerous thing you've ever done. Actually, that was true. The craziest, riskiest, most foolhardy thing he'd ever done was when he was 12 years old, and he and his best friend, Donald Munoz, had decided to take a ride across Brooklyn on top of a subway car. They'd been okay in the first 3 tunnels, where the clearance between the roof of the coach and the tunnel was about 1.5 feet. But in the 4th tunnel, they'd come to a place where the clearance was much less, no more than 8 or 9 inches. Donald had been killed instantly, and Layden himself had spent weeks in the hospital with a fractured skull. That was something he'd never, ever wanted to think about, and usually he'd been able to keep it firmly locked away in the back of his mind. But now, with the panoramic hell of Orange Beach 2 spread out ahead of him, the memory of the horror in the subway tunnel was somehow reassuring, almost comforting. If I could live through that, he thought, I can live through anything. A few dozen yards behind Layden, the Amtrak carrying Corporal R.V. Bergen's mortar squad was coming under increasingly heavy fire, but the nervous tension that had kept Bergen awake much of the night was gone now, replaced by a feeling of calm fatalism. His worries about the trip to shore had eased the moment he'd noticed the sign with the big 13 posted on the side of his Amtrak. Lots of people might have interpreted the number as a bad omen, but it was a kind of good luck charm as far as Bergen was concerned. The wiry young Texan had celebrated his 20th birthday just over a month ago on August 13. His father had been born on May 13, and 2 of his brothers had birthdays on November 13. He considered the number lucky enough that he'd even chosen to join the Marines on November 13, and so far everything had worked out pretty well. He'd seen men die all around him on New Britain, but up to now he'd come through without a scratch. He took his favorite number on the Amtrak as a sign that his good luck was still holding. Bergen and his squad were still several hundred yards from the beach, and the naval shelling from behind them had dwindled to almost nothing. For a few moments there was an eerie, almost total silence, broken only by the low rumble of the Amtrak's engine and the water lapping against its hull. Then enemy shells began to burst along the beach and in the waves ahead. Seconds later, Bergen felt the tractor bump the reef and stall, twisting helplessly as the driver tried to wrench it free. A few yards away, a Japanese mortar shell slammed into the water. Then another, and another. On the opposite side of the Amtrak, Bergen saw Platoon Sergeant John Marmot grabbing at his .45 and screaming at the driver, "Get this damn thing moving or I'll kill your ass!" The driver did his best to comply, gunning the engine hard as the tractor's treads clawed at the reef. Ever so slowly the treads caught, and the Amtrak eased forward. Just as it did, a 75mm enemy shell exploded 30 yards dead ahead. Bergen's throat felt powder dry. If the driver hadn't gotten the Amtrak hung up on the reef, he realized, the shell could easily have landed right in his lap. He closed his eyes and thanked God for good old Lucky 13. The flamethrower and its twin fuel tanks on Corporal Charles Red Womack's back felt more like 700 pounds than just 70. The tanks were brimful of napalm and diesel, and each time the Amtrak carrying Womack's weapons section topped a wave, he could feel the weight crushing down against his neck and shoulders. It would be worse when he hit the beach in 3 or 4 minutes and had to haul his weapon through the surf and sand to find cover. It was a good thing that his high school football coach had made him spend lots of time working out with weights and blocking sleds, Womack thought. He hadn't enjoyed those workouts at the time, but they'd made him one of the best defensive tackles in the state of Mississippi at 180 pounds. They'd helped make him a damn good flamethrower operator, too. In his last battle at Cape Gloucester on New Britain, Womack had manned a .30 caliber machine gun similar to the one his father had fired in France in 1918. But for reasons he still didn't fully understand, he'd volunteered as a gunner in a new flamethrower section after the Cape. It wasn't a very good job, Womack admitted, but he was strong enough to handle it as well as any of the other 5 gunners assigned to the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Marine Regiment. He was a little uneasy because he'd never used his new weapon in combat. Just think about it like it was a football game, he told himself. You'll do all right. He glanced over at his best buddies, PFC John W. Lauder and Don Chick Meyer. Somber-faced, jaws tight, they stared straight ahead, but Womack drew comfort from the sight. The three of them had stood on the deck of their LST early that morning, watching the Navy shells streaking overhead and kidding each other nervously. Like most of the other guys in the outfit, Lauder and Meyer both called Womack Red because of his carrot-colored hair and beard. "Hey, Red," Meyer had joked, "when we get ashore, don't forget you're supposed to barbecue those nips, not tackle them." With only a minute or so to go until the Amtrak clattered onto the beach, Womack groped in the pocket of his dungaree shirt and took one last look at the photo of Hilda Hughes, the girl he'd married back in Macomb, Mississippi, a few weeks before he shipped out for overseas. For several seconds, Womack stared intently at the smiling face in the picture, then slipped it hurriedly back into his pocket. He closed his eyes and saw a neat house with a tree-shaded yard where Hilda was planting flowers and children were laughing and playing. It was an imaginary scene, not yet real, but if he lived through the next few minutes, maybe it would be someday. Then the Amtrak bumped the shore as enemy machine gun and small arms rounds rattled off its gunnels. The rear exit ramp dropped open. It was time to go. It was a battle the 1st Marine Division was expected to win in 72 hours or less. Instead, the battle for Peleliu would stretch into 30 days of continuous, no-quarter combat against enemy defenders burrowed into more than 600 fortified caves, bunkers, and pillboxes on a tiny chunk of coral and limestone half a world away from home. It would be among the bloodiest, most costly battles the Marines ever fought, before or since. Survivors recall the struggle for Peleliu as the toughest, most savage fight of the Pacific War, yet the vast majority of 21st century Americans have never heard of it. As an added irony, many post-World War II military historians have described the battle as strategically pointless, one they maintain should never have happened. Even while Marines were dying there, it became clear that Peleliu posed no offensive threat to MacArthur's Philippine invasion and could easily have been bypassed by U.S. forces. Because of this, Peleliu not only ranks as the least known major battle of World War II, but is often dismissed as unnecessary. Yet the hard lessons learned there helped prepare the Marines for larger battles to follow, especially on Okinawa. Less than a third of the way through the Peleliu fight, one of the 1st Marine Division's 3 infantry regiments was cut to pieces and forced out of action with nearly 6 out of every 10 men in its ranks, either killed or wounded. Before the issue was finally settled, almost half the enlisted men and officers in the other 2 regiments became casualties as well. This is the story of what happened to these Marines during 30 terrible days from September 15 to October 15, 1944, as they faced an insidious new kind of defensive warfare in some of the most excruciating conditions ever endured by American fighting men. Much of the following narrative focuses on the hour-by-hour struggles of a dozen or so courageous young individuals, but it also captures the broader story of 16,000 Marines, all members of an incredible brotherhood. Chapter 1. Old Breed, New Blood. The saga of the Americans who endured the agony of Peleliu and eventually prevailed began long before the first landing craft reached the shore on the island. Its origins can be traced to the trenches of World War I and beyond. They lead through Guantanamo, Cuba, and a string of Caribbean islands where Marines of the 1930s learned the art of amphibious warfare at a time when nobody else cared. They spread from Guadalcanal, where the United States first took the offensive against Japan, to New Britain, where the offensive continued, to Australia, where tens of thousands of teenage boys were transformed into Marines. They extend to a hated island called Pavuvu, where shared miseries and hardships forged a bond between recruits and veterans that even Peleliu couldn't break. It could kill and maim them by the thousands, and it did, but it never dented the spirit of mutual devotion that welded them together. When a gangly country boy named R.V. Bergen left home in November 1942 to enlist in the Marine Corps, his main concern was volunteering before an impending date with the draft. He was sworn in a couple of days later in San Antonio, not knowing that he was about to become an apprentice in a mystical military fraternity dating to Revolutionary War times. Among the inner circle of veterans who had paid their dues in blood, sweat, and misery in its ranks, it was known simply as the Old Breed. Before any newcomer could claim full membership, he had to prove himself worthy of its standards and traditions. Bergen had never heard of the Old Breed. Few outsiders had. At the time, thousands of young men were volunteering each month for service in the Corps, and in many ways Bergen typified the kind of recruit the Marines were looking for. He was strong and lean, toughened by 18 years of life on a hardscrabble southeast Texas farm, where his family grew almost everything it ate, and Bergen and his 6 brothers and sisters helped wrest a living from the earth. He'd excelled in competitive sports in high school, learned to shoot rabbits and squirrels by the time he was 10 years old, and was endowed with enough confidence to think he could hold his own with any man. But when it came to hard work and tough going, Bergen recalled, I hadn't seen nothing till I landed in the 1st Marine Division. Nothing came easy, and there were no free rides during a recruit's initiation to the Old Breed, Bergen learned. But once you achieve full membership, it would be yours for life. Ever since its creation in 1941 as the first division-size unit in the history of the Corps, the 1st Marine Division has, rather than the Corps itself, been synonymous with the Old Breed. Yet the sobriquet itself is much older than the division, and the concept underlying it dates back nearly 230 years to the first man who ever called himself a Marine. According to legend, that happened at a tavern in Philadelphia in November 1775, shortly after the Continental Congress authorized the raising of 2 battalions of Marines to serve as a landing force with the fledgling American fleet. When this first Marine recruit reported for duty aboard a ship in the Philadelphia Naval Yard, the story continues, the officer of the deck didn't know what to do with him, so he sent the Marine aft until he could find out. A few minutes later, a second Marine showed up and was also sent aft, where he received this disparaging greeting from the first Marine. Listen, boy, you should have been in the old Corps. Since then, the Marines have fought in every war in American history, and more than a few non-wars. They battled Barbary pirates on the shores of Tripoli at the beginning of the 19th century, helped Andrew Jackson rout the British at New Orleans in the War of 1812, and marched into the halls of Montezuma in Mexico City during the Mexican War of 1848. The term leatherneck was coined around 1800 to identify members of this select fraternity, and can be traced to a black leather neckstock or stiff collar, which was then an official part of the Marine uniform. By World War I, the stock had been discarded, but the name had stuck, and it had taken on a much deeper meaning. Men who earned it were described as having drilled shoulders, a bone-deep sunburn, and a tolerant scorn of nearly everything on earth. The Marines who fought in the Argonne Forest of France in 1918 had no divisions of their own. They served in small units that were fully integrated with U.S. Army divisions, but the spirit of the Old Breed was very much in evidence. In an American expeditionary force made up almost entirely of citizen soldiers, Marines stood out as hardened professional fighters who viewed the military as their permanent home and warfare as their sole occupation. As 30-year men were replaced by young recruits, the Old Breed's legacy of uncompromising cynicism, fierce esprit de corps, and finely honed combat skills perpetuated itself. After World War I, the nation's military fell into an ominous cycle of decline. By 1933, the year Franklin Roosevelt was elected president and Adolf Hitler came to power in Germany, the Marine Corps had dwindled to fewer than 20,000 men. But the Old Breed was still there, embedded in the heart of a newly formed Fleet Marine Force and its tactical unit, the 1st Marine Brigade. During the rest of the 1930s, the Marines quietly developed new tactics and techniques in amphibious warfare, an area in which America's military had almost no experience. Over the next 6 years, the 1st Marine Brigade, based at Quantico, Virginia, staged 6 fleet landing exercises, mostly on Caribbean beaches similar to those in the South Pacific. They also practiced amphibious assaults in the heat and dust of Guantanamo, Cuba, where they took to calling themselves the Raggedy-Ass Marines. The Corps' only other brigade at the time, the San Diego-based 2nd, was known as the Hollywood Marines because it sometimes loaned personnel to the big movie studios. Among the innovations perfected by the Raggedy Asses were the amphibious tractor and the Higgins landing boat. Both would become mainstays of the island-hopping campaign that formed the basis of U.S. Pacific strategy in World War II. When their training was complete, they would be rated by their corps as the best amphibious fighters in the world. On February 1, 1941, when the 1st Marine Division was officially formed with Major General Philip Torrey as its first commanding officer, the 1st Brigade served as its nucleus. Fittingly, the brigade was aboard ship at the time, bound for its 7th and largest fleet landing exercise on the Caribbean island of Culebra. At its birth, the unit was a division on paper only, with less than half its authorized manpower, but it grew quickly in weeks to come, nourished by the call-up the previous fall of all organized Marine reserves across the country. The new division became the modern embodiment of the old breed, and, like R.V. Bergen, many other young men across the nation were drawn to test their mettle in its ranks. One of them was Bill Layden, who got into so many scrapes as a teenager on Long Island that his parents gladly signed for him to become a Marine on the day he turned 17. For Layden, it was the fulfillment of a long-standing dream. "The happiest day of my life was May 27, 1943, when I was sworn into the Marine Corps," he said. "The second happiest day of my life was when I was assigned to the 1st Marine Division. The veterans gave recruits like me a fish-eyed stare at first, but I had the feeling the men and officers I was serving with were the best anywhere. I wanted to prove myself to them more than I'd ever wanted anything in my life." Layden started proving himself in boot camp. He was the youngest guy in his platoon, but he was among just 5 out of a class of 80 recruits who qualified as expert marksmen on the rifle range. "I'm proud of you, Layden," his drill instructor told him. "I won't call you Gertrude anymore." Eugene B. Sledge, a young Alabaman who arrived in the South Pacific in 1944 with the same replacement battalion as Layden, had similar feelings about the division. As Sledge later wrote, "If I had had an option, and there was none, of course, as to which of the 5 Marine divisions I served with, it would have been the 1st Marine Division." To Sledge, his new outfit was unique among the 6 Marine divisions that would fight with distinction in the Pacific between 1942 and 1945. It possessed a heritage, he said, that forged a link through time with his forebears in the Corps. Such is the stuff of which the old breed's legends are made. They stretch from the halls of Montezuma to the jungles of Vietnam and the deserts of Iraq. But in all the annals of the U.S. Marine Corps, the old breed never fought a costlier, more vicious battle than the one that began in the late summer of 1944 on a little-known Pacific island named Peleliu. Bergen, Layden, and Sledge, along with 16,000 of their buddies, witnessed that battle at close range. More than 6,500 Marines left their blood there. 3 infantry regiments formed the cornerstone of the 1st Marine Division at the time of its creation: the 1st Marines, the 5th Marines, and the 7th Marines. These designations are often confusing to outsiders, but within the Corps, regiments are routinely referred to simply as Marines. Divisions, however, are identified by their full official names: 1st Marine Division, 2nd Marine Division, and so on. In keeping with this practice, regiments within the 1st Marine Division are identified throughout this book as 1st Marines, 5th Marines, 7th Marines, and so on. The 5th Marines was the division's first regiment to become functional, and most men from the old 1st Brigade were initially assigned there. Soon, however, the 5th was split in half to form the 7th Marines. Then the 1st Marines was organized out of segments of both the 5th and 7th. By the time the division returned from the Caribbean in May 1941, it had outgrown its base at Quantico, and half its men had to be quartered at Parris Island, South Carolina. Within a few days, all were hustled aboard ship again and reunited at New River, North Carolina, where the Corps had just purchased more than 111,000 acres of land, water, and swamp, and where the brick buildings of Camp Lejeune would soon rise. At the moment, the area was only an insect-infested wilderness, and the new home of the 1st Marine Division was a crude tent city, much of which the men had to build themselves. Here, on a barren stretch of sand dunes called Onslow Beach, they would undergo their most intense amphibious assault training yet in the stifling heat of that last pre-war summer. The grueling practice landings of those 2 months were designed to prepare the division for the first Joint Training Force exercise, the largest amphibious training operation ever held in the United States. The exercise kicked off on August 11, 1941, with 42 naval vessels, 4 squadrons of Marine aircraft, and 16,000 men taking part. Phases of the operation included an assault landing, establishment of a beachhead, hauling 2,200 tons of supplies ashore, advancing inland for about 9 miles, and, finally, a 3-day simulated forced withdrawal. On August 7, 1942, just 4 days less than a year later, the men of the 1st Marine Division would land on another beach and seize another beachhead. This time, though, it was no training exercise. This time it would take every skill and tactic mastered during all those months in the Caribbean and North Carolina, plus a lot of new ones learned under extreme duress, to sustain them. The beach was halfway around the world on an enemy stronghold in the heart of Japan's Pacific Empire. It was 8 months to the day after Pearl Harbor when the old breed landed there to launch the first offensive action by American ground forces in the Pacific. The name of the place was Guadalcanal. The Japanese defended Guadalcanal with vastly superior numbers and fanatical determination. Although the Marines slaughtered them in droves, the outcome of the battle remained in doubt for weeks, while the enemy sent in daily waves of reinforcements and relentlessly attacked U.S. ships and aircraft supporting the invasion. "One thing I can say about war is that it separates the men from the boys," wrote 25-year-old Second Lieutenant Andrew A. Haldane in a letter to Adam Walsh, his old football coach at Bowdoin College in faraway Maine. "I've got examples of it in my platoon." A native of Lawrence, Massachusetts, who had been a star fullback and captain on Bowdoin's state championship team of 1940, Haldane signed his letters Andy, and many of them still had a youthful tone about them. But as his Marines would soon learn, there was no better example of a boy turning into a man, and a natural leader, than Haldane himself. "I'd like to tell you just what is happening, but I can't," Haldane wrote. "I can tell you that the Marines are still holding their own in the Solomons, regardless of what Japanese propagandists say." He mentioned nothing to Walsh about an incident a few days earlier on Guadalcanal, one that would lead to a quick promotion to first lieutenant for Haldane and earn him lasting respect and admiration from men in the ranks. In the South Pacific, almost every commissioned officer in the Marine Corps was given a nickname as a matter of brutal necessity. If the enemy overheard an officer addressed by his rank, or as Sir, he instantly became a higher priority target. But there was a larger reason for the nickname bestowed on Andy Haldane by the men who served with him. Haldane's platoon had been laying wire from the beach to forward positions a few hundred yards inland when Japanese snipers opened up from the trees above. It was hard to tell how many there were. "Hit the deck!" Haldane yelled, throwing himself to the ground. He scrambled behind a clump of undergrowth with several other Marines as rifle bullets smacked the sand inches away. "Where the hell are the sons of bitches?" panted one of the men beside him. "I can't see anything." "Everybody just stay down and keep still," Haldane said. He studied the canopy of trees overhead for any flicker of movement, but he didn't see anything either. He noticed that the PFC next to him was carrying a Browning automatic rifle. There was one designated BAR man in every four-man rifle team. Haldane nudged the guy. "Let me borrow your weapon for a minute," he whispered. Haldane rolled onto his back, propped the BAR firmly against his shoulder, and fired a series of long bursts into the trees, spraying rounds into as many of them as he could reach. When he stopped firing, there was total silence for a moment. Then a body plummeted down from one of the trees and hit the ground with a dull thud. It was followed by another, then another. The men stood up warily, staring at the three dead Japanese, then at their lieutenant. Haldane calmly handed the BAR back to its owner. "Okay, guys, vacation's over," he said. "Let's get back to work." A few feet away, a crusty sergeant laughed as he picked up a roll of wire. "Way to go, Ack-Ack," he said. From that day on, Lieutenant Andrew Allison Haldane was affectionately referred to as Ack-Ack by every Marine in his command. When the division was finally relieved on Guadalcanal in mid-November 1942, after 3.5 months of fighting, its 16,000 men had faced a total of more than 40,000 Japanese, and 3/4 of the enemy troops had died there. Marine battle casualties, by contrast, were almost incredibly light: 621 killed and 1,517 wounded. It was disease, not combat, that left the division unfit for action well before it was finally evacuated. More than 5,600 division personnel were hospitalized with malaria, Ack-Ack Haldane among them, and scores of others were felled by dysentery, heat exhaustion, and battle fatigue. Guadalcanal was one of the most highly celebrated and widely publicized victories of the war, and rightly so. It marked the first time that U.S. forces had expelled Japanese troops from enemy-held territory, effectively ending the threat of a Japanese invasion of Australia and inflicting damage to Japan's mighty military machine from which it never recovered. Enemy losses in ships, planes, and other vital materiel, as well as in men, left Japan permanently weakened. The Japanese Navy limped away from Guadalcanal on November 15, 1942, after an all-out attempt to regain control of the island failed, and it would never again pose a serious offensive threat to U.S. operations in the Pacific. Final victory was still nearly 3 years away, but the resounding nature of the Japanese defeat moved Vice Admiral William F. Bull Halsey to exult, "We've got the bastards licked." Guadalcanal was an important morale booster, both to the folks at home and to the Marines themselves. The old breed had taken the best punches the Japanese could throw and still came out on top. It was undeniably one of the turning points of the war, and no battle was harder fought by the Marines. Yet the 1st Marine Division's losses at Guadalcanal represented only a small fraction of the carnage to come at Peleliu. Brooklyn-born Sergeant Jim McHenry of Company K, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, K-35, who fought in both battles and earned his 3 stripes at Guadalcanal, witnessed a sharp contrast between the enemy's tactics in the 2 battles. "At Guadalcanal, the Japs thought they could wear us down by running at our lines with bayonets, but they changed the way they fought at Peleliu, and it led to the dirtiest kind of constant combat," said McHenry. "When the Japs pulled one of their so-called banzai charges, we'd just sit there and mow 'em down. That was how the 1st Marines killed about 1,000 Japs and only lost 25 of their own men at the Tanaru River on Guadalcanal. On Peleliu, the Japs hid in caves and made us come and get 'em. We were always in their gun sights, and their only goal was to kill as many of us as they could." With victory secure at Guadalcanal, the men of the 1st Marine Division turned the island over to the Army and Navy and went back to Camp Balcombe near Melbourne, Australia, where they'd been stationed for several months before hitting the canal. Fresh replacements were waiting there to fill the gaps in their ranks, and the veterans got a chance to rest up and get well. There was time to enjoy some liberties, meet girls, have fun, and relax. In the opinion of many of the Marines stationed at Balcombe, there was no better place to do these things than Melbourne. When PFC R.V. Bergen arrived in Melbourne in late March 1943, the bustling city of about 1 million people was one of the most beautiful places he'd ever seen. Like most other new replacements, Bergen was only about 3 months out of boot camp in San Diego, and he still had plenty of work to do to become a full-fledged member of the old breed. But that didn't keep him from exploring the wonders of Melbourne to the fullest, and finding a steady girlfriend there. "The people of Melbourne treated us like royalty," Bergen recalled. "They knew the American victory at Guadalcanal had eliminated the threat of a Japanese invasion, and they called the guys who fought there the saviors of Australia. Basically, the Aussies and Americans just liked each other anyway." Bergen and his best buddy, PFC Jimmy Burke, had met aboard the luxury liner turned troop ship USS Mount Vernon as they crossed the Pacific in March 1943 with the 9th Replacement Battalion, and they almost always pulled weekend liberties together. Sometimes they'd hop a cattle car bus for the trip to the city. Other times they'd catch a train and ride the 40 miles past neat farms and quiet suburbs to crowded Flinders Street Station in the heart of downtown Melbourne. Across the street was Young and Jackson's Pub, a famed local watering hole where they often made their first stop. Burke, a gregarious Irishman from the Mississippi River town of Clinton, Iowa, could drink more beer than any man Bergen had ever known. There were lots of pubs in Melbourne, and sometimes Jimmy would stay in one of them constantly from the time it opened until it closed in the evening, Bergen recalled. "But I never once saw him act drunk. His brother owned a bar back in the States, and I guess he was just used to drinking lots of beer." Another friend and frequenter of the pubs was PFC Mariel Shelton, an excitable, small-statured youngster from South Louisiana who had arrived with the same group of replacements as Bergen and Burke. Shelton was a whiz at poker, but otherwise his primary talents involved getting confused, lost, in trouble, and generally fouled up. He would argue about anything at the slightest opportunity, and when he was agitated or inebriated, all these tendencies grew more pronounced. They were also magnified by Shelton's inability to speak understandable English at such times. "How much money you got?" someone asked one day as the cattle car bounced along toward Melbourne. Shelton laboriously counted his Australian currency for several minutes, then announced, "I think I got maybe around 2 pounds and 10 ounces. Plenty much for some drinks and poker, eh?" "You know what you are, Shelton?" Bergen said. "You're just one big snafu looking for a place to happen." Everybody laughed, and the nickname stuck. Nobody in his mortar section ever called Mariel Shelton by his first name again. He was Snafu from that moment on. Bergen himself usually left the pubs behind after the first pint or two and went in search of other diversions. As a civilian, the longest trip he'd ever taken from his hometown of Jewett, Texas, population 600, was to Houston or Dallas, and his family vacations usually consisted of loading up a farm wagon when the crops were in and riding 10 miles to the Navasota River for a few days of trotline fishing. Now he was eager to see the sights of the biggest, most sophisticated city he'd ever been in. Melbourne had miles of glistening beaches, seaside amusement parks, boat rides on the river, horse-drawn carriages available for hire, big department stores and fancy restaurants, movie houses and soda fountains, tennis courts and golf courses, and scores of parks and flower gardens. During the weeks at Camp Balcombe, everything Bergen saw constantly reminded him that he was in the midst of the biggest war in history. But in Melbourne, he found a comforting sense of peace and normalcy. To him and other homesick young Americans, it was what one chaplain described as a symbolic civilian environment that endeared the city to the Marines like none other in the Pacific. In the course of his wanderings, Bergen met a girl named Florence Risley at an ice cream parlor. He asked her out on a double date with Jimmy Burke and Florence's friend Doris, and almost immediately he sensed something special about her. After that, he spent less and less time with Jimmy in the pubs, where women usually weren't allowed, and more time on long walks with Florence. The idyll lasted for about 4 months. Then suddenly it was ending. In the late spring of 1943, word came that divisions would soon ship out, first to New Guinea, some 2,800 miles due north of Melbourne, then to someplace else. As yet, nobody knew where the someplace else was. By this time, Bergen and Florence were unofficially engaged, and saying goodbye to her was the most difficult task he'd ever faced. Harder than leaving home, harder than boot camp, harder than anything. "I'll be back," he told her firmly on their last evening together. "No matter what happens, I'll be back." For as long as he could remember, Bergen had always been tough-minded, physically strong, and thoroughly at home with any type of work. As a kid, he'd picked cotton for 30 cents per 100 pounds, and gathered wild berries to sell in town for $0.10 a gallon to pay for his school clothes. As a 140-pound defensive end and blocking back on his high school football team, he'd earned enough respect from his teammates to be elected captain his senior year. After being assigned to a mortar squad, Bergen had learned to set up his 60-millimeter gun faster than anybody else in the section, a feat that got him promoted to PFC the very next week. He was the kind of guy who followed his own instincts but was also a good team player. He had a low tolerance for bullshit, and he made no secret of it. He also exuded Texas bravado, and he didn't care who knew that either. On that final evening in Melbourne, though, he could only wish that he felt half as confident as he sounded. In July 1943, the reinforced, rejuvenated 1st Marine Division shipped out for New Guinea and more training. On the day after Christmas of that year, they landed on the western coast of New Britain, a small island across a narrow strait from eastern New Guinea, in what has been called the most nearly perfect amphibious assault operation of the war. To the old breed veterans, however, such landings had become routine by now. Another island, another beach, another bunch of fanatical Japanese. But climate-wise, New Britain was worse than the others. It was so wet that men's socks rotted in their boots, and their dungarees fell apart in a matter of weeks. Once the division got ashore, its mission was to seize and hold an enemy airfield at Cape Gloucester, but the Japanese had other ideas. One night in early January 1944, R.V. Bergen, Jimmy Burke, Snafu Shelton, and the other men of Company K, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, fought off no fewer than 5 frenzied banzai charges in the space of a single hour. The recently appointed company commander of K-35 was now Captain Akak Haldane, who was in the thick of the hand-to-hand struggle. Haldane won a Silver Star for leading the fight that night, but he credited the tenacity and courage of the dozens of undecorated enlisted men who fought beside him for the victory. He never forgot what they'd done to save their own lives and his. Among them was Fred Miller, a youngster with a shock of blonde hair and an infectious grin, who was one of the company's newest replacements. Miller was admittedly obsessed by a hero complex when he dropped out of Christian Brothers High School in St. Joseph, Missouri after his sophomore year to join the Marines in June 1942. But after boot camp, he found himself assigned to Cooks and Bakers School, and a rule that new recruits be sent to the specialty school with the greatest need of manpower at the time left him no way out of it. "I was really ticked off," Miller recalled. "What I craved most was frontline action, and lots of medals and parades. I didn't want to be no damn cook." After completing the school, Miller worked in the mess hall at Camp Elliott near San Diego for a couple of months. Then he landed a spot in a replacement battalion headed for duty with the 1st Marine Division in the Pacific. When he reached Australia in the spring of 1943, he was assigned to the headquarters platoon of Haldane's K-35. Miller felt as if he'd been reborn. He knew there were no cooks in an infantry company in combat because the only food available was canned rations, and he hoped to wangle his way into a rifle squad. With Haldane's support, that's exactly what he did at Cape Gloucester on New Britain. As a cook with no cooking to do, Miller served as a runner for Haldane, and his high proficiency rating and eagerness to please quickly caught the CO's attention. Miller had made corporal in November 1942 before leaving the States, and on July 1, 1943, he became one of the youngest buck sergeants in the 1st Marine Division. He wasn't quite 18 years old. Soon after landing on New Britain, Miller further endeared himself to his captain. When Haldane asked him to do a routine check of an ostensibly abandoned enemy bunker that the CO wanted to use as a command post, Miller found 3 Japanese huddled together in the bunker. He killed all 3 with a single burst of fire from his M1, but as he stepped around the bodies, a booby trap exploded, and a half-dozen bits of shrapnel hit Miller in the nose, lip, and leg. He was quickly patched up at an aid station and rejoined his platoon. On December 30, 1943, the day the Marines took control of the airfield at Cape Gloucester, the captain summoned the teenage sergeant to his command post. "You're too good a fighter to spend this war in a mess hall," Haldane said. "I'm picking 12 men from headquarters platoon to form a new rifle section. How'd you like to be a squad leader in that section?" Miller grinned from ear to ear. "That'd be great, sir." A short time later, Miller was crouching just to Haldane's right when the Japanese hurled their post-midnight bayonet charges against K Company's lines, catching the Marines in a vulnerable position on the side of a hill. It was a little after 1 o'clock in the morning. The enemy soldiers crept to within a few yards of the Marine positions, then rushed screaming out of the darkness with fixed bayonets. K Company's veterans had faced the same tactics again and again on Guadalcanal, and they were ready. Some of the replacements were stunned and scared, but they also met the attack head-on with M1s, BARs, carbines, pistols, K-bar knives, and whatever else they could lay hands on. Miller emptied the clip of his rifle, then used its butt as a club, feeling the impact as he slammed one Japanese in the head and smashed him to the ground. As he turned to swing at another, he heard Haldane blazing away with his .45 just to Miller's left. Then a second enemy soldier was on him, and Miller dropped the rifle and grappled hand-to-hand with his attacker's shadowy form, grunting, cursing, and trying to avoid the bayonet he knew was there. He felt no sensation of pain at first when the blade ripped across his right wrist and jabbed into his left hand, but then he saw the blood and realized it was his own. He pulled free and rolled away from the bayonet as another Marine shot the attacker at point-blank range. When the last of the charges was repelled, Miller went back to the aid station to get his wounds stitched up. Grateful to be alive, he knew the terror of the previous night was something he'd never forget. In one sense, maybe it was just another night's work, but it forged a lasting bond between Haldane and the men who served under him. "It was a hell of a scrap," Haldane wrote to a friend a few days later, "but again we came out on top." Once Cape Gloucester was securely in American hands, Miller hitched a ride one night aboard a Navy PT boat on a raid against the Japanese base at Rabaul, about 100 miles away. It was a dangerous lark, and it earned Miller a rare chewing out when his captain found out about it. Haldane was known for never raising his voice to an enlisted man, but he left no doubt that he was seriously peeved. "I'd like to see you get home alive, son," he said. "But if you have to die, I'd rather you do it right here with K Company and not with the Navy. In the future, just stay away from PT boats, okay?" Miller nodded and stared at the ground. "And by the way, when's the last time you wrote your mother?" Miller frowned. I'm not sure, sir. Maybe 3-4 weeks ago." "Well, you make certain you write her at least once a week from now on. And no excuses, Sergeant. Understood?" Miller never went on another Navy raid. He never forgot the promise he made that day either. His mother was pleasantly surprised at how many more letters she received from that point on. In late April 1944, Army troops arrived on New Britain to relieve the 1st Marine Division. By the middle of the first week in May, the last of the battle-weary Marines had loaded up their gear, boarded ships, and sailed for an unknown destination. Scuttlebutt had been rampant for several weeks that the division was going back to Melbourne. Supposedly, this information came from the lips of Major General William H. Rupertus, the division commander, himself. Virtually to a man, the troops were excited to hear it, especially those like now Corporal R.V. Bergen, who had a special person waiting there. It wasn't to be, however. The military powers who controlled their fate had a far less desirable destination picked out for the Marines. Chapter 2. A Rest Camp from Hell. Several dozen men lounged topside aboard the troop ship, their voices rising in raspy unison above the sound of Lieutenant Hillbilly Jones's guitar. Waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. The old Australian folk tune had become the 1st Marine Division's unofficial theme song during its 2 long stays at Camp Balcombe outside Melbourne. Now, with word circulating that the division was headed back to the land down under, the men's spirits were higher than they'd been in months. The weather was warm and pleasant as the ship steamed southwest through calm seas. The stifling heat, unyielding wetness, and fierce fighting of New Britain were now just bad memories that could almost be erased by a few weekends in Melbourne. As yet, there was no official confirmation that the division was Australia-bound, but if the rumors were true, they were a cause for celebration, even for men with feet and armpits infected by jungle rot or bowels racked with diarrhea. A pair of Texans, Corporal R.V. Bergen and PFC George Surrett, were among the singers and kibitzers on deck as Jones struck a final chord and the strains of Waltzing Matilda faded away. "Hey, Hillbilly!" somebody yelled. "How about a little San Antonio Rose?" Bergen and Surrett grinned. The hit tune by Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys was one of their favorites. It always brought a chorus of appreciative "ahas" from the guys from Texas. Jones smiled as he lightly brushed the guitar strings, and the music swelled up again on the sea breeze. "Deep within my heart lies a melody." First Lieutenant Edward A. Jones had just turned 27 years old, but he was already a legendary figure among the men who served with him. He could pick out a song on his guitar after hearing it just once or twice, and his willingness to share his talent made him vastly popular with ordinary troops. But there was more to Jones than a gifted ear for music and an engaging grin. Next to Captain Haldane, the company CO, Hillbilly was probably the best-liked and most respected officer in K-35. He was easy to talk to, easy to trust, and a damned good listener. Jones was fond of recalling boyhood weekends on his grandfather's farm near his birthplace of Whiteford, Maryland, a stone's throw from the Pennsylvania border. His neighbors had known him as a popular, polite, fun-loving youngster who sang in the choir at Whiteford's small Methodist church, and whose rich tenor earned him occasional paid singing engagements in the area. When his father was disabled in the early 1930s, Ed, as the eldest son in a family of 10 children, took on the role of second daddy to his younger brothers and sisters. He joined the Civilian Conservation Corps fresh out of high school and sent most of his salary home to keep food on the family's table during the depths of the Depression. Every veteran in the outfit knew that Hillbilly had enlisted in the Corps as a private in 1936 and served 5 years as a seagoing Marine before the war. His bravery under fire at Guadalcanal, where he single-handedly wiped out a Japanese machine gun nest, had earned him a Bronze Star and a set of lieutenant's bars. He reportedly turned down the commission the first time it was offered, however, because it was in the reserves, not the regular Marines. Now he was in charge of the company's machine gun section, but he still had the soul of a wandering minstrel. His idea of a good time was to drift among the men's tents, singing, strumming his guitar, and welcoming anybody who wanted to join in. He didn't have what you'd call a really great voice, Bergen recalled, but it was a soothing, pleasant voice, and man, he could make that guitar talk. Jones, Bergen, Surratt, and other participants in the sing-along on the deck of the troopship that mellow afternoon in May 1944 would soon realize that their celebration was premature. There would be no return to Australia. When the announcement came a short time later, bitter disappointment settled over the men aboard all the transports. At first, some clung to a faint hope that the news was wrong, and they'd end up back at Balcombe after all. But the last flicker of hope died when the ships dropped anchor in Macquitty Bay, and the men stared out at Pavuvu, a desolate chunk of mud, coral, swamp, and jungle in the Russell Islands about 60 miles west of Guadalcanal. Pavuvu had made a highly favorable impression on a group of Army staff officers who flew over it while searching for a rest camp site. From the air, it seemed a pleasant, picturesque place with a gentle surf, pristine white beaches, a graceful shoreline, and neatly spaced groves of coconut palms. In reality, it was far from the tropical paradise it appeared to be from an altitude of several hundred feet. If the officers had bothered to set foot on the island, much less seen the armies of land crabs that marched over it, smelled the thick mat of rotted coconuts that covered much of it, or watched their boots disappear into the gooey muck that lurked just below its surface, they would have known better. Ironically, however, Pavuvu's unlovely surroundings and harsh conditions were to have a strangely positive impact on the men sent there in the spring of 1943. Today, aging veterans of the 1st Marine Division still talk about Pavuvu in much the same way they talk about the actual battles they fought in the Pacific. In certain respects, Pavuvu was more like a battle than a rest camp, and it endowed those who came through it with an intangible asset that few recognized until later. As the months passed, something wonderful happened to the division on Pavuvu, said PFC Bill Layden, who reached the island as a new recruit, fresh from the States. It happened without us knowing it, and I'm sure it was never anticipated, even in the upper command echelons. The very wretchedness of Pavuvu created a peculiar, positive chemistry between the battle-hardened veterans and raw recruits who came there. Men who arrived on the island with little in common found unity in its misery. They drew strength and purpose from its adversities. Almost imperceptibly, they came to share a spirit of kinship that helped fuse the 1st Marine Division into one of the finest fighting forces in modern military history. The interlude on Pavuvu was a pivotal time for the division. What happened during those 4 months would affect every Marine who fought at Peleliu. After New Britain, high-ranking Marine brass had pressed for a new R&R area away from Guadalcanal, which had developed by this time into one of the largest rear-area U.S. military complexes in the Pacific. Because it bustled with so much constant activity, exhausted Marines were likely to encounter more work than recuperation there. When the 3rd Marine Division had been sent to the canal following its Bougainville campaign, it was ordered to provide 1,000 men each day for work parties. This not only kept the veterans from getting rest, but also denied the replacements adequate time to train for the division's next landing at Guam. In the spring of 1944, the 1st Marine Division was in no condition for this kind of daily grind. It had lost 1,347 killed and wounded on New Britain, a casualty rate that was actually lower than originally anticipated. But the division had left Cape Gloucester with thousands more men who were too sick with malaria, dysentery, and jungle rot, or too weak from malnutrition to do much more than drag themselves along. The last thing they needed was long, arduous days on work details. Besides, there was concern among the brass that returning to Guadalcanal, where so many veterans had lost buddies in 1942, could be a demoralizing experience. There was another reason for seeking out a new locale more conducive to rest and recuperation. Top military planners wanted a site much nearer than Melbourne to the 1st Marine Division's next objective, already penciled in as Peleliu, although no one in the division knew it yet. Melbourne was an extra 1,000 miles or more away, and at this point in the war there was no shortage of convenient Allied-held Pacific islands to choose from. Pavuvu was well located from a strategic and logistical standpoint. Its proximity to Guadalcanal, where the division's baptism of fire had taken place almost 2 years earlier, undoubtedly figured into its selection. Beyond that, the choice of Pavuvu was based almost entirely on the false face it presented to the search committee that flew over it. Officers of the 2nd Marine Raider Battalion, the only American unit that had spent any time on the island, could surely have warned the brass about Pavuvu's myriad pitfalls. Major General Roy S. Geiger, commander of the 3rd Marine Amphibious Corps, made the final decision without bothering to consult anyone who had actually been there. Even to the Marines who would quickly come to despise it, Pavuvu had a deceptively attractive appearance at first glance. "It looked like a paradise from the ship we were on," said PFC Joe Dariano, a rifleman in K Company, 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, K31. "The palm trees were swaying in the breeze, and the lagoon was beautiful. Then we went ashore and discovered what it was really like." Pavuvu is the largest of the Russell Islands, a string of small dots of land that run along the southeastern edge of the Solomon Group. It measures about 10 miles from east to west, and about 6 miles from north to south. In its interior, a cone-shaped hill rises to around 1,500 feet, but beyond the beach, just about everything else is dense jungle or impassable swamp. Until the battle-weary veterans of the 1st Marine Division arrived there in early May 1944, and the green recruits of the 46th Replacement Battalion followed about a month later, nothing of any great note had ever happened on Pavuvu. The raiders had landed there in the spring of 1943 and searched the island for Japanese. They found only a few score natives who had worked as copra harvesters until their British employers fled at the beginning of the war. Now, a year later, the only structures on the island were several empty copra sheds, a couple of vacant plantation houses, and the rusty remnants of barbed wire beach defenses left by the raiders. Except for General Rupertus and his staff, nobody in the division had ever heard of the place until the loudspeakers aboard their transports told the Marines to get ready to disembark on Pavuvu. Expecting to find at least a crude preliminary campsite when they landed, the men from New Britain were sorely disappointed. By the time the division reached Pavuvu, roads were supposed to be in, water wells drilled, a dock constructed, and most other difficulties eliminated, according to General Geiger, and a full battalion of Seabees would be ready to assist the Marines in every way possible. In reality, only a handful of Seabees were on the island when the Marine veterans arrived. No roads had been built, no drill or bivouac areas prepared, no buildings or tents erected. There was no electricity and no fresh water until wells could be dug. The Seabees were awaiting rotation back to the States, and in no mood to bust their butts in the meantime. The Marines would have to build every facet of their rest camp themselves, from scratch. From the palm groves on the island rose the overpowering smell of unharvested coconuts left to ruin. They formed a stinking mat of decay covering hundreds of acres to depths of up to several feet. One of the Marines' jobs that started earliest and lasted longest was cleaning up this decomposing mess. Then there was the sea of mud and quicksand that lay just beneath a thin crust of solid soil. By the time the ground was traversed a few times by hundreds of human feet and scores of pieces of equipment, the crust had become an oozy, knee-deep morass. Inhabited areas had to be paved foot by foot with crushed coral before men or machines could move without bogging down. It took countless man-hours to move coral from pits scattered around the island, in containers ranging from dump trucks to helmets, to create a reliable surface. Tens of thousands of land crabs and hordes of hungry rats ran rampant over the island every night. The crabs scuttled into tents and hid in every available nook and cranny. They particularly enjoyed making themselves at home in men's boots. Meanwhile, the rats screeched, darted across the faces of sleeping Marines, and tried to eat anything that got in their path. It seemed fitting that a steady rain was falling as the division's veterans tromped ashore to claim their new home. The rainy season was supposed to be over on Pavuvu by this time, but the elements had failed to get the word. We'd been told the rainfall in the Russell Islands averaged 6 feet 3 inches per year, said Corporal Wilfred Swede Hansen, a skinny 18-year-old Cape Gloucester veteran from Duluth, Minnesota, now assigned as an intelligence scout with the 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines. I think it rained 6 feet and 3 inches the first damn day we were there. In a sense, it was fortunate that the rain lasted longer than usual that spring. For the next several weeks, brief afternoon showers would offer the only chance most of the Marines had to take baths or wash their filthy sweatshirts and dungarees. On that first day, mounds of moldy, cast-off army tents, most of them full of holes, were piled haphazardly on the beach. Mildewed, half-rotted canvas cots were heaped nearby. Designated bivouac areas stood in several inches of water. Marines stood somberly in the mud, looking at one another and shaking their heads as they confronted the ultimate example of the term boondocks. Some managed a bitter laugh. Others yelled, swore, and kicked things. Many asked the same question again and again. Who the hell's bright idea was this? Then they started digging holes in the muck for tent poles, sewing up tears in the 6-man pyramidal tents, covering larger holes with their ponchos, and searching for scraps of wood to provide a bit of dry footing beside their cots. More than a few of the cots fell to pieces when weary men tried to lie down on them. Some improvised by stringing jungle hammocks over the wooden frames of the cots. Others abandoned their tents and strung their hammocks in the rain between 2 palm trees. When the sun set, darkness engulfed the island. Loneliness and a need for companionship were intensified by the absence of electrical power. Even the division command post had no lights for the first few days, and company bivouac areas were without electricity for the entire stay on Pavuvu. To compensate, a handful of old-timers taught others a trick learned in France during World War I. They fashioned crude lamps by partially filling empty cans or other metal containers with sand, adding a few ounces of gasoline, and using a piece of tent rope as a wick. The lamps cast enough light for writing letters, playing cards, and other simple tasks, but they were smoky, smelly, and unsafe. When 17-year-old PFC Seymour Levy unwittingly used a Coke bottle to construct his lamp instead of a wide-mouthed metal container, it turned into a Molotov cocktail that set his tent on fire. Cy Levy was a bright kid, but he just didn't have much common sense, said his buddy PFC Sterling Mace. Other guys were a little wary of bunking with him after that. For weeks, removing spoiled coconuts and dumping them in a swamp was a daily chore for hundreds of Marines. It was nauseating duty made worse by rotten nuts that broke apart when they were picked up, spattering anyone nearby with the putrid milk inside. The smell permeated everything. Men claimed they could even taste it in their drinking water. The most backbreaking labor was hauling the tons of crushed coral required to pave roads, company streets, and bivouac areas. Division engineers excavated thick veins of coral, but the need was so pressing that many Marines carried material for their tent decks 1 helmetful at a time. It was common to see whole platoons lugging coral coolie style in whatever containers they could find. Until the paving progressed enough to allow normal functions on relatively dry surfaces, many men put their boots aside and waded barefoot through the loblolly. Meanwhile, drainage ditches had to be dug around the company areas, along with collection pools for runoff to keep them from flooding during the daily downpours. Marine regulations called for tents and rest camps to be decked with wood, but the lumber shortage made this impossible on Pavuvu. Every man was desperate to find a few scraps of board or an old packing crate to keep his personal possessions out of the muck. The small stocks of wood available had to be kept under guard to keep scroungers from making off with them. If anything, the food available on Pavuvu and the circumstances in which it was eaten were just as bad, maybe worse, than at Cape Gloucester. It took weeks to get screened-in mess halls erected and functioning. In the interim, men lined up for chow outdoors in the mud and rain, where they were served from large pots heated over blazing coconut logs and propped on stumps. No advance arrangements had been made for adequate provisions, and since there was virtually no refrigeration on the island, the menu was devoid of fresh meat, vegetables, eggs, and other perishables. The overall quality of the food was abysmal, and at times even the powdered and dehydrated varieties were next to non-existent. PFC Gene Sledge, a new replacement who joined Corporal Bergen's mortar squad on Pavuvu and was promptly nicknamed Sledgehammer, recalled one 4-day period when K-35 was served nothing but oatmeal, 3 times a day. Usually there was a little more variety, but not much. Day-to-day fare consisted mainly of powdered eggs, dehydrated potatoes and vegetables, several types of canned meats, all identified as Spam by the men, heated sea rations, and a pale yellow lemon-flavored drink known as battery acid. The only bread available was baked on the island out of flour heavily infested with weevils and other insects. It was so heavy, according to Sledgehammer, that when a slice was held by its side, the rest of it broke away of its own weight. Buried within each slice were more bugs than there are seeds in a slice of rye bread, he added. Most of the men were hungry enough to eat it anyway. Some even managed to joke about it. "Hey, the bugs are good for you," they said. "They put more protein in your diet." Others simply preferred to go hungry. After a few weeks of Pavuvu food, wrote George Macmillan in The Old Breed, his classic 1949 history of the 1st Marine Division, many men came to breakfast with only a canteen cup, satisfied to begin their day on coffee alone. Loneliness could be more intense on Pavuvu than in an actual combat zone, because men had more time to dwell on their feelings than when their minds were focused on sheer survival. Having a buddy to confide in helped a lot, and when a Marine chose to spend his nights in silence and solitude, it was considered a danger sign. Conditions were miserable enough to affect even men in good physical and mental health. For those with battle fatigue and threadbare nerves, Pavuvu could be a veritable hell on earth. Survivors disagree on the number of Marines who cracked up there, but according to eyewitnesses, mental breakdowns were widespread, and even suicides weren't uncommon. "I knew one guy who blew his brains out with his own rifle while he was on guard duty one night," said PFC Ray Rottinghouse, a 23-year-old BAR man with a K-35 rifle squad. "Other guys just went crazy and started screaming all of a sudden. They'd yell stuff like, 'They're killing me! They're killing me!' and they'd get taken to the Navy hospital for psychiatric treatment. It was really the after effects of the battles they'd been through, but conditions on Pavuvu didn't help any." PFC Bill Layden was even more outspoken about the suicide rate. "Hardly a night would pass without the sound of a rifle shot," Layden said. "It was usually a suicide caused by a Dear John letter, or just somebody who couldn't take it any longer." The Marines on Pavuvu did seem to receive an inordinate number of Dear John letters, and the island's conditions put unusual strain on personal relationships back home. Pavuvu's chaplains reported a sharp increase in the number of Marines they counseled about marital discord and estranged wives. Others took long-distance breakups in stride. When 18-year-old PFC Vincent Santos got a letter from his high school sweetheart telling him that she was marrying an Air Force guy, he laughed the whole thing off. "Congratulations," the easygoing mortarman from San Antonio wrote in reply. "If you have any kids, name one for me." Men with faithful wives or girlfriends at home drew great comfort from their mail. First Lieutenant Everett P. Pope of the 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines, who received his captain bars on Pavuvu, spent several hours each week composing letters to his wife Eleanor in North Quincy, Massachusetts. Hard as he tried, he never managed to squeeze as many words as he wanted into the cramped space on a V-mail letter. Corporal Charles Red Womack, a husky machine gunner from Macomb, Mississippi, who switched to flamethrowers on Pavuvu, also rode off into his bride, Hilda. He found another constructive way to combat loneliness and boredom by combing the beach for an unusual type of black seashell, eventually collecting enough to have a buddy make a necklace from them for Hilda. Womack sent her the finished product as a gift just before embarking for Peleliu. Some in the division grew so hardened to comrades committing suicide that they used the grimmest sort of black humor as a defense mechanism. When one teenage sentry came in from 4 hours of slogging through the mud, put his M1 in his mouth, and blew the top of his head off, a non-com in the next tent was alleged to have complained, "Geez, now I gotta go find the Padre. It's getting so they won't even let a guy out of here that way without a pass." For every suicide or severe psychiatric disorder, there were dozens of milder cases of mental upset or erratic behavior, especially during the division's first couple of months on the island. The Marines called it going Asiatic, a term originally used to describe personality quirks developed by men serving long hitches in the Far East. The Pavuvu strain of going Asiatic reached epidemic proportions, as illustrated by the oft-told story of a Marine who ran out of his tent one evening and threw himself at the base of a coconut tree. He beat the tree savagely with his bare fists and wept uncontrollably. "I hate you, goddammit!" he screamed. "I hate you! I hate you!" "Hit the son of a bitch once for me!" shouted somebody from a nearby tent. Otherwise, none of the dozens of men within earshot offered the slightest reaction to the outburst. On Pavuvu, it was just another part of the nightly routine. Attacked far more often than palm trees were the island's two principal varieties of wildlife, rats and land crabs, both of which the Marines hated with an unbridled passion. But these attacks were usually the outgrowth of normal anger and frustration, rather than going Asiatic. Some of the more enterprising men built elaborate snares to capture the rats, then doused the pests with gasoline and set them on fire. Others killed rats with booby traps made from percussion caps inserted in packages of crackers. On one occasion, a company commander led an attack with flamethrowers that destroyed more than 400 rats in a single night. But by the next evening it was obvious that Pavuvu's rat population was as large and active as ever, and the discouraged attackers called off their offensive. One night after movies had reached the island, PFC Bill Layden was engrossed in the film on the outdoor screen when a giant rat jumped out of a coconut tree straight into his shirt pocket. "He was after some lemon drops I had in there, and I thought for sure he was going to bite me," Layden recalled. "I ripped off my shirt with the rat trapped inside, and with the help of the guy next to me I did my best to beat it to death, but somehow it got away." The land crabs were considerably more docile than the rats, but just as infuriating. "Those rotten coconuts had been a haven for the land crabs," said Corporal Red Womack. "When we moved the coconuts, the crabs got more active, and no man on Pavuvu would dare put on his boots in the morning without shaking the crabs out of them first. Sometimes 2 or 3 would fall out of one boot." The larger land crabs were about the size of a man's hand and incredibly slimy. Like the rats, they always appeared at night, slithering sideways in all directions. Even the live ones had an awful odor about them, and when they were killed with sticks, rifle butts, bayonets, or other handy objects, the smell was even more revolting. In one all-out assault, 128 of the creatures were killed overnight in a single tent, whose occupants made the mistake of shoveling the smashed crabs into empty gasoline drums and setting them on fire. The stench was so severe that the men were forced to vacate the tent for an entire day. As the weeks on Pavuvu dragged by, there were no more happy renditions of Waltzing Matilda. Melbourne might as well have been on some other planet, and the associations the song brought to mind were too painful. Hillbilly Jones and his musical cohorts concentrated instead on mournful ballads about wasted lives, hard times, and lost loves. "Oh, if I had the wings of an angel, over these prison walls I would fly." If Pavuvu was a nightmare, the neighboring island of Banica represented the sweetest of dreams, dreams made more tantalizing by the tales of forbidden pleasures that drifted back to Pavuvu. Except for the few lucky veterans who were rotated home that summer, Banica was as close to utopia as any member of the 1st Marine Division could hope to get in mid-1944. For men who would have given a month's wages for a glimpse of a real American woman, a couple of ice-cold beers, or a Hershey bar, it was the ultimate Isle of Desire. Banica was home to the 4th Naval Base Depot, where acres of foodstuffs and consumer goods were stockpiled. There were miles of asphalt roads, scores of permanent buildings, some of them air-conditioned, 3 outdoor amphitheaters with nightly first-run movies, a recreation hall where enlisted men could buy up to 6 beers per week, officers' clubs where cocktails flowed freely every afternoon, and several well-stocked post exchanges that sold all kinds of stateside merchandise. More than 100 females, most of them young Navy nurses or Red Cross canteen workers, were also stationed on Banica. They were housed behind barbed wire fences and guarded around the clock, but to denizens of Pavuvu, the mere sight of an attractive woman was a red-letter occasion. Banica was separated from Pavuvu by only a narrow channel, but between the channel and the Marines' camp lay 10 miles of impassable swamp and jungle, which, for all practical purposes, put Banica in another world. The only regular contact between the two islands was the daily mail boat, and while it was docked at Pavuvu, sentries stood watch, checking out anyone trying to board. Few stowaways avoided apprehension. Most of the 1st Division Marines who made it to Banica did so as patients at its Navy hospital, one of the island's 4 large medical facilities. Others were lucky enough to be sent there on brief errands. They rarely stayed longer than overnight, but invariably brought back tales of luxury and largesse which made their buddies' jaws drop in envy. Thus, when Captain Haldane called in about 10 of his Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester veterans and told them they'd been selected for a 2-week assignment on Banica, they almost fainted, and that was before they found out the nature of the duty. "Your orders are to work 8 hours a day guarding a supply dump at the Navy Depot," Ack said. "Lieutenant Jones and Sergeant Day will be in charge of the detail. Enjoy yourselves and stay out of trouble." "What are we guarding in this supply dump, sir?" Hillbilly Jones inquired. Haldane grinned. "Several thousand cases of beer and soft drinks, I understand." One of the chosen was ex-farm boy R.V. Bergen, who compared the assignment to sending a bunch of hogs to watch over a well-loaded corn crib. Jones and Sergeant Jim Day weren't strict disciplinarians anyway, and they pretty much gave the rest of the men a free rein. "We served about 4 hours on duty and 96 hours off," Bergen said. "It was like one big party." Actually, the living conditions on Banica might have seemed fairly ordinary to men stationed there, but not to a band of refugees from Pavuvu. The K-35 detail was housed in new 6-man tents with electric lights, sturdy wooden decks, and flaps that opened to let in the breeze. They took many of their meals on a Navy ship anchored in the harbor, where they were handed menus and asked what they wanted to order. The food was uniformly excellent: fresh eggs, meat, fruits and vegetables, fresh baked bread, minus the bugs, rich desserts, even ice cream, all served on real dishes. The beer in the supply dump was, of course, basically free for the taking, and they all consumed plenty of it. For the most part, they had to drink it warm or barely cool at best, but to men who hadn't tasted the stuff in 8 or 9 months, beer was beer. Especially during the first weeks on Pavuvu, Marines debated among themselves whether the abominable conditions were part of a calculated plan to make them meaner, madder, and more likely to take out their bitterness on the Japanese in their next battle. Opinions on the subject remain divided to this day, but whether it resulted from an intentional scheme or a simple foul-up, the agony paid dividends that weren't readily apparent at the time. PFC Gene Sledge felt that most of his comrades took the hardships and frustrations in stride for 2 main reasons: stern discipline and esprit de corps. "Well-disciplined young men can put up with a lot even though they don't like it," he said, "and we were a bunch of high-spirited boys proud of our unit." Many of the men eventually came to recognize the benefits that grew out of the Pavuvu ordeal. More than 6 decades later, some still embrace it, both as a badge of honor and a wellspring of the comradeship that grew among them. "Through all the misery, a bond developed among the men," said Bill Layden. "Each got to know the very soul of his comrades, and we became like blood brothers. This bonding gave us a closeness that lasted the rest of our lives. It made our division one of a kind and enabled us to face things at Peleliu that might have defeated the average American combat division." For replacements like Sledge and Layden, the Pavuvu experience represented final initiation to full membership in the 1st Marine Division. It fostered an us-against-the-world mindset that drew together newcomers and veterans alike, melding them into one cohesive, resilient, mutually supportive union in the best traditions of the old breed. Ever so gradually, and thanks primarily to the labors of the Marines themselves, Pavuvu began to take on more and more characteristics of civilization as the summer of 1944 wore on. Mess halls, a sparsely stocked PX, and other semi-permanent structures had been erected. Bivouac areas were fast and firm for the most part, now that the rains were less frequent, and it was finally possible for men and vehicles to move around the island without bogging down to their knees or axles. A swimming hole had been set up along the beach, where men had a chance to cool off from the heat. Outdoor movies were offered several times a week, and some outdoor recreation areas were dry enough to allow games of basketball and softball. On the 4th of July, 1944, the division held a field day with relay races and other competitive sports events. PFC Vincent Santos picked up the nickname Speedy that day for coming in dead last in one of the races. But by far the most wondrous event to take place on Pavuvu that summer was a surprise visit by comedian Bob Hope and his USO troupe. The open-air show staged by Hope, Francis Langford, Jerry Colonna, and Patty Thomas is still remembered as the best morale booster that the Marines encountered there. In addition to the great show they put on, the fact that they'd come to a godforsaken place like Pavuvu really lifted our spirits, said Bill Layden. It made us feel like we weren't totally forgotten after all. Close to 3/4 of the division turned out for the show, and Hope himself later described flying into Pavuvu in a small plane and circling over the thousands of cheering Marines below as one of the high points of his Pacific tour. Hope even managed to draw a laugh about the despised land crabs during one of his patented digs at the string of perennially losing racehorses owned by his friend crooner Bing Crosby. "I noticed your land crabs," Hope said. "They reminded me of Crosby's horses because they all run sideways." Much of July and August 1944 was devoted to landing exercises on inlets and beaches away from the main camp. Lack of space made all maneuvers difficult, and some had to be held on company streets because other areas were too swampy or choked with jungle growth. The exercises placed heavy emphasis on landings from Amtraks, amphibious vehicles designed to carry assault troops. This was something the division had never done in combat. As July wound down, a quiet, almost imperceptible change came over the division. The last of the rotten coconuts had finally been cleaned up, and the mud was mostly gone. The men complained less about the food, the rats, the crabs, and the isolation. They paid more attention to cleaning their weapons, making sure their gear was in order, and other routine chores, all more willingly than before. An inner instinct began to warn the Marines that their next battle wasn't far away, and that it would likely make the hardships of Pavuvu seem mild by comparison. Captain Andy Haldane described his feelings at about this time in a letter to Paul Nixon, Dean of Students at Bowdoin College, Haldane's alma mater. One of Haldane's former classmates and fellow athletes at Bowdoin was Captain Everett Pope, now commanding a rifle company in the 1st Marines, and he often mentioned Pope in his letters. "More of our officers have gone home, but Ev and I are still around," Haldane noted in late July 1944. "But I'm sure if we get through the next one, we'll be home to get a few days' rest. Meanwhile, all we can do is carry on. This next one is going to be a peach. Woe is me. Plenty of others in the company shared Haldane's foreboding. Like him, they'd served constantly in the Pacific War Zone without a stateside furlough for well over 2 years, and each had gone through at least 2 major battles. In addition to Haldane and Pope, they included such K-35 veterans as Lieutenant Hillbilly Jones and John E. Moose Barrett, and Sergeants Jim McHenry, Jim Day, and John Marmot. Under the so-called 24-month rule, nearly a third of the division's officers and enlisted men were eligible for rotation back to the States. But word filtered down from 3rd Corps headquarters that the rule was being set aside. Only a small fraction of the 24-monthers would actually be granted leave because, without them, there simply weren't enough Marines to handle the job ahead. General Rupertus and Colonel John Selden, his chief of staff, were told bluntly, "Your people will have to stick it out, at least for the next operation." Just over a month after Haldane wrote his letter, he and the rest of the 1st Marine Division broke camp and headed for combat. Their exile on Pavuvu was over. Chapter 3. The Road to Peleliu. During the last days of August 1944, the 16,459 combat troops of the reinforced 1st Marine Division loaded their gear and themselves aboard 30 LSTs, shallow draft landing ships with huge clamshell doors designed to disembark tanks and Amtraks as well as men, and bade farewell to Pavuvu. Their initial destination was Guadalcanal, where they held a final week-long series of landing maneuvers. The beaches there bore little resemblance to the ones the Marines would storm on Peleliu, but they were at least spacious enough to accommodate such a large number of troops. Some division veterans hoped to visit the military cemetery on Guadalcanal, where many of their fallen comrades were buried, but no one was allowed to leave the training area. On the morning of September 4, the LSTs weighed anchor for the 2,100-mile voyage to Peleliu. Skies were clear and the sea was as smooth as glass. The men of K-35 and other rifle companies passed the time by lounging on deck, playing cards, smoking, and talking quietly about the great unknown that lay ahead. Once again, a crowd gathered around Hillbilly Jones and his guitar, but the tunes were mostly plaintive, sentimental, and verging on melancholy. "From this valley, they say, you are leavin'. We will miss your bright eyes and sweet smile. There's a long, long trail a-windin' into the land of my dreams." The men on the LSTs could see in the distance part of the vast armada of firepower accompanying them. A line of warships stretched along the horizon, their batteries of heavy guns outlined against the pale blue sky. In briefings before leaving Pavuvu, the Marines had been told that their assignment was vital for protecting General MacArthur's right flank during the coming Philippines campaign. After securing a beachhead, the division's primary objective would be to take and hold a large enemy airfield a few hundred yards inland. They were also informed that the 1st Marine Division had been increased in strength to 28,000 for the Peleliu mission, making it the largest division ever to mount an amphibious assault. The problem was, nobody seemed to know who, or where, all these additional people were. PFC Gene Sledge recalled hearing a cynical NCO warn an exuberant young replacement not to be overly impressed by such numbers. "Use your head, buddy," the veteran snapped. "Sure, we got the 1st Marines, the 5th Marines, and the 7th Marines. Them's infantry. The 11th Marines is our division artillery. Where the hell's all them people who's supposed to reinforce the division? Have you seen 'em?" The young replacement had not. Nobody else had either. Clearly they hadn't been on Pavuvu, and they weren't in this convoy. The truth was that most of these extra troops were rear echelon specialists of one type or another, none of whom would ever get anywhere near the actual fighting. In reality, the coming battle would be won or lost by the Marines now aboard the LSTs, mainly the 9,000 men in the 3 infantry regiments, the 3,000 in the artillery regiment, plus a few hundred more in amphibious tank and Amtrak battalions. The rest of the 16,000 plus combat troops included regimental and battalion headquarters staffs, as well as engineering, supply, maintenance, and communications units. The accepted manpower formula for a U.S. amphibious assault called for invaders to outnumber defenders by at least 3 to 1. But if only frontline combat troops were counted, the Marines would have nowhere near that margin when they landed on Peleliu. Once the battle was joined, 9,000 American infantrymen would be trying to dislodge some 10,900 well-trained and deeply entrenched Japanese. So much for formulas and favorable odds. It was only after leaving Pavuvu that the name of the Marines' target became general knowledge. Since then, they'd been shown relief maps and models of Peleliu, but they still knew next to nothing about the island they'd been ordered to invade. They practiced pronouncing the strange name to each other. Peleliu, Peleliu. It sounded mellow and melodic as it came off the tongue, conjuring up images of fanciful nights on moonlit beaches, although no one on the LSTs was naive enough to think that a tropical paradise actually awaited them. While the origin of its name and the history of the island were obscure, Peleliu would soon mean only one thing to the men of the 1st Marine Division: hell on earth. Sergeant Jim McHenry, a platoon guide who ranked as one of the old guys in K-35 at age 24, sometimes felt as if he'd spent half his life in the Pacific. But nothing he'd gone through at Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester had been enough to earn him a ticket back to the States. Now McHenry stared over the rail of LST 661, listening absently to Hillbilly Jones and his cornpone chorus, and pondering the twists of fate that had put him where he was. Having grown up in the shadow of Ebbets Field in Brooklyn, McHenry wasn't a big fan of country music. Although he'd never known a better Marine of any rank than Lieutenant Jones, McHenry's taste ran more to Sidewalks of New York than You Are My Sunshine. He felt a twinge of bitterness along with the steady, powerful throb of the LST's engines as they propelled him toward Peleliu. Plenty of guys who'd logged less time in the war zone were either on their way home or already there. McHenry, on the other hand, was heading for his 3rd major invasion in 3 years. Outwardly, he was philosophical about it. "I got no particular bad feelings about Peleliu," he reassured PFC Sterling Mace, a young fellow New Yorker who was heading into his first action. "Based on what they're telling us, maybe it won't be too tough. At least it shouldn't last as long as the Cape or the Canal." McHenry could only hope that he was right. But echoing in his mind above the sounds of Jones's guitar and the LST's engines were the shouts of the jeering non-coms at Parris Island when he'd arrived there for boot camp in September 1940. "You'll be sorry, you'll be sorry." McHenry would have been even sorrier had he known about the high-level command decisions made behind the scenes over the past several months. Decisions that were sending the 1st Marine Division into what many would later consider a pointless battle and an unnecessary bloodbath. Prior to Japan's pre-World War II military buildup in the Pacific, Peleliu was one of the least known points on the globe, and seemingly one of the least important. But the island's status changed dramatically in the late 1930s when the Japanese launched an exhaustive base-building project that would turn the obscure mass of coral limestone into one of the most heavily fortified islands in Tokyo's Pacific Empire. Peleliu is the 2nd largest island in the Palau's chain, a 110-mile-long archipelago lying west of the Carolines and east of the Philippines. It consists of about 350 islands, most of them uninhabited and many too small to show up on even detailed maps. Located just north of the equator, Peleliu measures some 6 miles long from north to south and about 2 miles wide from east to west at its widest point. The exact amount of land area, usually estimated at 5+ square miles, has proved difficult to determine because roughly a quarter of the island is impenetrable mangrove swamp. Its shape has frequently been compared to a lobster's claw, with the swamp lying between an elongated top pincer and a shorter bottom one. From earliest times, Peleliu and the rest of the Palaus have been shrouded by a veil of cultural, linguistic, and geographical peculiarities. The first recorded contact between Europeans and Palauan natives was in 1564, when Spanish explorers reached the islands and claimed them for Spain. But nearly a century and a half would pass before the first recorded visit by Spanish missionaries in 1712. Sustained contact with the outside world began when an ill-fated English vessel, the Antelope, ran aground in 1783 on the coral reef that surrounds 9 of the 10 major Palau islands. More than 300 years of Spanish control did little to influence native customs. The people continued to speak a unique, tongue-twisting Malayo-Polynesian language distantly related to Indonesian. They lived in small, isolated villages and followed practices and rituals that dated back for centuries. Except to itinerant fishermen and whalers, the islands had little apparent value and drew scant attention in a Spanish colonial empire that then circled the globe. In 1899, following Spain's crushing defeat in the Spanish-American War, Peleliu and the rest of the Palaus were sold to Germany, which was eager to establish a strong colonial foothold in the Pacific. Berlin businessmen foresaw vast opportunities for trade in the Pacific and Asia, and militarists envisioned fueling stations and naval bases, with the Palaus playing a key role. But with conflict looming in Europe and Germany's attention focused on the crisis there, the visions went unfulfilled. 15 years later, at the outbreak of World War I, the Palaus and other German holdings in the region were occupied by the Japanese. After the war, a League of Nations mandate gave Japan long-term control of the islands, yet for the better part of 2 decades, the Japanese did no more to develop them than had the Spanish or Germans. But toward the end of the 1930s, the thinking of Japan's aggressive war planners abruptly changed. The Palaus, lying some 2,000 miles south of Tokyo, now seemed ideally suited for furthering the militarists' plan to turn the Western Pacific into a veritable Japanese lake. By spring 1939, a 3,000-man naval force had been dispatched to the Palaus, along with several shiploads of heavy equipment and 500 Korean laborers. A massive construction project was launched on Peleliu, although Japan's administrative and military headquarters for the Palaus remained on Koror Island, about 25 miles north. Significant steps were also taken to fortify Babel Thuop, the largest of the Palaus, with roughly 20 times the land area of Peleliu. But Peleliu itself became the main focal point of the military buildup. Some of the 600 or so natives were conscripted to work for the Japanese, but most of the population continued to live much as it had for hundreds of years. It is unclear how many natives remained on Peleliu at the time of the battle, but most had apparently left. In 6 months of intensive work, a large first-class airfield was completed on Peleliu. Its pair of crisscrossing runways of hard-packed coral, one measuring 6,000 feet in length and the other 3,500 feet, could handle the largest available military aircraft and allowed for simultaneous landings and takeoffs. The field was equipped with excellent taxiways, paved turning circles, protective revetments for planes, hangars and barracks, a communications center, an electric generating plant, machine shops, and a 2-story headquarters structure of reinforced concrete. Other improvements included a network of cisterns designed to catch and store rainwater, a resource vital for survival on Peleliu because the island has no fresh water. An auxiliary airstrip for fighter planes was built on the neighboring islet of Negasebus, and a causeway was constructed across the 500 yards of shallow water between Negasebus and Peleliu. A 6-mile north-south road of crushed coral along Peleliu's western coast linked the main airfield with the causeway to Negasebus and a phosphate crushing plant at the native village of Akolokul on the extreme northern tip of the island. Above the road, for approximately two-thirds of its length, loomed a series of densely wooded ridges, most between 100 and 250 feet high, but with a maximum altitude of about 550 feet, and known collectively as Umerbrogel Mountain. By early December 1941, Tokyo had assigned a major role to the Palaus in the massive offensive strike it was preparing to launch in the Pacific. Almost 12,000 well-trained Japanese ground troops were garrisoned on Peleliu. Its airfield was a principal refueling stop for a steady stream of Betty bombers and Zero fighters bound for deployment around the Pacific. A carrier-led naval task force was positioned a dozen miles north of Peleliu in the harbor of Malakal Atoll. When the first bombs fell on Pearl Harbor on December 7, enemy forces in the Palaus were poised to join the broader attack. In another surprise strike roughly 10 hours later, naval aircraft from the carrier task force and land-based planes from Peleliu joined other Japanese planes based on Formosa to decimate U.S. air power in the Philippines. The raiders destroyed many of General MacArthur's B-17 bombers and fighter planes before they got off the ground. Meanwhile, ships from the task force attacked the southern Philippines, and seasoned Japanese troops based in the Palaus helped spearhead the ground assault that overwhelmed American and Filipino defenders. Over the next 2 years, however, the complexion of the war changed dramatically. By late 1943, American-led forces were on the offensive all over the Pacific, driving the enemy back and punching gaping holes in the ring of steel erected by Japan to protect its sphere of influence. In mid-February 1944, a U.S. Navy task force virtually obliterated the giant Japanese naval base at Truk, 1,000 miles east of the Philippines in the Carolines, leaving its supposedly impregnable harbor in ruins. More than 250 Japanese planes and almost 36 Japanese ships were destroyed, but the consequences of the enemy defeat were much more far-reaching. Destruction of communications facilities and other ground installations was so complete that Admiral Miniichi Koga, commander of Japan's combined fleet, was forced to move his headquarters to the Palaus. U.S. air and sea power had proved conclusively that even a base as formidable as Truk could be neutralized without committing ground troops. In other words, Truk could be safely bypassed, isolated, and left to atrophy as American forces drove on toward Japan. With the Japanese fleet on the run and in need of a short-term haven until a new permanent base could be completed in the Philippines, a plan was devised to move the fleet temporarily to the Palaus. But less than 2 weeks after the Truk debacle, the plan went up in smoke, along with 160 more Japanese planes. On March 2, 1944, scores of Hellcat fighters and Dauntless dive bombers from the carriers Hornet, Lexington, and Bunker Hill ravaged Peleliu's airstrip in relentless day-long raids. Low-flying Avenger torpedo planes sowed hundreds of magnetic mines across the entrances to Malakal Harbor, trapping some 30 enemy ships inside, then returned to sink or disable all of them. When the attack was over, the airfield was a shambles of bomb craters, twisted steel, and piles of rubble. Every surrounding structure was demolished except for the outer walls of the blockhouse-type headquarters building. Of the scores of Zeros and other attack aircraft based on Peleliu, fewer than a dozen planes survived the day in flyable condition. Simply put, Peleliu's offensive capabilities had been obliterated nearly 6.5 months before the 1st Marine Division was scheduled to go ashore there. As of mid-September 1944, it was out of the question that the remaining Japanese forces on Peleliu could pose the slightest offensive threat to MacArthur's impending return to the Philippines. Yet, for an assortment of reasons, some strategic, some political, some emotional, and some perhaps merely vainglorious, plans for the invasion of Peleliu moved forward inexorably. As Supreme Commander of Allied forces in the Pacific, MacArthur undoubtedly knew that Peleliu's offensive teeth had been pulled, but he continued to insist that the island be invaded to protect his right flank. MacArthur thought of the 1st Marine Division as his Marines, and he wanted to hold on to them as long as possible. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, had other priorities. Nimitz had originally supported the assault on Peleliu, but he began to have serious second thoughts as D-Day approached. One likely reason was his desire to see the 1st Marine Division returned to Navy control. The Japanese High Command, meanwhile, had no illusions about Peleliu's offensive capabilities and declared the island's garrison expendable. Even the Japanese commander on Peleliu, Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, knew that his troops' only remaining mission was to mount as tenacious a defense as possible if and when an American landing came. He and his 10,900 men had spent more than half a year getting ready to do just that. Of all the principal players in this drama, only the men of the 1st Marine Division remained in the dark concerning what they were about to face on Peleliu, and why. Jim McHenry and his comrades had no way of knowing that their assault on Peleliu was part of a broader plan for the Pacific War agreed upon a year earlier at the highest levels. At a secret conference in Quebec, Canada in August 1943, the plan had been tacitly approved by President Franklin D. Roosevelt, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and members of the Allied Combined Chiefs of Staff. Dominating the Quebec Conference were decisions about the planned invasion of France the following spring and the choice of a supreme commander to direct the liberation of Europe. But FDR and Churchill also settled on a list of key objectives in the Pacific and approved a flexible, long-range plan for achieving them. Basically, the plan was a reaffirmation of the island-hopping strategy that had started at Guadalcanal a year earlier. It emphasized retaking the Philippines and, as an adjunct to the Philippines campaign, it endorsed the capture or neutralization of enemy strongholds in the Caroline and Palau Islands. At the time, Peleliu was among the most formidable of these fortress islands, and Admiral Nimitz had been eyeing it for months as an advance base for attacking Truk. Nimitz's reasons differed from MacArthur's, but both saw the taking of Peleliu as a top priority. These decisions were made before the neutralization of Truk and the crippling air attacks on Peleliu, however. Now everything had changed, but neither Nimitz nor his superiors seemed to notice, at least not at first. On March 26, 1944, while the 1st Marine Division was still engaged at Cape Gloucester, but well before the attacks on Truk and Peleliu, Nimitz dispatched a warning order to General William Rupertus, the division commander. The order, approved by the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, directed the division to prepare to invade Peleliu no later than September 15, 1944. 4 months later, at a meeting at Pearl Harbor with Roosevelt and MacArthur, Nimitz revealed a striking change of heart. He argued not only against the assault on Peleliu, but also against the invasion of the Philippines that it was intended to support. What caused this about-face remains a matter of speculation, but it may have stemmed in part from objections voiced by Nimitz's Navy colleagues, and in particular by Admiral Bull Halsey, who outspokenly opposed the Palau's operation. But an emotional appeal from MacArthur in which he warned of breaking a promise to the Filipino people and the slaughter of women and children by the Japanese if the Philippines weren't retaken ultimately convinced FDR to overrule Nimitz. On July 26, 1944, the President gave final approval to both the Philippines and the Peleliu invasions. From all indications, Rupertus was almost as much in the dark about the controversy surrounding the invasion of Peleliu as were the rank-and-file Marines of his division. He'd been in the States while most of the planning for the invasion was taking place, and had only recently returned to the Pacific to assume command. But while critiquing his troops' dress rehearsals on Guadalcanal just 4 days before the invasion fleet sailed, Rupertus issued a prediction that fairly rang with confidence. "We're going to have some casualties, but let me assure you this is going to be a short one, a quickie," he announced to his unit commanders. "Rough but fast. We'll be through in 3 days. It might take only 2. The code name selected for the Palau's campaign would prove highly appropriate and bitterly ironic to those who lived through it. No one can say with any certainty how or why the name was chosen, but it flew squarely in the face of Rupertus's upbeat prediction about what lay ahead. The name was Operation Stalemate. Tension and boredom had settled over the Marines after a few days at sea. As the LSTs and transports steamed toward Peleliu, each man found his own way of passing the time and dealing with the stressful monotony. PFC's Sterling Mace and Seymour Levy had grown up a few miles apart in New York City, but otherwise had little in common. Mace, a nominal Protestant from Queens, was an outgoing, athletic 18-year-old who pitched on the K Company softball team. Levy was a scholarly, slightly built Jewish kid from Brooklyn whose domineering mother had practically disowned him for lying about his age to join the Marines. Although his sharp wit sometimes made him seem older, Levy was still barely 17. They had met as replacements aboard a decrepit freighter crossing the Pacific, then became best friends on Pavuvu. Now the two young riflemen in K-35 shared a billet on the deck of LST-661, sheltered from the elements by only the davit-supported hull of a small landing craft. Here they spent hours playing an improvised board game called Battleships, while Levy rattled off endless recitations of Rudyard Kipling poems. He seemed to have memorized everything Kipling ever wrote, but Gunga Din, complete with Cockney accent, was clearly his favorite. "It was din, 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 you heathen, where the mischief have you been?" Levy would intone. "Now you put some Geordie in it, or I'll marrow you this minute, if you don't fill up my helmet, Gunga Din." "Better pay attention to the game, Si," Mace would warn. "I'm about to sink all your ships." "Don't bank on it," Levy would pause to say, then plunge right back into the poem, louder than before. "We shouted Harry Bye till our throats were bricky dry, then we whopped him 'cause he couldn't serve us all." Some of the other boredom-killing diversions they found were a lot more dangerous. "One day we climbed down a steel ladder into the bottom of the ship's hold," Mace recalled much later. "There was an opening down below the clamshell doors on the bow of the LST, and we noticed that every time a wave broke over the bow, water rushed in through that opening. So we decided it might be fun to take a dip." By hanging on to the very end of the ladder, Mace and Levy could immerse themselves for a few seconds in about 8 feet of cool, refreshing sea water. Then the bow would rise again, and all the water would drain out through the opening. "We did it 5 or 6 times before we started thinking about it and getting nervous," Mace continued. "The tug of the water was fierce, and if we'd lost our grip on that ladder for even a second, we'd have been washed out to sea and nobody would ever have seen us again." In the waters off Peleliu, meanwhile, the Navy was playing a much more deadly game of battleships. 5 dreadnought-class behemoths, the Pennsylvania, Idaho, Maryland, Mississippi, and Tennessee, were training their 16 and 14-inch guns on the island. Other players in Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf's Peleliu Fire Support Group included 8 cruisers, 12 destroyers, 7 minesweepers, 15 landing craft converted to rocket launchers, and a half-dozen submarines. 3 heavy aircraft carriers and 5 escort carriers were also in attendance, giving the Peleliu force a formidable amount of aerial firepower. Nimitz and others at CINCPAC, Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet Headquarters at Pearl Harbor, have been criticized for sending a second team of ships and commanders to handle the pre-invasion softening up of Peleliu. Nevertheless, the Fire Support Group was a powerful armada, and Oldendorf was an experienced battle commander who had handled similar assignments in 3 previous Marine landings. In addition to the armada of warships, a total of nearly 400 Hellcat fighters, Dauntless dive bombers, and other attack aircraft provided blanket air cover virtually unchallenged by enemy planes. At 5:30 a.m. on September 12, 1944, D-Day -3, Oldendorf issued the order to commence firing. In the next instant, every big gun in the armada began hurling high-explosive shells at Peleliu as fast as its crew could fire and reload. Supposedly, there was no such thing as random firing. Each gun crew was assigned specific targets, and each had been briefed well in advance on the number of rounds needed to achieve the desired results. For precisely half an hour, the shelling continued in one huge, unbroken roar. Then, at 6 a.m., the batteries abruptly fell silent as the ships took a break, and waves of carrier planes blistered the island with 500-pound fragmentation bombs and napalm. The coordinated bombardment continued in the same pattern, 30 minutes of constant naval gunfire, followed by 30 minutes of intensive aerial assaults, until the sun was about to set that evening. Then several reconnaissance planes zoomed low over the smoldering island, taking hundreds of photographs of the Navy's handiwork. The photos indicated that close to 300 of the assigned targets had been destroyed or severely damaged by the all-day bombardment. Virtually every above-ground structure and fortification had been wiped out. The airport and its few usable planes were reduced to rubble and wreckage. But as Oldendorf studied the pictures and compared them to reconnaissance photos made several weeks earlier, there was ample cause for uneasiness. Throughout the furious bombardment of the past 12 hours, no return fire had been detected from the concentrations of enemy heavy artillery clearly shown in the earlier photos, and the big guns were nowhere to be seen in the latest photos. This almost certainly meant that the Japanese had moved these weapons underground, where they could have survived the bombing and shelling with little or no damage. At dawn the next morning, September 13, Oldendorf peered at Peleliu through powerful binoculars from the bridge of his flagship, the Pennsylvania, and what he saw gave further reason for concern. In the earlier reconnaissance photos, the Umerbrogel, the broad wedge of high ground stretching from north to south along the western side of the island, appeared as a single, relatively flat plateau. But now, with its cover of dense foliage blasted and burned away by the tons of napalm and high explosives rained on it the day before, the terrain looked strikingly different. Oldendorf could see a profusion of steep cliffs, tortuous coral outcroppings, and yawning ravines that hadn't been visible 24 hours earlier. The nearest of them jutted up no more than 600 yards inland, and others stretched away in ragged, sawtooth lines almost to the far end of the island. At 6:30 a.m., Oldendorf ordered the second day of coordinated air and sea bombardment to begin. By shortly after midday, every specified target on a master list in the Pennsylvania's combat center had been struck repeatedly, but the shelling and air attacks continued for the rest of the afternoon. Early that evening, Oldendorf conferred with his staff, then radioed his superiors at Pearl Harbor. His fleet had run out of targets, his message said, and he'd made the decision to call off the bombardment, despite a prearranged schedule for Operation Stalemate that called for a third full day of attacks. No record exists of any objections from Nimitz or anyone else at SINCPAC. One who undoubtedly would have objected if anybody had bothered to ask him was Lieutenant Colonel Louis B. Chesty Puller, commander of the 1st Marines, who watched from one of the LSTs in the invasion convoy. While studying detailed maps and reconnaissance photos of the beach area, Puller had noticed a gnarled coral outcropping that stood alone and rose sharply some 30 feet above the north end of White Beach 1. It was designated simply as the Point, and in Puller's view, its potential as a defensive strongpoint was too obvious for the Japanese to overlook. He was worried enough about it that he sent a message to Oldendorf's staff specifically asking that it be targeted in the Navy's bombardment. Puller was assured that the point would be taken care of, yet it was left virtually untouched. Meanwhile, the two Marine officers in charge of the Peleliu operation, General Roy Geiger, commander of the 3rd Marine Amphibious Corps, and General Rupertus, the division commander, knew nothing of Oldendorf's decision. They couldn't have objected anyway, since both were sailing toward Peleliu under a strict communications blackout. It remains unclear why Oldendorf chose to abandon the bombardment when he did, especially after confiding to aides that he thought the Japanese had moved their heavy weapons underground. Perhaps he believed his mission had been accomplished, or that, if the first 2 days of attacks hadn't produced the desired results, a third day of bombing and shelling would be equally pointless. During the 2 days of air and sea attacks, Navy ships had fired a total of 519 16-inch rounds and 1,845 14-inch rounds at Peleliu, and U.S. carrier planes had dropped nearly 1,800 500-pound bombs on the island. After the war, in a rare comment on the situation, Oldendorf seemed inclined to accept some of the blame for the ineffectiveness of his bombardment, even as he spread the rest of it around. If military leaders, and that includes Navy brass, were gifted with the same accuracy of foresight that they are with hindsight, he said, then the assault on Peleliu should never have been attempted. On September 14, D-1, a mood of quiet intensity settled over the Marines on their LSTs. Men checked and rechecked their combat packs to make sure nothing essential had been left out. They gave their weapons a last careful cleaning, drew allotments of rations and ammo, and made other last-minute preparations for the landing. It was imperative for amphibious assault troops to move inland quickly, and the Corps had made a concerted effort to minimize the weight each Marine had to carry in a landing, but the poundage was still considerable. Typical contents of a combat pack included a folded poncho, a dungaree cap, an extra pair of socks, 2 packages of K rations, salt tablets, 20 or 30 extra rounds of rifle or carbine ammo, 2 hand grenades, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. Most men also packed such personal items as writing paper, a pen or pencil, some photos, and a few prized letters. Hooked onto the back of the pack was an entrenching tool in a canvas cover, one item that would prove almost useless on Peleliu because the coral was too hard to dent with it. As a holdover precaution from World War I, a gas mask was also required equipment. Much more weight was attached to the web belt around each Marine's waist. This invariably included a first aid pouch containing dressings, packets of sulfa powder, and a hypodermic tube of morphine, another pouch with several clips of ammo, and a K-bar knife in a leather sheath. With high heat expected and no natural source of fresh water on Peleliu, each man also had a full half-gallon of water in 2-quart canteens hooked to his belt. In addition, each man carried at least one type of firearm, and many carried 2. Most riflemen were armed with 9-pound semi-automatic M1 rifles, but in each 4-man fire team, one designated AR man carried a 19-pound Browning automatic rifle. Members of an 8-man mortar squad were equipped with 30 caliber carbines instead of M1s because the carbines were 4 pounds lighter. Some also carried 45 automatic pistols. Gunners were responsible for lugging their own 45-pound mortars, and other squad members hauled heavy bags of mortar ammo. One man in each mortar squad carried the shoulder-held rocket launcher known as a bazooka. When men weren't engrossed in last-minute preparations, they talked quietly among themselves, mostly in groups of 2s and 3s. They tried hard not to sound too nervous or give away their worries about what the next day might hold in store. That evening, PFC Sterling Mace stood on the deck of LST-661 and thought back to his last night on Pavuvu, when he and a couple of old friends, PFC Larry Mahan and Private George McNevin, had gotten together to share a serious moment. Mace and Mahan had met at the Brooklyn Navy Yard on their first full day as Marines. They'd found themselves next to each other when the new recruits lined up in alphabetical order, but they were split up soon after when the recruits got their permanent company assignments. Mace became the last of the M's assigned to K Company, and Mahan the first assigned to L Company. Still, they were both in the 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, and they had lived in adjoining bivouac areas, so they remained friends. Mace and McNevin, meanwhile, had gone to high school together, and they'd run into each other again at Pavuvu, where McNevin was a veteran in E Company, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines. Mace remembered how the 3 of them had joined hands, wished each other well, and made a solemn vow. "We're going to get through this and meet again when it's all over," they said, facing each other over their clasped hands. "Lots of luck, and see you later." Now Mace could only wonder what the odds were that their reunion would ever happen. Not far away, on the deck of the same LST, PFC Gene Sledge and a buddy leaned against the rail and watched the daylight fade. Sledgehammer later remembered marveling at the beauty of the Pacific sunset, then recoiling with apprehension as he contemplated the next day. "Suddenly a thought hit me like a thunderbolt," he recalled. "Would I live to see the sunset tomorrow? My knees nearly buckled as panic swept over me." As darkness descended, Mace's reverie and Sledge's fretful musings were interrupted by a strident voice from the ship's loudspeaker. "Now hear this! Now hear this! All troops lay below to quarters! All troops lay below to quarters!" Back in their compartment, Sledge and the rest of his mortar section received a terse assessment of what they could expect the next morning from their platoon commander, Second Lieutenant Charles Duke Ellington. "General Rupertus says the fighting will be extremely tough, but short," Ellington told them. "It'll be over in 3 or 4 days, a fight like Tarawa, rough but fast. Then we can go back to a rest area. Remember what you've been taught. Keep your heads down going in on the Amtrak. Get off the beach fast. The Japs will plaster it with everything they've got, and if we get pinned down on the beach, their artillery and mortars will ruin us. Come out of the Amtraks ready for anything. Have a round in the chamber of your small arms and your mortar rounds ready for immediate use as soon as we're called on to fire. Reveille will be before daylight, and H-hour will be at 0830. Hit the sack early. You'll need the rest. Good luck, and carry on." After the briefings were over, Hillbilly Jones went back to his quarters, sat down on his bunk, and picked up his guitar. He'd hauled the well-worn instrument the equivalent of 3 or 4 times around the world, and as he cradled it in his arms, his mind drifted back to the first time he'd tried to pick out a tune at the age of 12. His childish fingers had found the right chords effortlessly, almost like a miracle, and he'd been playing by ear ever since. Over the years, the guitar had often come to feel like a physical extension of himself, but he knew he couldn't take it where he was about to go. He'd long ago accepted the necessity of leaving treasured possessions behind. As he'd observed in a recent letter to Mildred Glasgow, a one-time childhood playmate back in Whiteford, for whom he'd come to feel something deeper than mere friendship, "I've dropped many of my personal possessions along jungle trails that I valued much more than the combined wealth of Japan." God willing, Jones told himself, he could reclaim the guitar when the battle ahead was over. In the meantime, it was his machine gun section that would be making the music. He sat down on the bunk, hugged the guitar against his chest as tenderly as he might have embraced a woman, and brushed his fingers lightly across the strings. For a moment he considered taking it topside for one last round of songs before the landing, but then he decided he wasn't in the mood. "So long, old girl," he murmured. "We'll have ourselves a real hoedown when I get back." He shoved the guitar under the bunk and turned out the light. Out on the fantail of LST 661, Captain Andy Haldane stared down at the ship's white wake in the dark water as his thoughts drifted to the other side of the globe and the tree-shaded campus of Bowdoin College. The trees would be turning now that it was mid-September, and the Maine woods would soon be one blazing mass of color. Despite the war, these were still festive times at Bowdoin. The college was celebrating its 150th anniversary, and it would have been fun to be there, he thought. It was also football season. It came as a shock to realize that he'd almost forgotten about football during the past few weeks, and there was undoubtedly a big game on tap for the coming weekend. He wondered who the Polar Bears would be playing on Saturday, and who would be carrying the ball for them. He hoped that at least a few people in the stands would remember old number 26. God, it would be so good to go home, he thought. And if this thing on Peleliu went as quickly as it was supposed to, there was a chance that he could get home before the end of autumn. Maybe he could actually be there in time to see the leaves in full color, cheer the Polar Bears to victory, and join the Bowdoin anniversary celebration. At least it was something to hope for. But in the meantime, there was another sort of game to be won. The kickoff was set for Orange Beach 1 at 0830 the next day, and Haldane had the feeling it was going to be a tough one. Corporal Matthew Russo hadn't been home to Mineola on Long Island since January 1942, more than 2.5 years ago. Since then he'd fought at Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester, and now he was the leader of a rifle squad in B Company, 1st Battalion, 5th Marines. The details of his battles often ran together in his mind, but he remembered much more clearly the chilly day his father had driven him to the end of the subway line for the trip down to the recruiting station on Whitehall Street. "You can still change your mind, you know," his dad had said as Matt opened the car door. "Yeah, but I'd just get drafted in a few weeks if I did," Matt replied. "It's better this way." And maybe it was better. Maybe. But as he lay on his bunk and scribbled a few lines in his diary on the evening of September 14, Rousseau wondered for the 1,000th time if he should have taken his dad's suggestion. If he had, he wouldn't be where he was now, and maybe the same insidious thought wouldn't be running through his head every few seconds. It was like a line from a song that you never wanted to hear again, only you couldn't stop humming it over and over to yourself. Matt had been fairly lucky up to now. A case of malaria on Guadalcanal and an appendectomy at sea had been the worst things to happen to him so far in the war. But he knew that every time he went into battle, his odds of getting out in one piece went down a notch. At least that's what they said. Maybe that was why the inner voice kept dogging him. It was a drumbeat in his brain that refused to go away. It had been there ever since the ship left Pavuvu, and that night it was louder and more ominous than ever. Oh shit, I'm gonna get it. This time I know I'm gonna get my ass shot off. Chapter 4. Sea of Chaos, Isle of Fire. Sometime in the small hours after midnight, the LSTs and transports in the invasion fleet slowed to a crawl, then to an almost imperceptible halt. The sound of their engines faded, and they lay still in the calm waters under an overcast sky. The sea breeze died as well until the air scarcely stirred. The Pacific seemed to be holding its breath. It was Friday morning, September 15, 1944. D-Day at Peleliu. H-hour was still several hours away, but in the galleys below decks, mess crews labored over heavy metal pans of steaming scrambled eggs, and chunks of beef sizzled on large grills. The Navy was preparing the 1st Marine Division's traditional before-battle warrior's meal of steak and eggs, although few of the men would feel like eating when it was served. Corporal R.V. Bergen hadn't had much luck sleeping during the night, and since he'd grown up on a farm, he was an early riser anyway. He'd already been awake for quite a while when the first notes of reveille sounded at 5:30 a.m., and he was already sitting on the edge of his bunk pulling on his boondocker shoes when Sergeant John Marmot, his platoon leader, came into the compartment. "Okay, let's get him up, Bergie," Marmot said. "Come on, you guys, hit the deck." Bergen nudged PFC Gene Sledge, then reached down to shake Corporal Mariel Shelton. "Rise and shine, Sledgehammer. Time to snap to, Snafu. Don't want to keep the Japs waiting." The other men in Bergen's mortar squad were soon out of their bunks. They were silent for the most part, and what words were spoken came in hoarse, subdued whispers. Bergen watched his squad mates collect their gear and move toward the showers, noting a total absence of the usual morning horseplay. He could feel the tension in the air. One of the few men who seemed unperturbed as the squad headed down to chow was PFC Vincent Santos, the young gunner from San Antonio, who took pride in his ability to get off up to 10 rounds from his 60mm weapon before the first round hit. While other guys sipped coffee and either ignored their food or merely picked at it, Santos downed his steak and eggs with gusto. His friend and assistant gunner, PFC John Redifer, looked at Santos and shook his head. Redifer was a pretty easygoing guy himself, and he usually didn't let anything bother him, but he had no appetite this morning. "How can you eat all that?" Redifer asked. Santos grinned. "Hey man, how often do you get real steak, or real eggs either in this outfit? I'd invade a Jap island again tomorrow for another breakfast like this." Bergen ate part of his steak and drank some coffee. Across the table, Gene Sledge, looking slightly green, his stomach tied in knots, turned away from his plate. Everything about the amphibious assault on Peleliu was neatly diagrammed on the planner's maps and charts, making the D-Day maneuver look simple enough on paper. The 3 infantry regiments of the 1st Marine Division would land abreast on beaches extending up the west side of the island, from near its southern tip to just below the point where the upper pincer of Peleliu's lobster claw curves back to the east. Squarely at the center of this 2,500-yard stretch of beach and about 300 yards inland lay the airfield, whose seizure was the invasion's primary early objective. White Beaches 1 and 2 at the left or north end of the landing area were the responsibility of the 1st Marines, commanded by Colonel Chesty Puller. After securing its section of the beach, the 1st's next objective was to seize some of the high ground to the north. The 5th Marines under Colonel Harold D. Bucky Harris were to land on Orange Beaches 1 and 2 at the center of the beachhead and move immediately on the airport, fighting their way across it on the first day if possible. The 7th Marines, commanded by Colonel Herman H. Hannikin, a Medal of Honor winner in Haiti in 1920, were to land on Orange Beach 3 to support the right flank of the 5th Marines, then drive across the narrow southern tip of the island and seize 2 large promontories extending out into the ocean. One of the 7th's 3 battalions was to be held in reserve. In a coordinated assault, elements of the Army's 81st Division were to land on Angour, an island about 7 miles south of Peleliu. U.S. planes had kept Peleliu under intense aerial surveillance for more than 6 months, and the U.S. submarine Seawolf had photographed all the potential landing sites in late June. Planners had determined well in advance that the only feasible places for a landing in force were the beaches on the southwestern section of the island. All other beaches were ruled out for being too narrow to support a secure beachhead, too close to impenetrable swamps, too dominated by high ground presumably held by the enemy, or too far from the airfield. The beaches selected had several distinct liabilities, however. For one, the 5 battalions of infantry in the initial assault, about 5,000 men, would have to cross a shallow coral reef up to 700 yards wide before they reached the shore. For another, the landing areas were within easy range of any Japanese artillery and heavy mortars that had survived the naval and air bombardments and were still concealed in the high ground that began to rise just a few hundred yards from the water's edge. To avoid a repeat of the heavy casualties inflicted on the Marines while crossing a similar reef at Tarawa, all assault troops at Peleliu were to come ashore in amphibious tractors. The Amtraks were less likely than the smaller Higgins boats to get hung up on the reef, and they could also carry the troops onto dry land. To the men who had to go ashore in them, another appealing feature of the Amtraks was their exit ramp, which opened to the rear for greater protection. It was a damn sight better than having to go over the gunwales of a Higgins boat into 5 or 6 feet of water while you were taking heavy fire, said Sergeant Jim McHenry, who had done just that at Guadalcanal. Unfortunately, some of the Amtraks were older types without the tailgate ramps, and on the newer models the ramps had a tendency to stick and refuse to open at the critical moment. Old or new, the Amtraks were slow and cumbersome, with a maximum speed of just 4.5 knots, compared to the brisk 12-knot top speed of a Higgins boat. Moreover, many of the Amtrak drivers had little, if any, experience guiding the vehicles under enemy fire. The planners' goal was to place the first 8 waves of assault troops, about 4,500 men, ashore on Peleliu within 19 minutes of H-hour, and 2,500 more within another 61 minutes, a total of 7,000 men in 1 1/3 hours. Achieving this objective would require precise timing, near-perfect coordination, minimal resistance from the enemy, and exceptional good fortune with the Amtraks, none of which the Marines would get. In retrospect, the goal was utterly unrealistic, but it reflected the heady optimism shared by U.S. military strategists who had grossly miscalculated both the resolve and intentions of the Japanese on Peleliu. Well before first light, the Navy guns had opened up again, and the noise on the decks of the LSTs was so loud that Marines had to shout directly into each other's ears to make themselves heard as they boarded their assigned Amtraks. Across the 3.5 miles of ocean now separating them from Peleliu, the shoreline was obscured by a pall of smoke. To the future author and historian Robert Leckie, who was aboard one of the LSTs as a young Marine, the island seemed like one giant holocaust. The battleships several miles further out fired one thunderous salvo after another. Closer into shore, destroyers pummeled the beach and the rising ground beyond with their 5-inch guns, while rows of missiles spurted like giant Roman candles from infantry landing craft converted into rocket ships. Navy carrier planes roared low over the island, peppering it with bombs and tracer bullets. To PFC Bill Layden, who nervously watched the fireworks with other members of his rifle squad while waiting to board an Amtrak for his first taste of combat, the sound and fury were like music in his ears. He could hear the 5-foot-long shells from the battleships hissing directly overhead, followed seconds later by blasts that shook the sea beneath him and sent towering clouds of smoke, dust, and flame skyward. "I didn't see how the hell anything could live through that kind of punishment," Layden recalled. "I told myself that maybe all the Japs would already be dead by the time we went ashore. It looked like the whole island was on fire." What Layden didn't know was that at least 3/4 of the 10,900-man Japanese garrison, along with its artillery, tanks, heavy mortars, and machine guns, was holed up in deep caves and concrete bunkers and practically untouched by this last-minute pyrotechnics display. Only the more exposed pillboxes and gun emplacements near the beaches were vulnerable to the Navy's bombardment, and even many of them survived intact. Soon, Layden and his mates would discover just how misleading appearances could be. Meanwhile, a complex panorama of pre-invasion maneuvers was unfolding at sea. It began more than 10 miles from shore, and viewed from high above, it might have resembled an intricate ballet of ships, landing craft, and small boats as they took their positions in 5 designated lines or areas. To those caught up in it at sea level, however, it looked like utter chaos. Furthest out was the transport line, where the big supply ships were anchored. Then came the LST unloading line, where the landing ships were to pause long enough to discharge wave commanders into small boats to lead the LSTs to the launching line 6,000 yards from the beach. At this point, the LSTs would open their clamshell bow doors and launch the Amtraks loaded with Marines. Then the Amtraks would proceed to the line of departure, a rendezvous point 4,000 yards from Peleliu, where the Amtraks would be grouped and dispatched toward their specified landing sites, still a half-hour away. Finally, 2,000 yards beyond the reef was the transfer control line, the point to which the Amtraks would return after taking their initial assault waves ashore to pick up more men or supplies transferred from small boats. A system of flags hoisted by a landing force control officer aboard the destroyer Hazelwood was to tell each wave when to head for shore. Leading the Amtraks in would be 5 patrol boats, one for each section of beach, which would peel off at the transfer control line. Here, wave commanders in Higgins boats would take over and lead the Amtraks to within 1,000 yards of the beach. From there, they would be on their own. As the Amtrak slid into the sea and started plowing shoreward, the big warships on the horizon began lifting their barrage of the beach, and the attacking carrier planes flew their final sorties. Some of the men on the LSTs watched a Navy Hellcat fighter coughing smoke as it made a final pass over the island. Then the plane crashed in a fireball on the beach. It was a sobering sight. Clear evidence that at least some of the Japanese on Peleliu were still alive and firing back. "Don't stop now, keep it up," PFC Sterling Mace urged the Navy gunners under his breath. It bothered him when the rate of fire from the battle wagons started tailing off. Mace figured that every 16-inch round the big ships slammed into the island meant fewer live Japanese waiting to greet him when he hit the beach. The tank deck on LST 661 was filled with diesel fumes and the roar of engines. Huge exhaust fans whirred overhead, working to clear the smoky air as the first wave of Amtraks, each loaded with about 24 Marines and a driver, jerked forward and clattered down the ramp into daylight and the ocean. Mace, huddled between Sergeant Jim McHenry and PFC Seymour Levy, felt his own Amtrak settle heavily into the water. Rifle barrels stuck out like porcupine quills in every direction, And as if the tractor wasn't crowded enough already, some jokers had crammed a 37mm field piece aboard just before it went down the ramp. Now there was hardly room to breathe. Mace sagged under his 19-pound BAR, a bag of ammo that weighed about the same, nearly 10 pounds of water in his canteens, and assorted other gear. As his Amtrak pulled away from the LST, Mace looked up at a group of sailors standing on the bow. They were laughing, drinking coffee, and waving towels. "Go get 'em, Marines!" he heard them holler. Mace frowned and didn't acknowledge the send-off. Tonight, he thought, the sailors would be enjoying a hot meal, maybe watching a movie and sleeping in comfortable bunks a world away from the blazing island where the Amtraks were headed. He stole a peek over the gunwale at the distant white beach of Peleliu and the curtain of black smoke hanging over it. "Christ," he muttered, "sometimes I think I joined the wrong outfit." To Gene's sledge, his own amphibious tractor looked like a big duck as it floated away from the LST, moments behind Mace and his rifle squad. "Want a cigarette, Sledgehammer?" yelled Snafu Shelton, holding out a pack of smokes. "You know I don't smoke, Snafu," Sledge shouted back. "I've told you 1,000,000 times." Snafu laughed. "Yeah, well, I'm making you a bet. 'Fore today's over, you'll be smoking every cigarette you can get your hands on." "Knock it off," said R.V. Bergen, squatting next to them against the gunwale of the Amtrak. "Just hang on and stick close to me and Snafu, Sledgehammer. You'll be okay." An eternity seemed to pass before a Navy officer in a Higgins boat gave the signal for the Amtrak carrying Bergen's mortar squad to head for shore, but the waiting brought Sledge no relief. Cold sweat broke out on his face, and he found it impossible to swallow around the lump in his throat. The driver revved his engine, and the Amtrak wallowed forward. "This is it, boys!" shouted Lieutenant Duke Ellington, leader of the K-35 mortar section, waving a half-pint bottle of whiskey. "Anybody want a drink?" After taking a healthy swig from the bottle himself, Ellington passed it to a couple of other Marines who followed suit. But when the bottle was held out towards Sledge, he shrank away, certain that even one whiff of the whiskey would make him pass out. A huge enemy shell burst a few yards to the right front of the Amtrak, hurling seawater skyward as Sledge clung to the rail. The Amtrak rocked drunkenly in the wake of the blast, as if a big snort of Lieutenant Ellington's booze had gotten into its fuel tanks by mistake. Sledge was gripped by nausea, and almost certain that he was about to either throw up or wet his pants, maybe both. He almost felt better when he glanced to the other side of the Amtrak and saw his squad mate, PFC Vincent Santos, leaning over the side and losing his steak and egg breakfast into the blue Pacific. At least, Sledge thought, he wasn't the only sick, scared Marine in this invasion. On White Beach 1, several hundred yards north of where Sledge's Amtrak was heading, PFC Edgar Brown, a 17-year-old gunner from Knoxville, Tennessee, squatted behind his snub-nosed 75mm howitzer and peered out the open turret of his tank at a scene of utter bedlam. Brown and the rest of the 3rd Armored Amphibious Tank Battalion were the first Marines to reach the beach, and he would have given his soul to be anywhere else on Earth at that moment. The island seemed to be blowing up around him as Japanese artillery and mortar rounds rained down on all sides. The battalion's 72 amphibian tanks had rolled out of the LSTs and headed shoreward in zero wave, just a couple of minutes ahead of the Amtraks carrying the first waves of infantrymen. The tanks and their 6-man crews were assigned to engage whatever Japanese positions might still be firing from a slight rise 200 yards inland, and provide a protective screen for the rifle platoons coming in hard on their heels. The tanks were only lightly armored, but their hulls could stop machine gun bullets and small arms fire, and each mounted a 30 and 50 caliber machine gun in addition to the howitzer. It had been a rough ride in, the first time the 1st Marine Division had used amphibious tanks in a landing, and nothing had worked right. The entire 1st platoon of 5 tanks had already been knocked out or sunk by enemy fire. Now Brown could see others behind him being hit by Japanese pillboxes on both sides of him before they could reach dry land. Brown glanced toward the tank to his left, thinking of a buddy from Memphis who was somewhere down in its steel bowels. Then, before he could blink, the tank was blown to pieces by a 75mm enemy shell. Shards of its metal hide flew past Brown's head and clanged off the side of his own tank. Looking the other way, Brown saw one of the Amtraks already beached, its riflemen clambering down the rear ramp. Some of them threw themselves into the surf, dodging the debris from the ruined tank. Brown felt his assistant gunner tap him on the back to signal that the howitzer was loaded and set to fire. "Ready," he heard the guy say. Brown sighted in on one of the enemy pillboxes and slammed his fist against the firing button. But nothing happened. He tried 2 or 3 more times with the same result. "Gun's jammed," he said. "It won't fire." His words were lost as an armor-piercing shell ripped through the center of the tank just below his seat. It tore a hole big enough for a man to crawl through and blew apart 2 infantrymen just outside, but no one in the tank was seriously hurt. "Everybody out of here!" the tank commander shouted. "That son of a bitch has got our range!" Brown hauled himself out of the turret, jumped to the ground, and ran like a jackrabbit for the nearest shell hole. There were plenty of those, so he didn't have far to go. PFC Bill Layden's Amtrak slammed against Orange Beach 2 with a sudden jolt, sending men tumbling as the rear ramp fell open. Layden stumbled down the ramp, almost falling in the wet sand, then ran around the tractor and charged across the beach, dimly aware of other members of his squad running behind and beside him. 30 yards to his left, an enemy shell exploded, but the firing in the immediate vicinity had eased off. It seemed to be much heavier further to the left, where the remains of burning and disabled Amtraks dotted the beach and the reef beyond. Green-clad lumps at the edge of the surf and further inland marked the spots where Marines were dead or down. He pounded forward about a dozen steps. The rattle of small arms fire came from just ahead, and he heard occasional bullets buzzing like bees around him, but there was no sign of enemy soldiers. He threw himself flat against the sand, hugging his rifle and wishing he could dig a hole right there. Then the distant but well-remembered voice of Layden's drill instructor at Paris Island echoed in his mind, warning him. "A beach is not a good place to be. When you're on a beach, the first thing you want to do is get the hell off of it as fast as you can." "Let's go!" shouted Corporal Leonard Honor, Layden's fire team leader. "Let's keep moving!" About 60 yards directly in front of him, Layden could see the edge of the airfield and a line of green foliage that marked the point where the beach ended. In the distance, a long series of misty green ridges rose against the sky, reminding him of the mysterious island in the movie King Kong. Layden scrambled to his feet and started running again. A few moments later, he was on the fringe of the airfield, and he silently congratulated himself for moving inland so quickly. Then he realized he was all alone. He couldn't see anyone from his platoon in front of him or beside him, and when he looked back, there were no Marines behind him either. Taking cover behind a partially defoliated palm tree, he lay there panting and sweating. The climbing sun radiating off the sand and coral was already murderously hot, and he felt it getting hotter by the second. Layden thought about the long-ago Saturday, just a couple of months before the subway train disaster that killed his best friend, Donald Munoz, when he'd decided to walk all the way from Yonkers to Vermont just for the hell of it. He'd ended up hungry, shivering, and disoriented, spending the night in a cave somewhere well south of White Plains. He felt even more confused and forlorn now than he had then. The next 2 or 3 minutes seemed like half an hour, but there was still no sign of the rest of his platoon. Layden was about to head back toward the beach when he saw a uniformed figure running toward him from the right. He raised his rifle and almost fired before he realized it was another Marine. Layden didn't recognize the guy who plopped down beside him, but he knew he wasn't from K-35. The other Marine's face was covered with black and green camouflage paint with rivulets of perspiration running through it. "Damn, I almost shot you," Layden said. "What's your outfit?" "7th Marines," the guy panted. "Then what the hell are you doing on my left? I'm 5th Marines, and you guys are supposed to be off to the right of us." The guy shook his head. "All I know," he said, "is that this is where they parked my ass." Layden shrugged. "It's good to know I'm not the only one that's lost." he said. They both ducked as a Japanese mortar shell exploded a dozen yards away. On Orange Beach 1, a short distance north of Layden's position, Corporal Red Womack and other members of the flamethrower section of Weapons Company 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines found themselves in a hornet's nest. Mortar and small arms fire were kicking up sand all around them as the 6 two-man flamethrower squads ran onto the beach. The husky, red-bearded Womack braced himself under the 70 pounds of weapon and fuel on his back and tried not to break his stride. His assistant gunner, PFC William Lewis, trailed close behind. As he bolted around the side of the Amtrak and turned inland, Womack recognized a fallen Marine writhing on a patch of bloody sand almost under the front end of the tractor. The guy had been just ahead of him and Lewis as they came down the landing ramp. Now he looked to be badly hurt, maybe dying. Womack thought the guy's name was Beeson, and he wanted to stop and try to help him, but he didn't. Behind him, as he ran on, he heard someone call for a corpsman. Minutes later, and approximately a football field's length from the water's edge, Womack heard another yell. "Hey, Corporal, we need your blowtorch over here!" Keeping low, Womack moved as quickly as he could toward the voice until he spotted a 4-man Marine fire team pinned down in a hole. Just over a slight rise, he caught sight of a Japanese soldier with a light machine gun firing from behind piled-up chunks of coral. With Lewis and several other Marines providing covering fire, Womack moved to within about 50 feet of the enemy gunner. Lewis scrambled up behind him and tapped his knuckles on Womack's helmet. "You're set, Red," he said. Womack clenched his teeth and moved cautiously forward, trying to keep his mind fixed on the task at hand. He wanted it to be automatic, and he did everything in his power to blank out the consequences. "Just do it the way you've been trained to, the way you've done it 100 times before. There's no difference today. It's the same as it's always been." Only it wasn't. Always before, the target had been a dummy foxhole or empty bunker. Now, for the first time, he was about to unleash the awesome power in his hands against a living human being. Womack jerked the trigger and held it. From the flamethrower's nozzle, a cloud of bright orange fire and black smoke spewed, obscuring everything in its path. A 4 or 5 second burst would have been plenty to do the job, but in his nervousness, Womack expended his full 15 seconds worth of fuel and released the trigger only when his tank was empty. As the inferno abated slightly, he caught a glimpse of the enemy soldier, a blazing figure trying to run but shriveling like a wad of burning paper. Then it disappeared in a hail of Marine rifle bullets. The blowback from Womack's weapon was almost hot enough to singe his beard, and the odor it flung into his face was the worst he'd ever smelled. He staggered backward, fighting the choking sensation in his throat. The first thing Sergeant Jim McHenry saw as his rifle platoon ran onto Orange Beach 2 was a large cur dog watching the Marines from near the edge of the surf. The dog was wagging its tail, and its body was shaking from its hips to its shoulders. It seemed addled by the gunfire, but unhurt. It stared at McHenry for a few seconds, then trotted away down the beach, leaving the sergeant to wonder. If that dog can come through such a massive pre-invasion bombardment without a scratch, what about the Japanese? The answer came soon enough. The platoon hadn't gone far before McHenry spotted a group of enemy soldiers behind a pile of rocks. They were moving a 75mm field piece into position to fire toward the beach. "Take cover, you guys," he said. "Let's see if we can get some big stuff in here." As platoon guide and third in command of K-35's 3rd Platoon, McHenry was carrying a 2-way spam can walkie-talkie. But when he tried to call for artillery support to knock out the Japanese gun, he found the radio was useless. He could hear a jumble of voices competing with each other on various frequencies, but when he yelled into the thing, he got no response. "There's a tank coming, Mac," he heard one of the men yell. McHenry turned to see an amphibious tank rumbling toward them with its own 75mm cannon. Apparently the tank was having no luck with its radio either. "We're looking for the 7th Marines," the tank commander shouted from the open turret. "They're not in this sector," McHenry called back. "But come on with us, we can use your help." He gestured toward the Japanese artillery emplacement. "Can you take out that thing?" "Consider it done," the tank commander said. The tank's turret turned, and a second later its howitzer opened fire. The first round hit the target dead center, hurling the smashed field piece onto its side and sending chunks of coral flying. Some of the enemy gunners and ammo handlers tried to run, but the Marine riflemen picked them off before they could take more than a few steps. When McHenry and his men reached the wrecked gun, all the Japanese were dead. About 200 yards inland, near the invisible line dividing Orange Beach 2 from Orange Beach 3, Sergeant Fred Miller was crouching in the sand at the bottom of a 3-foot-deep shell crater. Although he was in no great pain, Miller could tell he was seriously hurt. The blood saturating his dungaree pants from just below his cartridge belt to near his left knee told him his wound was bad. He also had no sensation in his left leg. Miller had had a bad feeling about this day ever since the previous afternoon, when he'd learned that his best buddy, PFC Howard Mahaney, was in sickbay with a throat infection and was going to miss the invasion. The feeling had turned out to be right. Everything had been screwed up from the start. Then it had gone from bad to worse. Less than half an hour earlier, Miller had come ashore in the same Amtrak with Captain Akak Haldane and most of the rest of the K-35 headquarters platoon. They'd encountered no major problems most of the way in, but the enemy shelling grew heavier as they approached their assigned destination near the center of the beachhead. By the time they exited the Amtrak, the platoon was under intense artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire. Dozens of wrecked and burning Amtraks and amphibious trucks littered the beach or wallowed helplessly in the surf, especially off to the left, where the 1st Marines were taking a terrific pounding. Seconds after landing, Miller had glanced seaward in time to see the Amtrak right behind his own, the one carrying the company's radio man and all its communications equipment, take a direct hit and explode. As debris fell around him, Miller remembered Haldane shouting, "Let's get moving! We're in a crossfire and we've got to get off this beach!" Miller had run past several fallen Marines. He'd tried not to look at them, but one in particular caught his eye. The man was dragging himself along in the sand with one of his feet turned the wrong way and attached to his leg only by a single exposed tendon. The platoon pushed inland, running a dozen or so steps at a time, then hitting the deck. The nearest cover, except for the shell holes and bomb craters pocking the beach, looked to be some scrubby brush in the distance. But about halfway to the brush, a tank trap ditch yawned in front of them. Haldane motioned the others into it, then jumped in after them. The firing from in front was still fierce, most of it from unseen machine guns that had set up interlacing fields of fire, making every move by a Marine a gamble with death. But the platoon was also beginning to take fire on its right flank, from the direction where the 7th Marines should have been. Confusion, chaos, and death seemed to be everywhere. "I need a runner, Sergeant," Haldane told Miller. "All our communications equipment was on that Amtrak that got hit, so we've got no contact with the 7th Marines. They're supposed to form a line even with us on our right, but they don't know where we are and vice versa. We may end up shooting each other unless we hook up soon." "What do you want me to do?" Miller asked. "Fall back about 50 yards toward the beach where the firing's not so heavy," the captain said. "Then try to work your way to the right and see if you can locate anybody from the 7th. Tell them our position, and let's see if we can get ourselves coordinated." It was about 5 minutes later when Miller ran afoul of the machine gun in the Japanese pillbox. It had loomed up suddenly some 20 yards ahead as he darted from behind a patch of brush. He dived headlong for the crater just as the machine gun opened fire. He'd been a split second too late. At first he thought he'd merely stumbled at the edge of the hole and that was what had caused his fall. Then, when he saw the blood and realized he was hit, he was afraid the bullet had pierced his stomach. The fear left his throat dry and made the rising heat of the day feel even more intense. He reached instinctively for one of his canteens, but a warning thought stopped him. "You can't drink water, damn it. If you're gut shot, they say drinking water can kill you quicker than the wound itself." A strange calmness descended on him. He took out his K-bar knife and slit open his upper pants leg. Blood pulsed out of his left thigh through a red-black hole the size of his little finger. He held a compress from his first aid kit tightly against the hole until the bleeding slowed to an ooze. He shook sulfa powder onto the wound and gave himself a shot of morphine, although he felt little pain. Then he noticed that a second bullet had punched through his left hand. The hand was numb and bleeding slightly, but he could still move his fingers a little. Compared to a bullet in the belly, the damage to his hand and thigh seemed almost inconsequential. He treated himself to a long gulp of water. Using his right hand, Miller picked up his M1, wondering if he could put a round or two through the narrow gun port in the front of the pillbox. He had 300 rounds of ammo for the rifle, so he could keep up a steady rate of fire for a long time if he dared try. At least, it might keep the Japanese from rushing him for a while. Common sense told him that other Marines had to be close by, maybe within a few yards, but he'd never felt so isolated. For a while he lost track of time. He was growing woozy from the heat and the loss of blood, but every couple of minutes he'd stick the muzzle of the M1 over the edge of the crater and squeeze off a few shots at the pillbox. Each time the Japanese gunner would respond with a burst of fire that kicked up sand and sent it cascading down on Miller as he ducked. But the enemy soldiers made no attempt to move toward him. Now and then, to fight the stifling heat, he took a swig of water. There was no shade in the crater, and the sun was scorching and blindingly bright. When he pushed himself up to fire at the pillbox again, he caught sight of two Marines. They weren't more than 100 feet away, and when he waved at them, they saw him and started working their way toward him. Miller tossed a pair of smoke grenades out in front of the pillbox to give them cover, and, seconds later, they jumped into the hole with him. Miller managed a wide grin. He'd never been so elated to see anybody in his life. The presence of the two Marines made him feel as secure as if a whole battalion had just showed up. "Just try something now, you damn Japs," he thought. "Come on, I dare you." "7th Marines?" he asked groggily. "Yeah," one of them replied. "You hit bad?" "I'll make it. My leg's just not working too good." He drifted into unconsciousness for a few minutes, and when he came to, the pillbox had been silenced, and a Navy corpsman was working on him. Soon 2 stretcher-bearers were carrying him through sporadic fire to an aid station. Just over an hour after Miller had landed on Peleliu, he was on his way to a hospital ship offshore. It would be 17 months before he recovered enough to walk unaided. But as Miller and most of the 9,000 infantrymen of the 1st Marine Division who remained behind would readily agree, he was one of the lucky ones. Chapter 5. The White Beaches Turn Red. While the 5th Marines battled confusion and chaos on the Orange Beaches, Colonel Chesty Puller's 1st Marines were running into a wall of fierce Japanese resistance on the northernmost portion of the beachhead, designated as White Beaches 1 and 2. Even before the first wave of assault troops landed, their Amtraks had come under heavy fire, and once ashore they found themselves caught in the jaws of what amounted to a giant meat grinder. 60 yards off White Beach 1, mortar shells were dropping all around the Amtrak carrying the headquarters platoon of K-31, commanded by Captain George Hunt. Seconds later, Hunt, who had left a job as a staff writer for Life magazine to lead a rifle company, also heard the whine of enemy machine gun fire. "Damn, those are bullets!" shouted the tractor's commander from behind his .50 caliber weapon. "Heads up! I'm going to spray the trees!" "Son of a bitch!" Hunt muttered to himself. "The beach is lousy with the bastards." Most of the heavier fire seemed to be coming from slightly above and to his left. As Hunt glanced that way, he immediately recognized the sheer walls of a promontory called the Point, which jutted about 25 yards into the ocean. There were Japanese on the beach all right, but Hunt knew that the Point was the biggest hotbed of enemy firepower in the vicinity. He'd stared many times at aerial photos of the craggy formation, showing at least 2 pillboxes carved into it and a network of concrete fortifications around its base. Taking the Point was his company's #1 objective, and if the Japanese guns embedded in it were still operational, it meant a mess of trouble for this whole section of beach. The hollowed-out coral mass, resembling a giant worm-eaten chocolate drop, harbored enough mortars, machine guns, and small-bore artillery to menace every man and object for several hundred yards to the south. As the amphibious tractor, one of too many with no rear ramp, bounded ashore, its nose tilted sharply upward, then leveled out again. Hunt looked over the gunwale to see shattered coconut trees and splintered stumps. Then the Amtrak commander nodded in Hunt's direction. "Everybody out!" the captain said as he jumped over the side. The impact of the 8-foot drop to the ground jarred Hunt's legs and threw him off balance, but he recovered quickly. He ran inland as fast as he could for about 75 yards until he spotted a good-sized shell hole and slid into it. The air was full of black smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Hunt's mouth and throat were dry, and sweat was dripping off the end of his nose. As he took a swig of water from his canteen, a bullet smacked the sand inches away. Along with Hunt in the shell hole were his headquarters platoon leader, Second Lieutenant Ray Strammel, two of his runners, PFCs Coleman Blackburn and Patrick J. Kelly, a radio operator, and several other Marines. First Sergeant Schmidtau was crouching behind a bush just beyond the rim of the hole. "Corpsman, up here!" Schmidtau called out. "We got a man hit!" Hunt had no idea where the rest of his company was. He couldn't see any of his 3 rifle platoons or any of his machine guns, but he thought he heard some of them firing to his right and left. Heavy enemy mortar rounds shook the ground in an ominous pattern. The blasts straddled the crater where Hunt and the others huddled. As they drew closer, some of the shells burst within a few feet of the hole, but none hit it directly. To Hunt's amazement, Lieutenant Colonel R.P. Ross, the regiment's executive officer, suddenly jumped into the hole. Ross seemed as stunned and confused as everyone else. He and the rest of the regimental command staff were supposed to be well to the right on White Beach 2, and Hunt couldn't imagine what Colonel Puller's second-in-command was doing in the midst of all this mayhem. Hunt offered a cigarette, but Ross declined. "I've got to keep moving." The colonel's voice was a breathless wheeze. "Take care of my radio operator. He's been hit." A corpsman clambered over to where the radio man lay. "He's dead, Colonel," the medic said. "Oh. Well, good luck," Ross said. He ran on down the beach just as the voice of Lieutenant William Bull Sellers, Hunt's own second-in-command, crackled over the radio. Sellers was supposed to be about 50 yards away. Hunt hoped he was no further. "Send up stretchers," Hunt snapped. "We're getting casualties." Moments later, Hunt heard a scuffling sound behind him and turned to see Blackburn, one of his runners, writhing in pain with an arm wound. After Blackburn was tended to, there was still no sign of any stretcher bearers, so Hunt got Sellers on the radio again. "Where in hell are the stretchers?" "They should be there by now," Sellers said. "There's Japs all around us back here." The first wave of Amtraks crawled onto White Beach 1 at 0832, barely 2 minutes behind the planner's schedule, and other waves crowded in only seconds behind them. Each of the amphibious tractor drivers was trying desperately to dump his contingent of 24 men ashore and get out of the danger zone as fast as possible. The resulting congestion gave the Japanese a tempting array of closely packed targets along the length of the white beaches, and they were taking maximum advantage of it. Instead of strengthening the beachhead, the arrival of more Amtraks thrusting more Marines onto the crowded shore only made the situation more deadly. As Captain Everett Pope led C Company 1st Battalion 1st Marines, C-11, across the beach, he counted at least 15 or 16 burning Amtraks to his left and right. There was no time for a more accurate tally. Marines were being hit all around him. The beach was very shallow, and Pope saw that the Japanese had it rigged like a shooting gallery. Every enemy gun barrel on the island seemed to be aimed squarely at his 235 men. "Don't bunch up," Pope yelled. "Spread out and get down." Then he took his own advice and threw himself onto the sand. The same interlacing fields of enemy fire that Pope's friend Andy Haldane had experienced on the Orange Beaches with the 5th Marines were far more deadly in the 1st Marines sector. Close to half the regiment's Amtraks looked to have been blasted crossing the reef, or just as they touched shore, and men were falling by the dozens as they tried to escape the blazing hulks. At some points, the surf was red with American blood. The situation was desperate from the outset and aggravated by a near-total communications breakdown. All 5 of the LVT amphibian tanks carrying the regiment's communications equipment suffered direct hits before they got across the reef. Rifle platoons and even whole companies were left pinned down, isolated, and at the mercy of concentrated enemy fire originating from a slight embankment about 100 yards inland. Meanwhile, fire from the point, the knob of rock jutting up from the north end of the beach, was gnawing away at the exposed left flank of the entire 3rd Battalion. Further south, on White Beach 2, the 2nd Battalion was also within range of the point's heavy mortars and artillery. In addition to the relentless fire from these positions, Marines also came under attack from a network of spider holes along the beach, each harboring at least one Japanese rifleman. On White Beach 2, Lieutenant Colonel Russell Hansowitz, commanding the 2nd Battalion, saw his adjutant killed by an enemy soldier who jumped from a small hole and shot the officer at point-blank range. Despite the fact that he was getting his first taste of combat, PFC Fred K. Fox had volunteered to man the .30 caliber machine gun on the right side of his Amtrak on the way in. Fox, an 18-year-old from Houston, was a flamethrower operator attached to K-31, but he'd also trained on machine guns. Now, 100 or so yards from shore, his tractor was receiving intense mortar and anti-boat gunfire. So far, none of the enemy shells had hit home, but Fox was soaking wet from seawater flung up by near misses. Lacking any discernible targets, Fox fired into the coconut trees as the tractor approached the beach. Then, some 50 yards to his left, he spotted a camouflaged gun embrasure and a Japanese soldier trying to push the brush aside to see out. Fox turned loose the machine gun, grabbed his flamethrower, and buckled it on. Lieutenant Ralph Blackjack Estey, leader of the 3rd Platoon, was the first man down the rear ramp of the Amtrak. Fox was close behind, followed by his assistant gunner and fellow Texan, PFC Thomas Whitey Hudson. While Estey moved in another direction, Fox and Hudson ran straight for the Japanese gun emplacement. They paused as Hudson fired several blasts toward the embrasure from his 12-gauge military shotgun, and Fox readied the flamethrower for action. They were within about 20 yards of the embrasure when Fox squeezed on the valve of the flamethrower and pressed the igniting trigger. Nothing happened. Fox ran closer and tried again. Still nothing. Roughly half his fuel squirted out, splattering the embrasure and the brush around it, but the firing mechanism still refused to work. "It's no good!" Fox yelled to Hudson. "Let's get out of here!" They ran back toward the beach, but there was no cover. Their Amtrak was already in the water again, heading out to pick up another load. They made for the nearest protection, a gaping 4-foot-deep shell hole. 3 Marine demolition engineers were already in the hole, staring nervously at a bright orange aerial bomb standing nose up in the sand, where it had been buried by the Japanese as an anti-tank mine. "I don't think this is a good place to be," one of the engineers said. Fox agreed. He dumped his flamethrower pack, gas mask, and life belt at the bottom of the hole, and the 5 of them jumped up and ran toward a tangle of burned trees and brush some 20 yards away. Behind him, Fox heard someone shout, "Gas! Gas!" He hesitated for an instant, thinking of going back for his gas mask. Then he changed his mind and ran on. As Fox reached the undergrowth, the first thing he saw was Lieutenant Estey, sitting in a clump of brush and bleeding from a deep gash in his left arm above the elbow. While Fox was trying to cut away the lieutenant's sleeve and get a bandage on the wound, a stream of machine gun bullets spattered the sand beside them. Fox rolled away and Estey fell to the ground, but the bullets missed them both. "I can't handle this Tommy gun," Estey said, indicating the Thompson submachine gun beside him. "I'll trade you for your pistol." They'd just made the exchange when PFC Kelly, one of Captain Hunt's runners, dropped down beside them. "Looks like we lost all our damn machine guns out in the water," Kelly said, "and the company's taking heavy casualties. The captain wants to know how the 3rd Platoon's making out." "Tell him I've been hit and we're shot up pretty bad," Estey said, "but I'm sending the rest of the platoon on to the point. If we don't root the Japs out of there, we're all dead." Corporal Swede Hansen was Norwegian by birth rather than Swedish, but that hadn't mattered to his buddies in boot camp, who quickly dubbed him with the nickname he'd been known by ever since. Hansen had connived his way into the Marines in early 1943 by chasing down a truck filled with new recruits and stowing away on it after he'd been told there was no room for him. As an extra man without proper papers, he'd been cursed, berated, and threatened for 3 days before a lieutenant colonel finally relented and swore him into the Corps. Now, as Hansen charged through the chaos and carnage on White Beach 1, he could only wonder why he'd gone to so damned much trouble to get himself in a mess like this. A veteran S2 intelligence scout attached to Captain Hunt's K-3-1, Hansen had known going in that he'd have to move fast or die. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Amtraks circling in the surf and tanks plowing toward shore. The beach was being inundated with men, and many of them were never going to live to get off. With bullets clanging off the steel hull of his Amtrak, and Marines getting cut down as they piled out on its north side, Hansen climbed over the opposite gunwale instead. If not for that, plus the fact that he was as skinny as a fence post, over 6 feet tall and only about 130 pounds, he figured he would have been hit already. He stayed on the heels of Lieutenant Sellers, the burly ex-Alabama farm boy and company exec who commanded his platoon, until they came to a thick concrete pillar in the sand a few yards inland. It was part of a Japanese tank trap and the only concealment in sight. As Hansen and Sellers hurled themselves behind it, a burst of enemy machine gun bullets slammed the concrete, sending chips of it flying. Several tank crewmen lugging a .30 caliber machine gun and identifiable by their insignia and goggles tumbled down beside Hansen and crouched there, panting. One of them was wearing a gorgeous string of black pearls around his neck. "I thought you guys were supposed to be out ahead of us," Hansen said. The tanker grinned. "We were, but our tank got hit. You got a Jap machine gun right on your fanny, so don't move till we can take care of it." Despite the warning, Sellers risked a look around the edge of the pillar. "There's also 2 47mm anti-boat guns in the pillbox right in front of us," he said, ducking quickly as more slugs ricocheted off the concrete. "My God, we're getting small arms fire, too! The damn Japs are everywhere!" At that instant, one of the anti-boat guns opened fire and a shell hissed directly over Sellers's head. From the sound, it didn't miss the lieutenant by more than a few inches. He flattened himself against the ground, shaking and swearing, while the machine gunners next to him got busy with their own weapon. "Son of a bitch, that was close," Sellers said. Hansen felt strangely giddy. He stared at Sellers for a moment, then laughed uncontrollably. He had no idea why he did it, but he couldn't stop himself. Maybe it was panic or pure hysteria. He didn't know. All he knew was that he kept laughing until Sellers yelled at him. "Damn it, Sweet, if you don't shut up, I'm gonna slug you." Hansen fell silent. He felt the heat radiating off the concrete pillar. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, but it was already unmercifully hot. Hotter than it had ever been back in Duluth, he thought. The Marines had been told to expect D-Day temperatures in the upper 90s. In reality, the mercury would soar past 115 by mid-afternoon. Streams of sweat ran down Swede's face, and he didn't feel like laughing anymore. He felt more like screaming. Beside him, the tankers were blazing away with their .30 caliber weapon at one of the Japanese positions. "Haven't you got that bastard yet?" Hansen asked. "We're working on our third one right now," one of the gunners said. "When we tell you guys to get going, you better run like hell." There was another long burst from the machine gun. "Now!" the gunner shouted. "Go!" Hansen did as he was told, running at a crouch past a wrecked Amtrak. But he'd gotten only a few steps further when he spotted a wounded Marine lying right at the water's edge. The guy's face was fish-belly white, and Hansen could tell he was seriously hurt. No wounds were visible on the upper part of his body, but his lower extremities were underwater, and swirls of blood darkened the surf around him. Hansen's training told him to keep moving, but the fallen Marine looked up as he ran past, and when their eyes met, he knew he had to stop. The firing had slacked off as Swede dropped to the wet sand and crawled up to the wounded man's side. "Keep going, man," the guy said, trying to wave Hansen away. "Please, there's nothing you can do for me." "I can't leave you here like this," Swede said. He reached down and lifted the man's head. "I'll get a corpsman." "No use, I tell you." Just go on and save yourself." Despite the man's protests, Hansen took him by the shoulders and tugged, trying to pull him out of the water. Only then did he realize, to his horror, that the man's body had been virtually severed in half. His head, arms, and torso were in one piece, the rest of him in another. "See what I mean?" the Marine said calmly. "There's no hope for me. Forget it and find yourself some cover." A shudder passed through Hansen as he relaxed his grip and eased the man back onto the sand. But instead of leaving, he flattened himself beside the dying Marine. By rights, he knew the man should be dead already, but sometimes the human body could play weird tricks. Swede recalled a train accident when he was a boy in northern Minnesota. A hobo had suffered the same type of fatal injuries when he was run over by a locomotive, yet he was still conscious and talking when would-be rescuers reached him. The pressure of the wheels had sealed the victim's wounds tightly enough to keep him from bleeding to death for a while. It had to be the same way with the Marine. "I'll go pretty soon," Swede said. "What happened?" "Got in the way of one of our tanks. Wasn't his fault. The driver never saw me." Hansen stayed with the man for about 10 minutes, talking quietly to him over the incessant sound of gunfire and whining bullets. He said whatever popped into his mind while the Marine grew steadily weaker and less responsive. "I got to go now," Swede said finally. "The Lord be with you, buddy." "Stay low," the man whispered. "Be sure you stay low." Those were the last words Hansen heard him say. Colonel Chesty Puller confronted the slaughter engulfing his regiment on the beach with the brashness and bravado for which he was either famous or notorious, depending on the point of view. In days to come, Puller would be faulted bitterly and often for either failing or refusing to recognize the plight of his first Marines on Peleliu, or even to acknowledge the terrible losses they suffered during the first few days of fighting there. Blame for the bloodbath on the white beaches on September 15 probably rests most heavily on the Navy, given the ineffectiveness of its pre-invasion bombardment, plus the fact that Puller's request for artillery strikes on the point had been ignored. But in the ensuing struggle to capture and hold the point, and in the fighting of the next few days in the treacherous ridges of the Ummerbrogel, Puller placed his men in what may have been the most untenable and costly situations of the Pacific War. According to his detractors, he wasted many lives, and did so while minimizing his regiment's casualties, or even concealing their extent from his superiors. Although there were plenty of fresh army troops in reserve, Puller allegedly avoided calling for reinforcements that could have swung the balance of the battle and significantly cut his losses. But even among his most outspoken critics, few have questioned the personal bravery and courage under fire that made Puller a legend in his own time and a living personification of the old breed. Among the descriptive adjectives applied to him were cocky, jut-jawed, rip-roaring, totally fearless, and bigger than life, although he stood a mere 5 feet 8 inches. Puller had distinguished himself in Haiti and China before the war, served as a battalion commander on Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester, and had been given command of his own regiment ahead of numerous more experienced but less flamboyant officers. He already had 3 Navy Crosses, and, word was, he wanted a Congressional Medal of Honor and a Brigadier's Star to go with them. He would get neither on Peleliu, but not for lack of valor on the part of his men. True to form, Puller came ashore during the perilous early moments of the landing, and he was very much in evidence as the first Marines gouged out a fragile toehold in the sand. In fact, Swede Hansen almost trampled his regimental commander underfoot as he raced along the beach in search of the shell hole where Captain Hunt and his staff were trying to set up a makeshift command post. "I was running as hard as I could when I saw Puller sitting cross-legged in the sand like a gook, chewing on his corncob pipe and watching the action," Hansen recalled. "I couldn't believe he was there so close to the front, and the only way I could keep from stepping on him was to jump right over his head. I said, 'Hey, Chesty,' as I went by, and he yelled back, 'Give him hell, Marine!' It didn't ruffle him a bit." About 100 feet further on, Hansen tumbled into what passed for the moment as Hunt's CP. There were only 4 others there when Hansen arrived, including Hunt, Lieutenants Sellers and Strammel, and Sergeant Schmittow. Next to reach the CP was a communications man carrying a pack-size radio. He and Hunt were trying, without much success, to contact the rifle platoons when Hunt's runner, PFC Kelly, jumped into the hole. Kelly grimaced, and Hansen saw blood on his dungaree pants. "I think I got lead in my leg," Kelly said. When Hansen tore open the pants leg, he found a neat, round bullet hole above Kelly's knee. "Hold still," he said. "Let me get some sulfa powder and a bandage on it." "Why don't you just give me your first aid kit?" Kelly wanted to know. "To hell with that," said Hansen. "You'll be in a sick bay on a hospital ship pretty soon, but I'll be here in this shithole for God knows how long. I may need this first aid kit worse than you do." Captain Hunt and the radio man finally managed to reach Lieutenant William Willis, the fast-talking New Yorker who commanded the 1st Platoon, and the news Willis conveyed wasn't good. The 3rd Platoon had suffered a hell of a lot of casualties, Willis said, and he had no contact at all with the 2nd Platoon on his right. In the area where the 2nd was supposed to be, there was nothing but Japs as far as Willis could tell. As soon as Hunt broke contact with Willis, he called Major William McNulty, the battalion exec. "We're pretty well shot up and there's a gap between my 2 assault platoons," Hunt said. "I'm throwing the 1st Platoon in to take the point. The goddamn naval gunfire didn't faze the Japs. We need stretcher bearers." Unless they could break through and capture the point, Hunt realized, his whole company, maybe the whole battalion, stood to be wiped out. He needed to push in that direction right away to join Willis, but first he crawled over to check on Kelly and see what the wounded runner could tell him. "Jesus, there's K Company guys lying dead and wounded all around," Kelly panted. "They got shot up going up the beach toward that point." The 3rd Platoon's Lieutenant Esty was wounded, and his second-in-command, Platoon Sergeant John Koval, was dead. Sergeant Dick Weber, a squad leader, had been running the platoon since 15 minutes after the landing, Kelly said. While Kelly was still talking, a bullet clipped off the antenna on the radio. Hunt had hoped to hold the 1st Platoon in reserve while the other 2 assaulted the point, but now he knew he was out of options, and he made the only decision possible. He had no choice but to commit his whole company, all that was left of it, to destroying the Japanese killing machine burrowed into the rocky innards of the point. He turned toward the radio operator. "Come on," he said. "We've got to get moving." There was no answer. The radio man was dead, shot through the head. In the space of about an hour, Esty's 3rd Platoon and Willis's 1st Platoon had lost close to 2/3 of their men, with about 60 either killed or wounded. But the job of dislodging the Japanese from the point rested squarely on the remaining thin ranks of riflemen, without a single machine gun to cover their advance, and only a scattered tank or 2 in the vicinity to offer artillery support. Meanwhile, the condition and whereabouts of the 2nd Platoon remained anybody's guess. Hunt had yet to learn that 2nd Lieutenant Wayland Woodyard, commander of the 2nd, had been killed on the beach by a Japanese sniper during the first minutes after the landing. PFC Joe Dariano, the 2nd Platoon rifleman from northern Ohio, saw Lieutenant Woodyard fall dead a few feet from him. In the next moment, Corporal Warren Lloyd, the leader of Dariano's 4-man fire team, was also killed, and Platoon Sergeant Emil Masick was wounded. "Our guys were dropping all around me," Dariano recalled later. "We were totally unorganized, without officers or squad leaders, and completely cut off from the rest of the company and battalion. Out of the 45 guys in my platoon, 19 were killed and 21 were wounded that first day." Those who lived through the slaughter of the first few minutes finally found cover in a 10-foot-deep tank trap running parallel to the beach. For a moment, Dariano thought he was out of harm's way, but as soon as the platoon's survivors regrouped, they heeded the warnings that had been drummed into their heads to get off the beach and started over the other side of the tank trap. They met an immediate firestorm of rifle and machine gun bullets. Dariano saw a young replacement beside him shot through the head and killed instantly. He fired his own M1 toward the machine gun nest ahead of him, but he'd gone only about 15 feet from the tank trap when he was hit too. For a few seconds, everything went black. When Dariano came to, blood was running out from under his helmet and streaming down his face. He turned and crawled back toward the tank trap, but before he reached it, he was hit again. The second bullet tore through Dariano's shoulder and took out a chunk of his collarbone. The first slug had slammed into his helmet, creasing his skull and mangling his left ear. He rolled to the bottom of the trench and lay there unable to move, wondering if he was dying. He looked up and saw Corporal Douglas Foley, his squad leader, friend, and ex-tent mate back on Pavuvu, leaning over him. "Jesus, Dariano!" Foley exclaimed. "Is that you under all that blood?" Foley wiped Dariano's face, got a bandage on his shoulder, and lit a cigarette for him. A little later, pharmacist's mate Bill Jenkins, a Navy corpsman, dressed the wounds thoroughly and gave Dariano a shot of morphine and some pain pills. "You'll be okay," Jenkins told him, "so just hang on. We'll get you evacuated as soon as possible, but we've got a lot of dead and wounded guys and the Japs have us pretty well hemmed in. Looks like we may have to stay in this ditch for a while." If the point was to be taken at all, it had to be taken quickly, even without the second platoon. Otherwise, Hunt's whole company could be bled to death before it got the job done. The only way to do it was by brutal frontal assault, with Willis's platoon leading the attack, and Hunt bringing up the rest of his available force on the double. He could only hope he'd have enough men left to break the enemy's hold on the objective once they got to it. Hurrying north toward the point, darting from tree to tree through a shell-blasted coconut grove, Hunt and his men ran past an incredible tableau of death and misery. The scenes of human wreckage bewildered Hunt at first, then made him burn with anger. As he later recalled, "I saw a ghastly mixture of bandages, bloody and mutilated skin, men gritting their teeth, resigned to their wounds, men groaning and writhing in their agonies, men outstretched or twisted or grotesquely transfixed in the attitudes of death, men with their entrails exposed or whole chunks of body ripped out of them." Corporal Swede Hansen, who had been sent back down the beach by Hunt to try to find a Sherman tank, worked his way to the top of a rock and stared at the carnage stretched out before him. "I saw more dead Marines than I'd ever seen in one place," he said. "There had to be at least 100 of them in that one bunch." Hansen heard someone call his name and turned. It was the machine gunner from the tank who had shared a shell hole with Swede earlier. He was sprawled in the sand, his lips black and blood gushing from his belly. "I'm hit," the machine gunner said. "I'm really hit bad." "Take it easy, Mac," Swede said. "I'll try to find a doc and send him back for you." It was hopeless, he knew. There were no living corpsmen anywhere near, and the man would be dead within minutes anyway. Hansen paused again to kneel beside another dying Marine whose intestines had been blown out of his body and lay drying in the sun on top of his stomach. "Just drag me into the water and let me die," the man pleaded. Hansen jerked out his handkerchief, slopped water onto it from his canteen, and laid the wet cloth over the man's intestines. Then he ran on. There was nothing else he could do. Nearby, Fred Fox also stopped to try to help PFC Russell Matz, who lay motionless in a widening puddle of blood. Fox opened Matz's jacket but couldn't see where the blood was coming from, so he cut his pants open with his knife and ripped them all the way down. There was a hole low in Matz's abdomen, and purple blood was spurting out of it with each beat of his heart. His eyes were glassy and more blood was dribbling from his mouth. "Corpsman! Corpsman!" Fox shouted. There was no response. Fox shook his head, feeling helpless and sick inside, then jumped to his feet and started running again. To those who stormed the point and lived, the attack by Hunt's decimated company is remembered as one continuous blur of gunfire, grenade blasts, men's screams, mangled corpses, and ferocious no-quarter struggle. By the time Hunt's contingent arrived, Lieutenant Willis's Marines had already launched the assault. Their losses had been heavy, but Japanese dead lay all along the base of the rise leading up to the point. More enemy bodies filled the niches and crannies gouged into the jagged coral mound. A few dozen yards from the point itself, Fox, Hudson, and a couple of other Marines stumbled onto an enemy Nambu light machine gun set up in a small clearing. 2 dead Japanese in spotless khaki uniforms lay beside it. As a former machine gunner, Fox knew how to operate the gun, so he stuffed about a dozen 30-round ammo strips into his dungaree jacket, and he and his comrades picked up the gun and hauled it toward the point. About 15 yards further on, a Japanese soldier ran past them and disappeared before they could get a shot off. But they saw that he'd come out of a dugout. On closer inspection, they found a stairway cut into the coral. Fox cradled his Tommy gun and pitched a smoke grenade down the steps. When nobody came out, he and his mates tossed in several more. After the smoke thinned out, they ventured inside for a look. At the bottom of the steps, Fox spotted a Japanese officer staring at him through a pair of black-rimmed glasses with one lens knocked out. The officer's left arm was burned black, but in his right hand he held a Nambu pistol aimed at Fox's face. Fox killed him with a burst from the Tommy gun, then moved past him down the steps. At the foot of the stairway was a 12 by 15-foot room, some sort of command center for the area, Fox guessed. Another Japanese officer lay dead, the handle of his own samurai sword protruding from his belly. In a corner lay more Japanese bodies, apparently killed by the grenades. "Any of those Japs got watches on them?" asked Hudson when Fox came back up the steps. Fox shrugged, and Hudson went down to check. Seconds later, Fox heard 3 loud blasts from his assistant's shotgun. Hudson reemerged, souvenirless, his face white. "Damn, some of those bastards were still alive," he said. Within 15 minutes after the assault began, the small band of K-31 survivors had taken the point. "Good going, Will," Hunt told Willis. "You've done a wonderful job." "It wasn't me," said Willis softly. "It was these men." Willis had every right to be proud of his Marines. They'd used M1s, BARs, and Tommy guns to wipe out the protective cordon of Japanese infantry around the base of the point, then scrambled over the rocks and boulders like goats to silence the enemy machine guns. They'd swarmed through the point's intricate fortifications with a vengeance, using smoke grenades for cover, darting in close enough to hit concrete embrasures with regular grenades, firing rifle grenades through the slits of pillboxes. Now, for the first time since the landing, it was almost quiet. Men were able to smoke and catch their breath as they took stock of their latest casualties and examined the point's maze-like interior. The firing had died down to a few sporadic shots. Hunt found the body of Sergeant David C. McNeil lying directly in front of a 47-millimeter gun in one of the 5 reinforced concrete pillboxes within the gnarled coral mass. The gun had been blown askew, and the bodies of a half-dozen Japanese were strewn around it. McNeil's eyes were wide open, almost as if they were still admiring his handiwork. In all, the Marines counted at least 110 enemy bodies in the immediate area. Even more important, the first strategic position on Peleliu was in American hands, at least for the moment. It was no wonder the Japanese who occupied the point had inflicted so much damage, Hunt realized. The aerial photos he'd seen hadn't begun to show the true extent of its fortifications and firepower. From its craggy crest, Hunt could see the length of the beachhead. It swarmed with amphibious tractors evacuating wounded, amphibious trucks unloading supplies, hurriedly established aid stations, and thousands of milling men. "What a target!" he exclaimed to Willis. Now their challenge was to hold this hard-won knob of limestone and coral, and it would be no easy task. Men were already piling up rocks and fallen logs as breastworks, but by Hunt's tally, fewer than 30 of the surviving Marines with him were fit for combat. The only machine guns they had were a couple taken from dead enemy gunners. The batteries in their radio were fading fast, and there were no phone connections to the point. Ammunition and grenades were in short supply, and his men were almost out of water. They were separated from the rest of the battalion on the beach by a no-man's land crawling with Japanese, and Hunt still didn't know where his second platoon was, much less if anyone in it was still alive. The mass confusion that characterized the beaches extended right on up to the 1st Marine Division's top command level. Brigadier General Oliver P. Smith, executive officer of the division, got his first hint that all wasn't going well on the beachhead about 45 minutes after H hour. Smith and his staff boarded the destroyer Hazelwood from a Higgins boat, expecting to find an Amtrak waiting to take them ashore. But by this time so many of the tractors were burning, sunk, or wrecked that none was available. They waited for an hour and a half before they were able to hail an LVT and it picked them up. On the way in, the inexperienced driver encountered heavy mortar fire and a series of barbed wire entanglements. He took a sharp turn to the north, and Smith had to warn the driver that he was running out of beach before he veered back toward the shore. This unexpected detour placed the division staff in the hot spot of White Beach 2 instead of at their intended destination, well to the south on relatively calm Orange Beach 2. Two of Smith's lieutenants found themselves in a firefight with a Japanese in a spider hole before the general even left the Amtrak. But once the enemy soldier was killed with a Tommy gun, the general was able to set up a command post in an abandoned tank trap. By 11:30 a.m., less than 3 hours after the first assault troops landed, the CP was in business. Within the next hour or so, Smith established radio contact with the regimental CPs of both the 5th and 7th Marines. Colonel Bucky Harris of the 5th, anchoring the middle of the beachhead, had a generally encouraging report. He described resistance on Orange Beaches 1 and 2 as scattered, and not much heavier as the Marines moved inland and took up positions at the edge of the airfield. Colonel Herman Hannikin's 7th Marines, however, had run into problems from the outset. The clutter of damaged tanks and tractors on the reef forced the Amtraks carrying the 7th's 3rd Battalion to go in single file, dodging mines and underwater obstacles, as well as enemy anti-boat and machine gun fire. When they reached Orange Beach 3, they ran into a maze of barbed wire barricades and landmines, backed by a network of bunkers and pillboxes rivaling those on the White Beaches. For the first few minutes ashore, enemy fire was relentless. Then, inexplicably, it tailed off, and Hannikin and his staff managed to set up the battalion CP in yet another tank trap. "We've got our hands full," he reported to General Smith. "Right now we're pretty much pinned down, and we need some help from reinforcements and tanks to clear out the south piece of the island." Hannikin described the 7th's losses as about what were expected and not too heavy. Meanwhile, from Chesty Puller's 1st Marines, there was only an ominous silence. Without radio contact, division headquarters had only the vaguest idea of where Puller's command post was and knew nothing of the regiment's condition. Puller actually may have preferred it this way, at least for the time being. He enjoyed the role of lone wolf and hated having the brass breathing down his neck. Puller's actions that day also suggest that he was trying to deny the harsh reality of the 1st Marines' situation, not only to his superiors, but to himself. Smith finally had no option but to send a liaison officer out on foot to try to locate Puller. When the winded and badly shaken officer returned early on D-Day afternoon, he'd managed to find the 1st Marines CP. It was near the foot of a ridge about 300 yards northeast of Smith's position, he reported, and under relentless fire from Japanese artillery, mortars, and machine guns. Shortly before 2 p.m., a bullet-dodging communications team succeeded in running a phone line to Puller's CP, and Smith got his first authoritative word on what was happening on the White Beaches. But Puller provided little information, and what he did offer was grossly inaccurate. "How are you coming over there?" Smith asked. "All right," Puller replied. "Do you need any help?" "No, I can manage." "What about casualties?" "Maybe as many as 40 killed and wounded," Puller said. The facts that later emerged told a far different story from Puller's. Captain Hunt and the remnants of his company now occupying the point could have given a much more accurate picture. In reality, most of the 500-plus men lost on D-Day by the 1st Marines, roughly one-sixth of its regimental strength, were already dead or wounded by the time Puller spoke to Smith. More than 100 engineering Marines and other rear echelon troops from the shore party had already been shanghaied to fill the gaps torn in the 1st's rifle companies. Truth was, the entire beachhead was in danger of collapsing. Except for the point, none of the high ground targeted as first-day objectives had been taken. In all probability, only the enemy's failure to stage a coordinated counterattack in force at this juncture kept the Marines' line from being rolled up and annihilated. It was only mid-afternoon. The day was still young, but the men on the white beaches had aged immeasurably since morning. Chapter 6. A Bloody Nose at the Airfield. On Orange Beaches 1 and 2, just over 1,000 yards south of the slaughterhouse on the White Beaches, D-Day had been no picnic for the 5th Marines. Overall, however, the regiment's 2 infantry battalions committed that day had sustained far lighter casualties than their cohorts to the north. As K-3-5 and the rest of the 3rd Battalion moved inland on Orange Beach 2 toward the airfield, they encountered numerous dead Japanese. Some of the bodies were strewn in pieces near the end of one runway, victims of the early morning shelling and bombing. Others lay peacefully on the coral or in the tangled undergrowth, looking as if they were asleep, their wounds scarcely noticeable. Japanese artillery rounds hissed overhead every few seconds, punctuated by the constant chatter of enemy machine guns. The scrub between the beach and the airfield was heavily infested with snipers, but the brush in this area gave the 5th Marines welcome cover that many of their comrades lacked. Enemy positions in this sector were also less heavily dug in and more easily overrun. PFC Gene Sledge came across the first enemy dead he'd ever seen as his mortar squad paused in an open area. A Japanese medical officer and 2 riflemen lay close together. As best as Sledge could tell, the medic had been giving first aid to one of the other soldiers when a shell had hit nearby. The force of the blast had torn the officer's abdominal cavity open. His insides, speckled with coral dust, glistened in the sun. Sledge was still staring at the corpses when 2 K Company veterans trotted up and expertly began removing souvenirs from the 3 bodies. One took a Nambu pistol and holster, a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, and a folded Japanese flag from the dead medic, while the other checked the uniforms and packs of the 2 riflemen. Finally, they disabled the soldiers' rifles by jerking the bolts out and splintering the stocks against the hard coral. "See you around, Sledgehammer," one of them said casually as they moved on. "Don't take any wooden nickels." A short time later, Sledge and the rest of Corporal R.V. Bergen's mortar squad were making their way along a slight, brushy embankment that marked the edge of the airstrip when they came under mortar and machine gun fire from their immediate right. "My God," Sledge rasped. "The Japs must be right beside us, maybe even behind us." "I don't think that's Jap fire," Bergen said, flattening himself against the ground. "I think it's the 7th Marines shooting at us. We've gotten out ahead of them, and they don't know where we are. Just hug the dirt, and maybe they'll get tired or figure things out." Bergen fumbled in his pocket and extracted a crumpled cigarette. As he lit up, he heard Sledge's voice at his elbow. "Hey, can I have one of those?" "I didn't think you smoked," Bergen said. "I never have," Sledge said, "but I'd still like to have one." Bergen handed him a cigarette, then watched Sledge tear open the paper and stuff the tobacco into his mouth with trembling fingers. Bergen was never sure whether Sledge merely chewed the cigarette's contents or swallowed them whole. Detroit-born PFC Frank Batchelor, an ammo handler in a .30 caliber machine gun squad attached to one of K-35's 3 rifle platoons, had seen only spasmodic enemy fire on the beach. Ducking and darting, his 16-man section was able to move rapidly inland. They'd advanced about 200 yards and were near the edge of the airstrip when the rate of Japanese fire increased sharply, and everybody hit the deck. The 2 ammunition boxes that Batchelor was carrying contained nearly 500 rounds of ammo between them. They were heavy as hell, but Batchelor was grateful to have them when the shooting intensified. Without them, he'd have had absolutely nothing to hide behind. The other guys in the section were slightly ahead of me, and I was at a right angle to the rest of the file, Batchelor recalled. They had a little brush around them, but those 2 5x7-inch boxes were all I had, and they just weren't enough. Batchelor never saw the Japanese sniper who took him out of the battle, but he caught a flicker of movement and heard the high-pitched pop of an Arisaka rifle. Just as the bullet slammed into his left arm, Batchelor spotted a built-up foxhole of piled stones and cinders covered with some sort of mat, and he knew that was where the shot had come from. He also knew he was bleeding, but he hugged the dirt and tried not to move. Dimly, he saw Gunnery Sergeant Tom Rigney crawling toward him. "Corpsman, we got a man down here!" Rigney yelled, then asked Batchelor in a low tone, "Where are the bastards? Could you tell?" "There!" Batchelor pointed toward the hole with his uninjured right hand. Rigney scurried away, and Batchelor crawled forward until he met a corpsman coming toward him. As the medic worked on his wounds, Batchelor could hear Rigney talking on his walkie-talkie, giving the location of the enemy position and calling for a rifle squad to take it out. A couple of minutes later, a pair of Marines jerked back the cover on the hole and killed the 2 Japanese inside. When the stretcher-bearers showed up to take Batchelor back to an aid station, he assured them that he could walk back on his own. "Just get on and lie down," one of them said. "We don't want to hang around here any longer than we have to." They'd gone no more than 30 or 40 yards when both stretcher-bearers were hit almost simultaneously by a burst of small arms fire. The stretcher slammed to the ground as they fell and sent Batchelor sprawling, but he jumped up immediately and took stock of the situation. One of the bearers was bad off, shot through the spine and unable to move. The other had only an arm wound similar to Batchelor's. "Let's get your buddy on the stretcher," Batchelor told the man with the injured arm, gritting his teeth. "I think I can handle one end of it if you can get the other." In that way, the 3 wounded Marines managed to drag themselves back to the beach. 20 minutes later, Batchelor and his would-be rescuers were all undergoing treatment at the aid station. By noon, the mix-up was finally straightened out over the boundaries between the 5th Marines section of Beachhead and the sector on their immediate right assigned to the 7th Marines. But there had been no shortage of tragedies and near disasters during the morning's confusion. There was still no reliable radio contact with any of the other units, but runners from Captain Haldane's CP brought word up the line that Lieutenant Moose Barrett, K-35's popular young executive officer and platoon leader, was dead. A towering ex-football player from River Forest, Illinois, Barrett had been hit on the beach by a mortar round that took off most of his left leg. He died soon after, and Lieutenant Hillbilly Jones, guitar-strumming commander of the company machine gun section, took over for Barrett as leader of the 1st Platoon. PFC John W. Steele had also been fatally wounded. Barrett's loss stunned PFC Bill Layden when he learned about it a few hours later. But it wasn't the only shock Layden had to absorb that morning. Corporal Peter Fouts, Layden's squad mate and one of his best buddies, had taken a machine gun bullet through the arm before he got across the beach. K-35 had been told to halt short of the airfield proper. Some rifle squads, including Layden's own, had ventured past the edge of the field in the early going, but they'd been ordered back, both to straighten up their lines and to avoid friendly fire from the 7th Marines. From then on, they'd been told to veer gradually to the right, moving parallel to the airstrip rather than onto it, to take maximum advantage of the natural embankment and the seared brush along it. Based on past experience, most of the company veterans expected a banzai charge from the Japanese at any time, and they sought out whatever protective cover they could find. "They'll pull a banzai and we'll tear their ass up," one veteran assured PFC Gene Sledge. "Then we can get the hell off of this hot rock." The arrival of a perspiring runner with an urgent message from battalion headquarters for Captain Haldane did little to ease the tension. "Battalion says we got to establish contact with the 7th Marines," the runner said. "If the Nips counterattack, they'll come right through the gap between us." The Marines had quickly learned that digging a hole in the coral with a trenching tool was impossible. But for the moment, they weren't staying in one place long enough to worry much about it. The routine was to move ahead on the double for a few yards, then pause for extended intervals to take cover however they could. As they moved to the right, toward the east side of the island, the jungle growth thickened, but they still saw nothing of the 7th Marines and encountered only occasional live Japanese. What K-35 and the rest of the battalion hadn't yet figured out was that there were 2 north-south trails, rather than just one, that ran more or less parallel through the brush between the beach and the airfield. Inadequate maps, bad visibility, and hordes of enemy snipers made it hard to tell the trails apart. Consequently, when regimental headquarters thought the 3rd Battalion was lagging behind the 7th Marines' advance, it was actually on the trail further inland and several hundred yards ahead of where it should have been. Not only was its right flank exposed, but it was also in danger of being isolated and surrounded. The volume of Japanese mortar and artillery fire increased, and fear grew that the anticipated counterattack was imminent. But most of the shells hit the beach area well to the rear of the Marines' lines, and after a while the firing inexplicably tailed off again. As the men of the 3rd Battalion hugged the ground and clung to whatever cover they could find, an unsettling realization began to dawn on them. Many of the enemy shells whistling over their heads and falling close by weren't coming from positions on the flat terrain a short distance ahead of them. Instead, they came from artillery hidden among the ridges on the far side of the airfield, far beyond the reach of a rifle company's machine guns, small arms, and flamethrowers. Even the battalion's tanks and the Joint Assault Signal Company, whose job was to direct naval gunfire at enemy gun emplacements, were no help against well-hidden positions in the ridges. Over the next few days, these southernmost high points of the craggy limestone mass of the Brogel would become known to the Marines on Peleliu by one collective, brutally descriptive name: Bloody Nose Ridge. It was early afternoon when PFC Sterling Mace and other members of K-35's 3 rifle platoons came up on a Japanese pillbox housing a 75mm field piece. They were less than 200 feet away and practically looking down the gun's barrel by the time they spotted it and dove for cover. "Stay down," said Sergeant Hank Boys, a squad leader from Trinidad, California. "There's supposed to be a tank around here somewhere. I'll see if I can find it." Mace huddled between 2 of his squad mates, PFC's Seymour Levy and Charlie Allman, and watched Boys trot back through the undergrowth and disappear. A few minutes later, they heard a rumble and turned to see a Sherman tank approaching with Boys riding beside its turret. "There's the Jap gun!" Boys yelled down the open hatch. "Can you get a clear shot from here?" "We got a bead on it," the tank commander called back. "Cover your ears and hang on." About 150 feet from the pillbox, the tank stopped. A second later, it opened fire with its 37mm cannon. While the blast still echoed, the tank lumbered slowly forward a few feet, then fired again. A massive cloud of dust rose where the pillbox had been. With the tank standing by, Boys jumped to the ground and waved his squad forward. The dust cleared, and the Marine riflemen cautiously approached the target. They found bodies and pieces of bodies draped grotesquely over the remains of the pillbox. The field piece itself had been blown off its base and was leaning to one side. "Are they all dead?" Levy whispered at Mace's elbow. "Looks like it," Mace said, stopping a few feet from the wreckage. "Wait!" Levy hissed. "I saw something move." Nervously, he pointed his rifle at one of the bodies. "I think that Jap's still alive." "Take it easy, Levy," Mace said. "For Christ's sake, can't you see he's got no head?" They stepped gingerly past the decapitated corpse and moved on. By mid-afternoon on D-Day, a relative lull had settled over the 5th Marine sector. Bill Layden and the rest of the 1st Platoon continued to feel their way along the brushy embankment beside the airfield. They were still within a few hundred yards of the beach, but they'd veered steadily south and east of where they'd started encountering increasingly heavy jungle growth. A continuous rumble of gunfire still rolled down from the north, and mortar rounds were still hitting the beach, but in this immediate area there were only scattered shots from snipers. Heat waves danced off the coral. Even in the shade, the temperature was approaching 115 degrees. The ground felt as if it were baking in an oven. Layden had never been so hot in his life, and both his canteens were dry. Despite repeated warnings to conserve water, he'd consumed virtually the whole half-gallon he'd carried ashore within 4 or 5 hours after the landing. It had been less than 2 hours since his last tepid sip, but it felt like a year. He shut his eyes against the sweat running down his face. For the moment, Layden almost imagined he could hear PFC Seymour Levy somewhere off to his left with the 3rd Platoon, reciting his favorite lines from Kipling. When the sweatin' troop train lay in a siding through the day, where the heat would make your bloomin' eyebrows crawl. "You got any water?" Layden asked Corporal Leonard Honor, his fire team leader. Honor shook his head. "I'm out. Just about everybody else is, too." Layden turned away, trying not to think about how parched his lips and throat were, and how much the sun burned his skin. Even with the sun slowly sinking lower in the western sky, there was no let-up in the heat. All over the beachhead, men were choking with thirst. Some were too sick with heat exhaustion to move, and there was no water to give them. Many Marines' canteens had been empty for hours, and there was no word when more water would be sent in. To Layden, the relentless heat and his own murderous thirst were rapidly becoming even bigger enemies than the Japanese. To the men of 3-5's rifle companies edging their way inland from Orange Beach 2, the big stuff fired by the enemy seemed less intimidating as the afternoon wore on. Their senses had adjusted somewhat to the continuous hiss and roar of shells, most of which were hitting further away. But it was a different story for the artillerymen of the 11th Marines, who were just now coming ashore. To PFC James Mason, the beach area that the infantry had left behind could hardly have presented a more hellish scene as his Amtrak approached it shortly after 2 p.m. "I can still close my eyes and see the whole damn thing in front of me," Mason recalled nearly 60 years later. "The first thing I saw was one of those amphibious trucks called ducks take a direct hit from a heavy mortar. Just a couple of seconds later, another Amtrak moving along the beach hit a mine and blew sky high. My impression was that everything was hitting the fan, and that I was about to be in a hell of a lot of trouble." As a veteran of nearly 2 years in the Pacific, it was clear to Mason that there was nothing random about the Japanese shells hitting the beach. They were well aimed at specific targets, which meant that every moving object on the beach was in constant danger. Mason was right. The trouble he foresaw persisted long after he landed. The 19-year-old native of West Texas, who had grown up near Shreveport, Louisiana, normally served on the crew of a 75mm pack howitzer in the 11th 2nd Battalion. This afternoon, though, he had a different and far riskier job. The main role of the battalion's 3 4-gun batteries of 75s was to provide artillery support for the 5th Marines, but so many Amtraks had been damaged or destroyed that day that Mason and 3 buddies were pressed into service manning Caterpillar tractors. Their assignment was to try to drag ashore several amphibious trailers whose loads of sorely needed equipment and supplies were stranded on the reef. Working for over an hour under continuous mortar and artillery fire, Mason managed to dislodge one of the trailers and get it to the beach. Then he glanced back toward the reef and noticed that something was wrong with the cat driven by his best buddy, PFC William Slim Vanover. Moments earlier, it had been struggling to free another trailer. Now it was sitting still in the water. Mason jumped back on his own cat and went out to see what the problem was. As he drew near, he saw Vanover waiting calmly in the driver's seat of the tractor, despite falling mortar shells. "What's the trouble?" Mason hollered. "Engine stalled," Vanover replied in his soft Virginia drawl. "Can't get her started." "Well, hell," Mason chided. "Were you just planning to sit out here all day?" Vanover grinned. "Aw, Jim, I wasn't worried," he said. "I knew you'd come and get me." As Mason maneuvered close enough to get a tow line onto the other cat, he spotted an enemy mortar shell streaking through the air directly at him. The shell missed the 2 tractors by a few feet and plunged below the surface of the water. An instant later it exploded, and the subsurface force of the blast flung the heavy cat into the air and hurled Mason headfirst into the ocean 20 feet away. "It flipped me over like a mud hen," he said, "but I wasn't hurt, and somehow we got the 2 tractors back to shore." By about 4 o'clock on D-Day afternoon, it was apparent to division headquarters that, except for the capture of the point, virtually none of the Marines' major first-day objectives had been secured. With darkness approaching, there was little choice but to carry over the same objectives to D+1. In the remaining daylight, it was decided the beleaguered infantry regiments should turn their efforts toward establishing a defensive perimeter to protect what meager ground they held. General Rupertus, the division CO, was nursing a broken ankle sustained on Pavuvu and had remained, none too agreeably, aboard the troopship DuPage. Meanwhile, beachhead operations were being directed by General Oliver Smith, the division executive officer who had managed to establish contact with the various regimental and battalion command posts. Smith sent word to his field commanders to form as strong a defensive line as possible along the seaward edge of the airfield and start preparing to dig in for the night. Since the ground beyond the beach was impenetrable rock, digging in meant collecting whatever loose stones, chunks of coral, and bits of brush the men could find, then piling them up to form shallow breastworks. My foxhole that night was maybe 3 or 4 inches deep, just about enough to get my rump in, recalled PFC J. DeLue, the bazooka man in Corporal R.V. Bergen's mortar squad. The rest of me was sticking out in the open. It was shortly before 5 p.m., while hundreds of 2-man foxhole teams were taking similar measures and struggling with the same limitations, when the long-anticipated Japanese counterattack finally came. This time, however, it wasn't the usual bonsai bayonet charge predicted by the veterans. This time, the Marines' first warning was a swirling cloud of dust rising abruptly against the low ridges on the north side of the airstrip. PFC Gene Sledge stared in that direction and saw a line of tracked vehicles racing through the dust. "Hey, what are those Amtraks doing all the way across the airfield toward the Jap lines?" he asked a veteran next to him. "Them ain't Amtraks," the man said. "They're Nip tanks." By this time, General Smith's command post had already been warned of the tanks' approach by a Navy observation plane. Smith quickly alerted the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 5th Marines, which stood abreast of each other about 500 yards inland from Orange Beach 2, supported by a half-dozen or so Sherman tanks. Accompanied by some 500 crack Japanese infantrymen, many armed with Nambu automatic rifles, the enemy tanks roared across an open field in an effort to drive a steel wedge between Lieutenant Colonel Robert A. Boyd's 1st Battalion and Major Gordon Gale's 2nd Battalion. "Very fortunately, I had my tank platoon right at hand, a matter of 50 yards or so from where I was," Gale said later, "and I was able to send them into the fray at the critical time." There were other fortuitous circumstances as well. One recently arrived battery of the 11th Marines had positioned its 4-pack howitzers just to the right rear of the 1st Battalion. The Shermans also drew support from several 35mm anti-tank guns, bazookas, and grenade launchers. Simultaneously, as the attackers turned parallel to the American lines for some distance, Marines targeted the Japanese infantry following in the tank's path with withering volleys of small arms and machine gun fire. South of the enemy's main point of impact, the 3rd Battalion received orders to deploy on the double. Sledge and PFC Snafu Shelton set up their 60mm mortar in a shallow crater a few yards behind a skirmish line formed by K-35's rifle platoons. "Stand by to repel counterattack," a platoon sergeant yelled. "Counterattack hitting I Company's front." Sledge had no idea where I Company was. Somewhere to the left, he thought. His sweaty hands grappled with a 4-pound high-explosive mortar shell. Feeling alone and confused, he wondered if all was lost. "They need to get some more damn troops up here," Snafu groused beside him as he readied the gun for firing. It was one of Shelton's favorite expressions in times of stress. Sledge had heard it so often that it was almost reassuring. From all indications, the enemy onslaught was well planned by Colonel Nakagawa, commander of the Japanese garrison on Peleliu. But the Marines' decisive response, plus the Sherman's overwhelming superiority in firepower and armor, rapidly turned the tide of the battle. For a finishing touch, a Navy Dauntless dive bomber showed up and planted a 500-pound bomb in the midst of a cluster of Japanese tanks. In a matter of minutes, the attack was broken. The entire enemy column of about 13 tanks was left wrecked and burning, and most of the ground troops who had come with them were killed. As it turned out, the main threat to Shelton, Sledge, and the rest of K-35's mortar section that late afternoon didn't come from the counterattacking Japanese, but from one of the tanks attached to the 7th Marines. The Sherman had moved unnoticed into a small clearing just behind the company. Now its 75mm cannon was engaged in a fiery duel with a Japanese field piece supporting the counterattack, and the tank's machine gunner had mistaken the mortarmen for enemy troops. Just as Sledge reached up to drop a round down the tube of the mortar, the 50 caliber gunner opened fire, his tracers coming within inches of Sledge's swiftly withdrawn fingers. Seconds later, Sledge tried to load the mortar again with the same result. "God, Sledgehammer!" rasped PFC John Redifer, an ammo handler crouched in a crater next to Sledge. "Don't let him hit that shell or we'll all be blown to hell." "Don't worry about it," Sledge snapped. "It's my hand he just about shot off." "We got bigger worries than that," said Bergen, the squad leader. "As soon as the tanker knocks out the Jap gun, he's going to swing that 75 over this way. He thinks we're nips." Sledge felt a knot of panic in his chest. It was bad enough to be killed by the enemy, he thought, but to be blown away by your own comrades was somehow 100 times worse. Moments later, the tank scored a direct hit on the Japanese gun, knocking it off its wheels and killing every member of its crew. But before the Sherman could turn its cannon on the mortar squad's position, someone from K-35 managed to get the tanker's attention and wave them off. The machine gun fire from the Sherman abruptly halted, and Sledge's heart rate slowly returned to normal. For thousands of parched, exhausted men, dusk and the approach of nightfall brought only more fears. As every Marine veteran knew, the Japanese relished the dark and thrived on it. Consequently, this first night ashore would be an even greater test of their nerve and discipline than the day just past. It didn't help when rumors spread through the ranks that the division had suffered unexpectedly heavy casualties. Little hard information was available, but many veterans of Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester were calling D-Day at Peleliu their worst fight yet. Twilight also brought a new outburst of Japanese mortar fire. In this case, one of the heaviest concentrations fell on 3-5's battalion command post a few dozen yards behind its thin forward lines. One of its victims was Lieutenant Colonel Austin "Shifty" Schaffner, the battalion CO, who had been captured by the Japanese when the Philippines fell, then escaped to fight again. PFC Bill Layden was close enough to see the shell burst that hit the CP and showered Schaffner with fragments as he was trying to contact his scattered companies with orders for the night. Seconds later, Layden heard Schaffner screaming, more in anger than pain, judging from the tone of it. "I was maybe 30 or 40 yards away, and I could hear him as plain as anything," Layden said. "He was cussing loud enough to put a platoon sergeant to shame." Schaffner's wounds were sufficiently serious to force his evacuation to a hospital ship at an especially bad moment, before he could reach all his company commanders and get their units into position for the night. Ammunition was short everywhere, and water was almost non-existent. Now, with full darkness only minutes away, the battalion was suddenly without its top decision-maker, and no replacement for Schaffner was readily available at battalion level. Major Robert M. Ashe, 3-5's executive officer, had been killed on the beach moments after the landing. To fill the vacancy, Lieutenant Colonel Lewis W. Walt, executive officer of the 5th Marines, hurried over from regimental headquarters to take the reins of 3-5. Because radio and phone communications were so sketchy, there was much still to be done when he got there. In the gathering gloom, Walt, known as Silent Lou because of his quiet demeanor, set out through the enemy-infested undergrowth, alone except for a single runner, to contact each unit personally. After locating the command posts for I, K, and L companies, Walt directed them into their assigned spots in the division's line facing the airfield. Then he had them form a circle of defense against Japanese infiltrators, with 3-5 lined up back-to-back with 2-5, one battalion facing south and the other north. Although soaked with sweat from exertion, Gene Sledge felt relieved when he and Snafu Shelton finished constructing a shallow pit for their 60mm mortar and got the gun registered in by firing a couple of test rounds. Sledge dissolved some dextrose tablets in his mouth, swallowed his last few drops of water, and tried to relax a little despite the continuing shriek of American and Japanese artillery shells passing each other overhead. He'd unlaced his right shoe and was about to take it off when he heard Snafu's irritable query, "What the hell you doing?" "Taking off my boondockers. My feet hurt." "And what the hell you gonna do in yo' stocking feet if the nips come busting out of that jungle?" Shelton demanded. "How you reckon you gonna move around on this coral without no shoes?" Sledge grimly retightened his shoelaces. He watched Shelton unsheath his K-bar knife and jam the blade into the loose gravel near his right hand. Sledge followed suit with his own knife, then checked to be sure his carbine was fully loaded. "Get some sleep, Sledgehammer," Snafu said in a milder tone. "I'll take first watch." His whole body tense and his senses raw with dread, Sledge closed his eyes and prayed. Hundreds of similar scenes were unfolding in foxholes and gun pits from the point on the north all the way down the western beaches to near the southern tip of Peleliu. As the hours of darkness crept by, many a Marine found himself muttering a Hail Mary, repeating the Lord's Prayer, or reciting the 23rd Psalm. Men who seldom, if ever, talked to their Maker under ordinary circumstances made exceptions on this seemingly endless night. "I just said, 'Lord, I'm in your hands. Please take care of me,'" recalled the usually hard-nosed Corporal Bergen. Strict rules were in effect for this first night on hostile ground. They were passed down from regiment to battalion to company commanders, then relayed to each man by platoon and squad leaders. Each foxhole was to be occupied by 2 Marines, one of whom would be on watch at all times while the other tried to sleep. Each 2-man position would be close enough to those on either side that the occupants could reach out and touch each other. No one was to move beyond the confines of his own foxhole. Anyone sensing outside movement was to demand a password and alert his foxhole mate. If he failed to get an immediate and acceptable reply, he was to open fire. Rules, of course, are made to be broken, especially by men half mad with thirst. It was some time after midnight when Bergen heard a shuffling noise a few feet from the edge of the shallow foxhole he shared with fellow squad leader Jim Burke. Bergen's hand closed instantly over his .45 automatic, and he leveled the weapon at the curtain of darkness in front of him. "Who's there?" he rasped. A faint voice mumbled something Bergen couldn't hear. Then, "Please, have you got any water? I can't stand it any longer." Bergen's finger tightened on the trigger. "Password, damn it! Give me the password or you're dead!" "Bull Run! Bull Run! Oh God, please!" Bergen's finger went limp on the trigger as he made out the dim shape of a Marine helmet and recognized the voice of PFC Robert Oswalt. Oswalt's face was no more than 15 inches from the muzzle of the .45. "You dumb bastard, I almost blew your head off." Bergen was surprised at how calm and steady his voice sounded, since he was shaking so violently that he almost dropped the pistol. I'm sorry. I'm just so thirsty." Oswalt was a quiet, studious 18-year-old who told his best buddies, PFC's Jay DeLue and Gene Sledge, that he wanted to be a brain surgeon after the war. Right now, he sounded like a lost child who was about to cry. Bergen sighed and unsnapped the cover of one of his canteens. "There may be a drop or two in there," he said, handing it to Oswalt. The kid turned up the canteen and drained it. "Thanks," he said. "Get back where you belong on the double," Bergen growled. "And hey, If you so much as stick your damn nose out of your foxhole again tonight, I will shoot you. I swear to God I will. By dawn of D+1, most of the men of K-35 were so weak and dehydrated that they could hardly walk, much less fight off an enemy attack. But just after first light, some of the men happened across a large, odd-looking cavity in the ground. It was 8 to 10 feet deep and about 15 feet wide across the top, with steep sides that looked more like a natural depression or sinkhole than a shell crater. At its bottom was a good-sized pool of the foulest-looking water any of them had ever seen. "Come on!" one of its discoverers yelled. "We've found a damned well!" The Marines converged on the hole like starving wolves on a wounded sheep. A corpsman tried to warn them off, saying the water could be poisoned, but most of them paid no heed. "It ain't beer," said one of the first men to sample it, "but it is wet." The water was murky and milky looking, and there were insects floating in it, recalled PFC Bill Layden, but none of us cared. We practically dove into it head first. Some guys climbed down to the bottom, and when they'd drunk what they could hold, they started filling helmets and canteens and handing them up to the rest of us. Few, if any, Marines took time to treat the opaque liquid with the water purification tablets they carried. Several became ill after just a few swallows. After watching the man next to him clutch his belly and retch violently, Gene Sledge reluctantly poured out his helmet full of water and helped a corpsman treat the sick Marine. Layden, Bergen, and many others tolerated the tainted water with no major problems, however. "God knows what was in the stuff, but I didn't even think about it," Layden said. "I just gulped it down as fast as I could." The situation was tailor-made for one of PFC Seymour Levy's favorite passages from Kipling. "It was crawlin' and it stunk, but of all the drinks I've drunk, I'm gratefulest for one from Gunga Din." Ironically, within an hour or so after the episode at the well, the Marines' first shipments of water began to arrive at the front lines in 55-gallon drums. To the men's disgust, though, the water in the barrels was even more toxic and worse tasting than the cloudy liquid from the hole. The barrels had originally been used to store gasoline and hadn't been properly cleaned before being pumped full of water. Their contents were heavily contaminated with petroleum residue and rust, but most men drank it anyway, and scores of them were sickened. PFC Vincent Santos had a special reason to feel chagrined about the high-octane water, a reason he had no wish at the time to share with his fellow Marines. Back on Pavuvu, Santos had been among a small group of men assigned to the chore of filling the barrels, and he clearly remembered how lax the detail had been in rinsing them out. "Nobody told us what the water was going to be used for," Santos admitted somewhat sheepishly many years later. "If we'd known we'd end up having to drink the stuff ourselves, we'd have been a whole lot more careful." As PFC Sterling Mace observed, "When I tasted the water from the barrels, I was glad I still had some from the hole. If you have to make a choice, coral grit goes down better than gasoline any day." Soon after full daylight on D+1, the Japanese mortars and artillery opened up again. The Navy's big guns and the Marines' artillery immediately replied, and the men stayed low as they listened to the incoming and outgoing rounds whistling overhead and scrambled to collect their gear. They knew what was coming next. There'd be no further delay in the attack to wrest control of the airfield from the enemy. It was now or never. "Get ready and stand by," the men were told. Crouching NCOs raced along the line, yelling for everybody to hug the deck until they got the order to move out, then run like blazes and not look back. It was approximately 1,500 yards across the airfield, over 0.8 of a mile, and every inch of it was flat, wide open, and swept by constant enemy fire. Except for the craters that pocked its surface and scattered debris from wrecked Japanese planes and other equipment, there wasn't a speck of protective cover along the way. Every available man in all 3 battalions of the 5th Marines, plus the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Marines, would make the charge simultaneously, with 3-5 anchoring the right end of the line and crossing the southernmost end of the field. "Once you get out there, keep going and don't slow down," Platoon Sergeant John Marmot instructed his K-35 mortar section. "The faster you move, the better chance you've got of getting where you're going. Don't stop for anything, and don't bunch up." At about 8:30 a.m., officers up and down the line shouted, "Let's go!" They waved their arms toward the airfield, and thousands of Marines stood up, then surged forward in staggered waves. As they broke into the clear, the men scattered out, distancing themselves from each other and trotting alone or in pairs. The scene reminded Gene Sledge of desperate infantry charges he'd seen in World War I movies like All Quiet on the Western Front. Shells screeched overhead and exploded on all sides, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Rifle bullets whined, and waist-to-head high tracers from enemy machine guns streaked past. Coral splinters stung men's faces, and shrapnel clattered like steel hailstones against their helmets. Here and there men stumbled and fell, but the rest kept running straight ahead without looking to either side. It seemed impossible to Sledge that any of them would live to reach their destination. He clenched his teeth, gripped the stock of his carbine, and whispered under his breath as he ran, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." About halfway across the field, a large shell hit just to Sledge's left. He stumbled and fell among the ricocheting fragments, and it took him a second to realize he hadn't been hit. A few feet to his right, Sledge heard a groan of pain and turned to see Snafu Shelton doubled up on the ground, clutching at his waist. Sledge scrambled over to Shelton's side. He looked for blood, but he didn't see any. "Snafu, are you hit?" "I don't know. Feels like something busted me in the side." Sledge quickly located the culprit, a hunk of metal about an inch square and a half-inch thick. The shell fragment was still hot enough to burn his fingers when he picked it up, and big enough to kill a man if it hit him in the right spot. Fortunately, it had been partially spent, and Shelton's thick webbed pistol belt had absorbed most of its force. It left a silver dollar-sized bruise, but nothing worse. Shelton motioned for Sledge to stick the fragment in his pack as a souvenir. A moment later, he was back on his feet. He picked up his mortar, pushing away Sledge's attempted helping hand. "Let's go," he grunted and ran on. Sledge, who poured several ounces of sweat out of each of his boondockers afterward, called the attack across the airport his worst combat experience of the war. He described being shelled in the open by massed artillery and mortars as terror compounded beyond the belief of anyone who hasn't experienced it. Many of his comrades concurred. "The way those tracers were coming across there, just at the right height to rip through a man's head or chest, I don't see how any of us lived through it," said Corporal Bergen. "But by the time we got to the other side of the airport, we could tell that our biggest problem was the Jap guns up in that high ground to the north." Japanese gun crews positioned on the slopes of hills 200 and 210, two forward points extending south from the main mass of Bloody Nose Ridge, commanded a field of fire that encompassed the whole airfield. But enemy observers on these slopes could also direct fire onto the advancing Marines from heavier artillery in the ridges further north. Meanwhile, the structure that had served as the Japanese airfield headquarters presented another formidable obstacle at close range. With 4-foot-thick walls of steel-reinforced concrete, the building was large enough to house a full company of troops. It had been converted into an enormous blockhouse bristling with weaponry and surrounded by a network of a dozen pillboxes. Like most of the major defensive fortifications on Peleliu, the blockhouse had survived the pre-invasion naval bombardment virtually untouched. Now its guns directed a murderous concentration of fire on Marines crossing the northeastern portion of the airfield, particularly Major Raymond C. Davis's 1st Battalion, 1st Marines. "The blockhouse didn't appear to have been hit at all, and it was cutting us up pretty bad," said Captain Everett Pope, whose C-11 was among its main targets. "We lost quite a few Marines before we were able to call in Navy fire to knock it out." A distress call from Davis brought a quick response from the battleship Mississippi, whose 14-inch guns hurled a combination of armor-piercing and high-explosive shells that pulverized the concrete walls of the structure and killed most of the Japanese inside. The Marines then used field pieces, tanks, and infantry to silence the protective pillbox network, and the advance continued. "The way that blockhouse was built was incredible," K-35's Corporal Bergen recalled. "I passed within a few yards of it, and even after most of the concrete was blown away, a lot of the reinforcing steel was still standing as straight as you please." Miraculously, K-35 lost only 7 men in the crossing. PFC's Robert Oswalt and Walter Reynolds were killed, and 5 others were wounded. Afterward, the rest lay panting, spent, and dripping with perspiration among the scrub brush at the northeast edge of the airport. Within a few minutes, several had to be evacuated with severe heat prostration. Bergen took Oswalt's death especially hard. The young aspiring brain surgeon was the first fatality in Bergen's mortar squad, but it was the irony of Oswalt's death that troubled Bergen most that evening. All he could think of when he heard the news was how he'd almost shot Oswalt the night before, when the frightened, thirsty teenager had crawled up to Bergen's foxhole in search of water. "After what I'd seen in combat, I'd come to the conclusion that when a man's number came up, there was nothing anybody could do about it," Bergen said later. "But if Oswalt had to die, I was damn glad it hadn't been me that killed him." Bloody Nose Ridge had already lived up to its name, in spades, but the struggle to dislodge the Japanese embedded there hadn't even begun. Except for the point, not 1 square yard of Peleliu's high ground was yet under American control. And on the point itself, a handful of bleeding, surrounded, exhausted Marines were barely hanging on. Chapter 7. Point of No Return. To Captain George Hunt's small band of surviving K-31 Marines on the point, the night of December 15-16 was an ordeal that tried men's souls as severely as it tested them physically. On D-Day morning, in one of the most savage fights in Marine Corps history, they'd captured the gnarled 30-foot-high knob of rock hugging the water's edge at the extreme northern tip of the beachhead, only to find themselves trapped on it by sundown that evening. During the living nightmare that followed, memories of their victory soon evaporated. Not a man among them expected to see the light of a new day. At dawn on D+1, against all odds and logic, they still held the point, but their situation could hardly have been more desperate. 30 men had remained in fighting condition after wresting the rocky knob from the enemy around 10 a.m. the day before, and about 10 others had slipped through enemy-infested territory to join them that afternoon. Now, just 18 of Hunt's Marines were still alive, including the captain and Lieutenant Willis, and several of them were nursing wounds ranging from painful to life-threatening. They were cut off from their comrades by a strong force of Japanese who had seized control of a semicircular area of rocks and jungle growth bracketing the landward side of the point. From there, enemy machine guns, mortars, and small arms dominated a 100-yard strip between the point and the rest of the beachhead. Enemy infiltrators could easily slip into the shallow water after dark to attack the trapped Marines from the sea, and a few men had been stationed on ledges at the water's edge and in hollows just above to counter this threat. Any attempt to resupply Hunt's men or evacuate wounded had to be done by water and was fraught with risk. It meant sending an Amtrak through a gauntlet of hostile fire to reach the sheltered seaward side of the point, then back to the beachhead over the same perilous route. Meanwhile, the batteries in the point's only radio had long since gone dead, leaving Hunt and the others with no outside contact and almost no hope. But in the early light, they felt a measure of bitter pride as they looked down from their vantage point and counted the strewn bodies of nearly 400 Japanese soldiers killed during a series of nocturnal attacks. Corporal Swede Hansen lay motionless on a slight slope facing the beach beneath the seaward side of the point. He was weak from loss of blood, wounded in 3 places, covered with bruises and abrasions from head to foot, and utterly amazed to be alive. A round from a Japanese knee mortar had mangled his right arm, severing an artery, and shrapnel fragments from the same shell had buried themselves in his back and buttocks. Hansen had finally gotten the external bleeding stopped, but the arm had bled internally until it was blue-black and swollen to twice its normal size. Still, he'd managed to keep throwing grenades with it for the rest of the night. Meanwhile, close beside Hansen, Corporal Bob Anderson had given the enemy attackers continuous hell with the Nambu light machine gun captured by PFC Fred Fox. "I wish you could get up here and see what you guys have done, Swede," Captain Hunt shouted down from the top of the point. "There's dead Japs piled everywhere." Probably only the enemy's failure to realize how fragile and thinly stretched the Marines' defenses were, plus unimaginable courage and determination, had spared Hansen, Anderson, and the rest of Hunt's little crew thus far. In the darkness, they'd endured hours of intermittent mortar attacks and relentless stalking by ghostly infiltrators who came at them from all sides. Now, with the return of daylight, they could hope once more of being reinforced or relieved soon. Otherwise, their time was rapidly running out, and they all knew it. Still, they hung on while the enemy continued to rake their positions with sniper and mortar fire. As they surveyed the tableau of death and carnage on the beaches below, their minds swept back over the events of the past 20 hours or so. After securing the point, the remnants of Hunt's 1st and 3rd platoons had devoted the rest of the morning and early afternoon to strengthening their meager defenses. Each man staked out about a 10-foot circle for himself and began piling up loose rocks and debris around it. They also dragged up a few fallen logs for additional cover. At intervals they rested, lit up sweat-sodden cigarettes, and talked about what had happened that morning. Word had it that they'd killed well over 100 Japanese during their assault on the point, but there was no minimizing the fact that their own losses had also been grievous. By Hunt's estimate, the company's casualties totaled about 2/3 of its strength, and every survivor had lost close friends. For several seconds, red markers or no, they seemed to be aiming directly at the point itself, giving the Marines who watched from the top of the promontory a sensation of helpless fright that none would ever forget. "They weren't over 10 feet off the water, and I swear it looked like they were coming straight at us," said Fred Fox. "And there was nothing we could do, nowhere to dig, no way to get any lower than we were, no place to hide. They came in over the edge of the cliff one at a time and pulled up sharply, clearing us by maybe 20 or 30 feet, while their spent .50 caliber shell casings rained down all over us. I don't think they were really shooting at us, probably aiming 30 or 40 yards to our front, but my God, they scared the hell out of us." Fox was near enough to Hunt to hear the captain screaming at the Navy over the radio until the planes were called off, then asking for naval gunfire. A few minutes later, a destroyer appeared just beyond the reef. It was as close as it could get to the shoreline and moving very fast parallel to the beach. Seconds after Hunt reported the location and approximate range of the anti-boat gun, the destroyer's forward battery opened fire. One of 3 5-inch rounds from the ship struck the target dead center, and the enemy gun emplacement disappeared in a fire-tinged cloud of smoke and dust. "We had no more trouble with that particular Jap gun," Fox reported, "and things actually got quiet for a while." While the break in the frenzied action of the morning was welcome, it also gave the men time to think about how hot and thirsty they were. Almost no one had any desire for food, despite the fact that many of them had eaten practically nothing since the night before. But to a man they were starving for water, and without constant danger to distract them, their thoughts locked on their thirst and made it even more unbearable. As a native of southeastern Texas, Fox was more accustomed than most of his mates to extreme heat and humidity, but now he was suffering as much as any of the others. His lips were cracked and his mouth felt like it was full of talcum powder, even while the rest of him was soaked with sweat. Both his canteens were bone dry. In a dehydrated daze, Fox looked out beyond the red panels that had spared the Marines from their own Navy planes, and his eyes drifted to the bodies of 2 Japanese officers a few yards further away. Both bodies had clearly been lying there for some time, probably ever since the first day of the pre-invasion bombardment. They were swollen and crawling with maggots. but Fox noticed that both were still wearing their samurai swords, pistols, field glasses, and canteens. He couldn't take his eyes off those canteens, and he couldn't stop wondering how much water they might contain. Fox knew there was a better than even chance that the bodies were booby-trapped, but he quickly made up his mind that getting water was worth the risk. Taking advantage of the lull in enemy firing, he crawled out along the edge of the cliff below the point until he reached the two decomposing bodies. Then, holding his breath against the stench, he carefully cut the two canteens loose from their straps with his K-bar knife. He felt a burst of elation when he discovered that both canteens were more than half full, but he resisted the urge to stop for a drink until he made his way to his left for a few yards, eased himself into the ankle-deep seawater below the cliff, and worked his way back to safety. Fox took a hard-earned swallow of water, the first he'd had in hours, then passed the canteens down the line to his eagerly reaching comrades. "I felt like I'd struck gold," Fox said, "but if I had, I'd have traded it for just one of those canteens." The quiet interlude didn't last long. Captain Hunt was sitting behind a large boulder having a smoke, looking for any sign that L Company might be approaching and brooding about the dead Marines on the slope below the point, when the Japanese launched a new concentrated mortar barrage. This time their aim was dead on. The very first explosion was much too close for comfort. It put a jarring end to Hunt's cigarette break and sent him ducking. The second round hit even closer. Then the blasts came in rapid succession, squarely in the midst of the Marines' line, sending shards of shrapnel ricocheting among the rocks. A chunk of steel smacked the boulder to Hunt's left, spraying him with coral chips. "Looks like I'm hit," Hunt heard a calm, analytical voice saying nearby. "Yeah, I'm hit all right. Got me in the leg. Feels like the bone's broken." Out of habit, Hunt waited for someone to call for a corpsman. When nobody did, Hunt moved toward the voice and tended to the wounded man himself. He still seemed calm and composed, cool as ice, as Hunt described him, but his face was gray and he was bleeding profusely. Two Marines carried him to the water's edge to wait for the promised tractor to take him to an aid station. In all, 5 men were wounded by mortar and sniper fire over the next half hour or so. A few more concentrated mortar barrages, Hunt thought grimly, and there might be no Marines left to defend the point. Then again, maybe the Japanese didn't know how few of them there were. A few minutes later, Hunt brightened when he saw Sergeant Blandy of the 2nd Platoon scurrying over the rocks toward him. Blandy was the first member of the 2nd that Hunt had seen since the landing, and he felt a brief surge of excitement at the sergeant's sudden appearance. "What happened?" Hunt asked. "Where's the 2nd Platoon?" Blandy had to catch his breath for a moment before he could speak. He swiped his sleeve at the sweat running down his forehead into his eyes. "Most of us got caught in a big tank trap about 150 yards in from the beach," Blandy gasped. "We tried to fight our way out, but we got shot up really bad by machine guns on both sides of us and a pillbox up ahead. Lieutenant Woodyard was killed, and the rest of the platoon's in bad shape. I got cut off from everybody out in that gap, and I just now spotted you guys." "Good God!" Hunt said. He grabbed the radio and called Lieutenant Sellers to alert him to the 2nd's predicament. "We just got the same word down here," Sellers said. "We're going to try to evacuate what's left of the 2nd Platoon as soon as we can. Battalion's bringing up some tanks." Hunt sighed and shook his head. There was no help coming from the 2nd Platoon for the men on the point. That much was clear, even if the 2nd hadn't been totally wiped out by now. The sole remaining hope was that L Company could close the gap to the right of the point and link up with Hunt's dwindling force. But where the hell was L Company? For that matter, where was the tractor with the promised ammo, water, and other supplies? The questions fairly screamed in Hunt's mind, but so far there were no answers. At the moment Hunt was receiving Blandy's distressing report, PFC Joe Dariano was still lying in a daze in the sweltering heat at the bottom of the tank trap, along with the rest of the decimated 2nd Platoon. Dariano felt as if he'd been there forever. The trench was hotter than hell itself, and despite the drugs he'd been given, his wounds were giving him considerable pain. Still, he knew he was better off than a lot of other guys. Twice within the past few hours, the bodies of fatally wounded Marines had rolled down the sides of the trench and landed practically on top of him. Anyone exposing any part of his body above the edge of the ditch risked instant death. On the other hand, the spot where he lay in the tank trap wasn't the safest place in the world either. Streams of bullets from 2 or 3 Japanese machine guns raked the lip of the trench every few seconds, and snipers in nearby trees also kept up a steady rate of rifle fire. Around the middle of the afternoon, a Marine scrambled past Dariano, shouting, "Nips! Nips! You better get out of here! They're in the trench and heading this way!" Slowly and painfully, Dariano dragged himself in the direction the Marine had gone until he reached the south end of the tank trap. He found several 2nd Platoon guys already huddled there, but he was so exhausted and woozy from the drugs that he passed out almost immediately. One of the other men tried to keep Dariano awake by slapping his face. Soon a few more 2nd Platoon survivors joined the little group at the end of the trench. There was no place left to go except over the top into the murderous enemy fire. Dariano looked around at the other wounded men slumped nearby. Corporal John Schleier, the platoon demolition man, had been shot through the pelvis and couldn't move. PFC Jack Henry had been machine-gunned so severely through his wrists and forearms that his hands were hanging by a couple of tendons. Another Marine lay motionless and glassy-eyed at the bottom of the trench. To determine if he were dead or alive, somebody removed his helmet, and the top of the man's skull came off with it. Dariano closed his eyes. He'd decided they'd all be dead in a matter of minutes when he heard a familiar sound. He looked up and saw a Sherman tank clanking to a halt at the edge of the ditch. It was as though an angel had materialized in front of him. Seconds later, the tank's machine gun and cannon opened fire on the Japanese pillboxes that had kept the 2nd Platoon pinned down all day. Then the men around him helped Dariano and the other wounded up the side of the trench, and they took cover behind the protective shield of the tank. Dead Japanese were sprawled everywhere. He watched the tank run over their bodies as it rumbled slowly toward the beach. Dariano spent the night with 3 other Marines in a shell hole near the water's edge because there weren't enough operable Amtraks to evacuate all the wounded. He didn't give a damn. The shell hole was the safest place he'd been all day. Late in the afternoon, 2 squads from L Company's machine gun platoon managed to work their way through continuous sniper fire and reach the point. So did a 5-man observation group from K-31's heavy mortar section. But to Hunt's chagrin, no friendly troops had yet moved into the gap on his right, and any hope of help in that area before nightfall was rapidly fading. Hunt and Lieutenant Willis were taking stock of their increasingly desperate situation when Lieutenant Monk Meyer and another Marine appeared unexpectedly over the edge of the cliff. The pair had been sent out from Colonel Puller's regimental headquarters to find out what was happening with the beleaguered 3rd Battalion. They'd just come through a coconut grove east of the point, and they'd been lucky to make it alive. "You're isolated up here and surrounded by Japanese," Meyer said, looking Hunt straight in the eye. "I know that," Hunt said. "Nobody's made contact with us. A Company and L Company have been trying all afternoon. They had the hell shot out of them when they tried to move into the gap. Do you think you can hold out?" "Sure we can. Looks like we'll have to." Hunt's tone was a lot more positive than he felt. "Take it easy, and good luck," Meyer said. A moment later, he and the other Marine were gone. They decided to swim back outside the reef rather than risk another trip through the coconut grove. Meyer had described the grove as lousy with Japs. After the visitors left, Willis offered the only positive note he could think of under the circumstances. "Well, anyway, we'll be able to kill some more of the bastards," he said. It was approaching dusk when the Amtrak finally arrived, dodging sporadic mortar fire as it came. It was manned by a crew of black Marines, the first any of the men on the point had ever seen. Fred Fox felt relief beyond description as the tractor dropped its ramp and began unloading cases of ammunition, boxes of hand grenades, crates of sea rations, and rolls of barbed wire. Fox was down to 2 clips of ammo for his Tommy gun, although he'd found a good Japanese rifle with several belts of cartridges and had them lying nearby as a backup. Hunt talked the tractor crew into leaving 2 of their .30 caliber machine guns with the point's defenders, which, in Hunt's words, strengthened our scanty line considerably. In addition to the sorely needed supplies, the Amtrak also carried a few reinforcements in the persons of a half-dozen K-31 Marines who'd gotten separated from the rest of the company during the day's frantic action. When the unloading was done, the point's seriously wounded were put aboard the Amtrak to be taken back to an aid station for evacuation. Within minutes after it arrived, the tractor departed again, still drawing fire from enemy mortars, but escaping without casualties or damage. Along with the other supplies, the Amtrak had brought a barrel of the same tainted water that would be delivered all over the beachhead within the next 12 hours. It was eagerly received at first, but one taste was enough to convince most of the men that they wanted no part of it. To us, water was the most precious thing of all right now, but this stuff was awful, sickening, said Fox. For the time being, we decided we'd just keep doing what we'd been doing over the past few hours to get water, slipping out and cutting the canteens off dead Japs. Initially, Fox was elated when he saw that the Amtrak had also delivered a flamethrower to replace the defective one he'd left behind that morning. But this too turned out to be a disappointment. The tank of nitrogen that came with the weapon had been out in the broiling sun for hours and had built up so much pressure that the valve burst when Fox opened it. The broken valve released a fine, cold spray of diesel fuel into the air, and Fox actually found it refreshing. It sounds crazy, but I was so hot and dirty, and that diesel felt so cool and good that I just sat there and let it spray on me until the tank went dry, Fox recalled. There was nothing I could do about it anyway. The thing was useless without the nitrogen valve, so I just told the other guys not to light up any cigarettes around me for a while. The accident with the valve led to an eye-opening and unnerving revelation for Fox a few minutes later. After the diesel fuel evaporated enough to keep a spark from turning him into a walking torch, he decided to go down to the beach and try to locate his original flamethrower. Its igniter wasn't working, but it still had half a tank of fuel and a functioning valve, which might allow him to use the new weapon. He knew there were enemy snipers around. They'd fired on the Marines laying the barbed wire around the base of the point a short time earlier. But Fox had little doubt that he could make it to the beach and back without serious problems. When he started in that direction, he heard an urgent yell from a Marine above and behind him. "What the hell you think you're doing, Fox?" "I'm just going down to get my old flamethrower out of the hole where I left it," Fox called back. "Man, you can't go back down there. There's Japs all over the place between here and the beach. You'll never make it." "What are you talking about?" Fox demanded. "Hell, we just cleared that area not long ago." "Yeah, but they've come in behind us now. We're cut off up here. Didn't you get the word?" "Hell, I don't believe it," said Fox. "Okay, it's your funeral," the other Marine said. Still determined, Fox walked a few feet further, then hesitated. "You really think it's that bad?" he asked the other Marine. "If you want to commit suicide, just keep walking," the guy said. "Otherwise, get back up here on the double." Reluctantly, Fox turned and retraced his steps. He'd barely flopped down behind his little pile of rocks when he heard a shot off to his right. His eyes followed the sound and caught a brief movement in a tree about 100 yards away. Fox knew someone was hit when a Marine nearby shouted for a corpsman. "I think I see this one," Fox said softly. He picked up the captured Japanese rifle, eased into a sitting position, and took careful aim at the top of the tree. He fired, and a second later a body plunged to the ground. "Hey, you got him!" several Marines chorused. "You got the son of a bitch!" Fox nodded, but his satisfaction was diluted by the queasiness in his belly. As darkness slowly settled over the beach, he was shaken by the thought of how close he'd come to being a sniper's next victim. He closed his eyes and saw the faces of friends he'd already lost that day. PFC's Bill Elderton and Whitey Hudson, Sergeant George Sutkaitis, Corporal Calvin Smith, Platoon Sergeant John Koval, and several others. Then his thoughts jumped to the approaching night and the danger lurking just yards away on all sides. The radio was dead, and there was no way to call for support from the artillery. The point's defenders were totally on their own. Fox made no further attempt to leave his 10-foot circle of space. Instead, he piled up more rocks around himself while PFC Braswell Stringbean Dean, a rail-thin BAR man from Georgia, did likewise nearby. Fox carefully arranged a row of grenades so that he could find them in the dark, placed his Tommy gun and the Japanese rifle by his side, and fashioned a pillow out of his cartridge belt. Then he lay on his back with his feet toward the beach, watching the stars appear in the darkening sky. For the first time he could remember, he knew exactly how a trapped fox felt. Except for a few rifle shots and occasional mortar fire, the first 2 or 3 hours after nightfall passed uneventfully, but none of the 36 men remaining on the point doubted that the Japanese were coming. Swede Hansen was pretty sure he could smell them already. Ever since the canal, he'd heard guys claim they could smell the bastards, and with every passing moment, he became more convinced it was true. Hansen had prayed for hand grenades that afternoon, and not long afterward, the Amtrak showed up with box after box of them. Now, with the contents of one of those boxes positioned within easy reach, he faced the open beach from a slight slope that curved back under the seaward side of the point, praying that his nose would warn him in time. The first attack came just after 11 p.m. It announced itself in jabbering voices and the muted scraping of boots on the rocks below. "Japs! Japs!" a voice hissed nearby. Hansen couldn't see anything in the pitch blackness in front of him, but he grabbed a grenade and pulled the pin. He held it as long as he dared, about 3 seconds, then threw it in an arc so that it would explode high and scatter its fragments over a wide area. The echo of the blast was still ringing in Hansen's ears when he hurled a second grenade, followed by a third and a fourth. He paused to listen and heard the low-pitched brrrr of the captured Nambu light machine gun as Corporal Anderson blazed away with it just below. It was impossible to tell what kind of damage Anderson was doing, but he kept pouring a steady stream of fire into the darkness. Hansen hurled 2 more grenades, then frustrated with his inability to see through the curtain of blackness, he stood up for a better look. Just as he got to his feet, a star shell from a Marine mortar somewhere to the south lit the sky. The shell bathed the point and the surrounding area in brilliant white light, revealing enemy troops on the move all across Hansen's field of vision. More importantly, it silhouetted the outline of a Japanese soldier charging at him from no more than 10 feet away. "I had my M1 by my side, holding it by the pistol grip," Hansen recalled. "I came up with it and fired from the hip, and the Jap wasn't there anymore." With hardly a pause, Swede started throwing grenades again. He threw them until his right arm was so tired he could barely lift it. Each time another star shell went off, he could see more Japanese bodies in front of him, but others still kept coming. All along the company's tenuous line, Marines were taking similar action. Just as the tension intensified Hansen's sense of smell, it made their hearing so acute that every falling pebble brushed by a Marine's sleeve sounded like a landslide. It may have been a simple case of raw nerves, but some believed they were alerted to the enemy's approach by an indefinable sixth sense. "You just got the feeling that something was going to happen," said Fred Fox. "My foxhole mate felt it too. I dozed a little, but he didn't sleep at all, so we were ready for them when they came." Fox and others around him threw dozens of grenades at targets they couldn't see, but they heard a hell of a lot of screaming amid the explosions, which told them their grenades were hitting home. Then flares fired intermittently by Marines on the beach made it less of a guessing game. The ground attack was broken within 15 or 20 minutes with staggering Japanese losses, and the attackers who were able withdrew to positions roughly 50 yards away. In the silence that followed, powder smoke and the reek of cordite hung heavy in the air. "You guys okay?" asked Corporal Henry Hahn, pausing to check on two other Marines crouching near the entrance to one of the point's interior pillboxes. "Yeah, just trying to catch our breath," one of them said. "The bastards want this place back pretty bad, don't they?" Hahn nodded, but he scarcely heard the other Marine's words. His own sixth sense was working overtime, and he felt an overwhelming premonition of danger. Quietly, he moved to the entrance of the pillbox and peered inside. In the fading light of a flare, he saw 5 Japanese soldiers applying dressings to wounds on their legs. Hahn raised his Tommy gun and fired a long burst. There was no further movement in the pillbox. The end of the frontal assault on the point didn't mean the Japanese had given up. After a brief interlude, the enemy mortars started up again, firing concentrations from a range of just 50 yards or so. "If anything, the mortars were worse than the Japs charging straight at you," recalled Swede Hansen. "Because you were so helpless, you couldn't do anything but pray and wait to see if the next one was going to blow you to hell." The mortar shell that hit Swede came a couple of hours before daylight, during a relative lull in the barrage. Fortunately, it was a small caliber knee mortar round that exploded just a few feet behind him. If it had been one of the enemy's heavy mortars, he'd have been blasted to pieces. Despite their name, the knee mortars carried by many Japanese infantrymen couldn't be fired from the human knee because of their strong recoil. Their 15-inch barrel made them easy to carry and set up, and extremely hard to spot from a distance. "Sometimes it seemed as if every Jap in the Pacific had one of those damn things," Hansen recalled many years later. It was bad enough as it was, however. One large fragment knifed into his right arm, and several smaller ones struck him in the lower back. The arm wound was bubbling blood, and he knew instantly that it was a bad one. Since he'd lost 2 of his best buddies at Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester, Hansen purposely avoided cultivating close friendships with the guys around him. He was known in the company as a loner, but he didn't care. As an S2 intelligence scout, his willingness and ability to operate on his own were valuable assets. And even now, he had no intention of forcing another Marine to expose himself to enemy fire by crying out for help. "I'm hit," Hansen said matter-of-factly, clamping his arm at the elbow and squeezing hard to try to slow the bleeding. "Hang on," said PFC Snowy Hibbard, the nearest Marine to him. "I'll get a corpsman." "Never mind," Hansen replied. "The corpsmen don't have any medical supplies left anyway. I'll take care of it." He tore off the sleeve of his shirt and managed to tie it around the arm as a tourniquet. As severely injured as he was, Hansen had 2 concerns that outweighed the importance of his own wounds. First, if someone came to help him, it would give the enemy a better fix on his position and make it even more dangerous to stay where he was. Second, if the Japanese knew he was hit, they might try to slip past him and overrun Hunt's makeshift command post. For the rest of the night, Hansen kept hurling grenades at regular intervals. His right hand was too swollen for him to pull the trigger on his rifle, and firing it could have betrayed his location anyway. His arm looked like hell. It hurt like hell, too, every time he drew back to throw, but he was too erratic when he tried it left-handed, so he kept using the bad arm anyway. "It's the bottom of the 9th, he told himself between clenched teeth. 2 out, and the base is loaded. Just a few more good pitches and we'll win this game." With daylight, the point's defenders could see the damage they'd done, but there was little time to congratulate one another. A renewed mortar barrage soon started, and volleys of sniper fire came from bushes, trees, and a natural dip in the ground only about 30 yards away. The Japanese were serving notice that they were still determined to reclaim the prize they'd lost the day before. Hoping against hope that the radio's batteries had regained enough strength overnight to transmit for a few moments, Hunt's operator tried desperately to get a message out. If he succeeded, Hunt was ready to holler as loud as he could for reinforcements. "Hello, 5, this is Control. Hello, 5, this is Control. Can you hear me? Over." The only reply was static. Sergeant Red Haggerty crawled over to Hunt, his carrot-colored hair powdered gray with coral dust. "I can get through, Skipper," he said. "I can make it to battalion and get us some help. I'll get 'em to send a tractor around by the reef." Hunt had no other options. Their backs were to the wall, and he had only about a dozen men left who were fit for combat. "Go ahead," he said. "Bring some more people up here. Anybody. I don't give a damn. Hurry, and take care of yourself." By now, wounded Marines outnumbered the able-bodied, and more casualties were mounting fast. Rounds from an enemy heavy mortar in the nearby ravine rained down on all sides, and snipers firing from elevated positions peppered Marines in the outlying rocks with fire. Corpsman Bill Jenkins, the only medic still alive on the point, had set up a crude little hospital in one corner of a pillbox where he tended to a half-dozen badly wounded men with almost no bandages or medicines. Private Wilburn Beasley lay dying of a gaping grenade wound in his side. One wounded Marine had been hit again as Jenkins carried him on his back toward safety. PFC Wayne Hook, Hunt's only other S2 scout besides Swede Hansen, had been hit in the shoulder by mortar fragments while hurling grenades from the outer defensive perimeter. Meanwhile, 2 wounded men with their legs full of shrapnel dragged themselves up onto the shelf above the beach, where Hansen was watching mortar shells bursting out in front of him. With most of the action now on the landward side of the point, Hansen was able to leave his vantage point long enough to help them to cover, but he kept his remaining grenades handy. "Our line's getting awful thin," Lieutenant Willis told Hunt. "Looks like we'll have to draw in and tighten up." "But that'll mean pulling back about 20 yards, Hunt said. "The Japs'll move in on us covered by those boulders. We'd be worse off than we are now." A Japanese grenade sailed over Willis's shoulder, smacked a boulder, and rolled to within 10 feet of where he and Hunt sat. Everyone around them dove away from it, but the grenade was a dud. "We've got to get these wounded boys out of here," Willis said when he regained his breath. "Where the hell is that tractor?" Hunt leaned out and took a long look down the beach. He saw nothing but mortar shells crashing on the sand and the reef. They were exploding just below the cliff, and their fragments were pelting down only yards from the ledge where Hansen and the other 2 wounded men lay. "Hey, Swede!" Hunt shouted. "Can you hear me?" "Yeah, I'm here." Hansen ventured out far enough for Hunt to see his face and his grossly discolored arm. "I'm going to put you in for the Silver Star for what you did last night," Hunt said. "Now you need to go to an aid station. That arm looks bad. I don't want you to lose it to gangrene." "But hell, Captain," Hansen protested. "How am I supposed to get there through all those Japs?" "Go through the shallow water along the reef," Hunt told him. "It's only 150 yards or so to our lines on the beach. You can make it." "Whatever you say, Captain." "There's just one other thing, Swede." "What's that?" "I'll see you get another medal if you take those 2 other wounded guys with you," Hunt said. "They can't walk, but maybe with your help they can float over there." For a moment Hansen stared at Hunt as if he were crazy. Then he raised his left arm and waved. "Okay," he said. "I'll see what I can do." Hansen handed his rifle and canteen up to Hunt, then dragged the wounded men to the water one at a time. Once they were afloat, they were able to use their arms to paddle a little while Swede supported one with his left arm and had the other hang on to his shirt. The trip through the chest-deep water seemed to take hours. By the time Hansen spotted a group of Marines just 40 or 50 feet ahead, he could feel the last of his energy ebbing away. For the germ of an instant, he felt immeasurable relief. Then he heard a warning cry that sent a chill up his spine. "Hey, here come the Japs! They're coming through the water!" Bolstered by a burst of adrenaline, Hansen bellowed out his fear, pain, and frustration in the worst string of profanity he'd ever uttered. "Hold your goddamn fire, shithead! "We're Marines, you asshole! We're Marines!" Then he started singing the Marine hymn as loudly as his cracking voice would allow. Hunt got back to his command post just as hawk-nosed Sergeant Dick Weber rushed up. Weber was breathing hard, and his face was smeared with sweat and dirt, but he was also grinning. Hunt couldn't understand why until Weber spoke. "McComas just knocked out the big mortar that's been hitting us so hard," Weber said in his unmistakable Boston accent, "and I think we've nearly cleaned him out on the right." Hunt hurried to get a look. He reached a vantage point in time to see Marines surge over the rocks down below, hurling grenades and firing BARs. Within seconds, the enemy line in the ravine disintegrated before their onslaught. The Japanese were falling back. At almost that same instant, Red Haggerty reappeared. "I've got some men, extras from other outfits I found on the beach," he yelled, "and we laid a phone line along the reef from battalion." Hunt saw about 15 fresh troops clamber out of the Amtrak to make way for the rest of the wounded. He let out a heavy sigh as he watched the tractor crew unload more grenades, cans of water, boxes of medical supplies, and stretchers. It wasn't all he'd hoped for, but it was a damn sight more than they'd had. Another round in the fight for the point was over. There would be others before the final bell. Chapter 8. Death and Denial. At no juncture in its history has the U.S. Marine Corps faced a darker, more desperate period than the first 2.5 days on Peleliu. Between the initial D-Day landing and the morning of D+2, Colonel Chesty Puller's 1st Marines lost close to 1,000 men. By 8:30 a.m. on September 17, 48 hours after the regiment came ashore, about 1 man out of every 3 in its ranks had either been killed or put out of action with serious wounds. Today, many historians, military observers, and Marines who witnessed this bloodbath firsthand insist that many of these losses should never have happened, and they direct a major share of the blame at 2 men, Puller and General Rupertus, the division commander. Initially, they say, Puller himself appeared strangely unmoved by the debacle. As a battlefield rule of thumb, when a regiment suffered 15% casualties, it was considered unfit for further frontline combat. Since the 1st Marines' 2-day losses were more than double that percentage, the whole regiment would have been withdrawn and placed in reserve under normal conditions. Yet Puller kept throwing his decimated units at the enemy, downplaying the severity of his losses during that crucial early period, and roundly berating his field commanders when they fell short of the objectives he laid out for them. Meanwhile, Rupertus's obsessive determination to win the quick victory he'd predicted undoubtedly put pressure on Puller and may have been at least as large a factor in the high casualty toll as Puller's own obstinacy. When Rupertus came ashore at mid-morning on D+1 to occupy the divisional command post set up for him in a deep tank trap, he gave every indication that he still sensed, despite massive evidence to the contrary, a speedy victory in the offing. His projections of a rough but fast fight of just 2 or 3 days had already been drowned in Marine blood. But as the body count mounted over the next few days, Rupertus steadfastly refused to call for readily available army troops to bail out his division. The overall feeling seemed to be that a breakthrough was imminent, one of Rupertus's staff officers later wrote. Enemy resistance would collapse, or at worst disintegrate, as it happened on Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. The division commander had been grumpy and irritable, leaning on a cane and favoring his injured ankle as he was helped off the Amtrak. His first act after a briefing by his executive officer, General Oliver Smith, was to banish Smith from any further role in the campaign. Smith had personally directed the operation for the past 24 hours. After that, Rupertus called for reports from his regimental commanders. Colonel Bucky Harris's 5th Marines had absorbed significant losses, but they now controlled the airfield and adjacent installations and were ahead of schedule on a drive to the eastern coast of Peleliu. At the southern tip of the island, Colonel Herman Hannikin of the 7th Marines reported heavy resistance, but predicted that his area would be secure by nightfall. Rupertus was visibly disturbed, however, by the bad news about Puller's 2nd and 3rd Battalions, not so much by their losses, it seems, as by their failure to keep up with the planned pace of advance. "Can't they move any faster?" Rupertus demanded, referring to Colonel Russell Honsowitz and Major Ray Davis, Puller's battalion commanders. "God damn it, Louis, you've got to kick ass to get results! You know that, god damn it!" The attack was losing its momentum, Rupertus complained, but all it needed to get back on track and achieve the early triumph he'd predicted was to put more fire in the bellies of his field commanders and their troops. By late afternoon on September 16, D+1, the stalemate on the Point and White Beach 1 had shown little improvement. The 3rd Battalion was still under intermittent fire from Japanese-held high ground beyond the airfield, and casualties continued to mount. Every effort at permanently plugging the gap separating Captain Hunt's small force on the Point from the rest of the shallow beachhead had thus far failed. Despite reinforcements and supplies slipped in over the reef to Hunt's men, they remained in desperate straits. They were still cut off, still outnumbered, and still subjected to mortar fire and one probing attack after another throughout the day. The Japanese now realized the opportunity they'd missed to overrun the Point on D-Day afternoon and night. Consequently, as historian George Macmillan observed in The Old Breed, that first day would, in effect, drag on for Hunt's battered survivors until the morning of the 3rd day, September 17. In other words, a second terrible night lay just ahead. Even so, as the afternoon wore on, Hunt felt far more confident than he had the night before. Late that morning, the remaining 10 men from his 2nd platoon had reached the Point by tractor, and other Amtraks arrived at intervals with additional men and supplies. One brought the company's mortar section, which set up its guns among the rocks. Another carried a radio-equipped artillery observation team to communicate with the 11th Marines batteries on Orange Beach. Hunt and the lieutenant in charge of the observation team worked out the range to cover a 600-yard deep area in front of their lines. "We'll put as much explosive in there as you ask for," the lieutenant assured Hunt. "You're liable to have a busy night," Hunt replied. "The Japs want this point." That night Hunt would have more to fight back with than just rifles, Tommy guns, and grenades. He'd also have more men to help repel the attacks that were sure to come. There were close to 50 Marines on the line now instead of a mere 18, 7 machine guns instead of 2, radios that worked, and 2 functioning phone lines to battalion headquarters. With his position significantly strengthened, Hunt was able to relax a little. He lay down on one of the stretchers that had been brought up and closed his eyes for a few minutes. He thought of his wife Anita back in New York and wondered if she could somehow sense where he was and the danger he faced. As the tension of the past 30-plus hours eased slightly, he realized more clearly how close he and his men had come to annihilation in the pre-dawn darkness that morning. In his mind, Hunt pictured happier times and places. The gray skyline of Manhattan stretching out as far as the eye could see, Anita's laughing face, the two of them riding together on the Long Island Railroad. He almost smiled at the striking contrast between the sophisticated, urbane existence he'd once known and the death-smelling hunk of coral that he now called home. "You know, Skipper," he heard Red Haggerty saying, "when I went to get help this morning, those people back there looked at me like they'd seen a ghost. They'd just about crossed us off the list." Hunt nodded. "We had a close call, all right," he said, "but it'll be different tonight. We're well prepared for 'em." Harassing Japanese mortar, machine gun, and sniper fire continued through the afternoon. The mortar barrages grew heavy at times, and Hunt had to call once for air support to shut them down. Later, he sent out 2 rifle squads on patrol to check out the enemy's strength in front of his line. They'd advanced less than 100 yards when they were jumped by swarms of Japanese hiding in holes among low ridges with rifles and grenades. The cost was 1 Marine killed and 3 wounded, including both squad leaders, Corporal Henry Hahn and Sergeant Joe Daly. After alerting battalion headquarters that the Japanese were massing for a possible night attack, Hunt ordered his own mortars and artillery into action. About an hour later, another patrol reported friendly troops moving toward Hunt's lines. B Company had finally fought its way through the massed enemy to fill the gap on Hunt's right. Within minutes, the 2 units were firmly spliced together. Some 30 hours after being cut off and surrounded, what was left of K-31 was no longer isolated, but its ordeal wasn't over. In the darkness now descending, the Japanese were preparing one final desperate attempt to reclaim the point. Late that afternoon, the mood of the troops along Hunt's bolstered line had brightened noticeably as word spread of B Company's breakthrough into the gap, and tractors ferried in machine guns, mortars, and more men. PFC Fred Fox saw Sergeant Blandy, guide of the 2nd Platoon, step almost jauntily off one of the Amtraks with his gangster-style Tommy gun slung over his shoulder. "As bad as things had been the night before, we were ready to fight," Fox recalled, "and seeing those guys we'd been separated from for so long really got us juiced up. They were handing out cases of hand grenades, and just about everybody got his own case. There was also plenty of M1, BAR, and Tommy gun ammo being distributed." At about 5:30 p.m., with the sun still shining brightly, the Japanese launched a ferocious mortar barrage. Fox and his buddy PFC John C. Duke hugged the bottom of their shallow foxhole, but most of the rounds narrowly missed the point. They either hit 20 to 30 yards beyond it in the shallow water of the reef, or fell slightly short of the Marines' defensive perimeter. "At the time, we thought their range was just off," Fox said many years later. "But now I think they were purposely targeting any defenses below the cliff on the seaward side, where they couldn't see, in preparation for a night attack on our left flank through the shallow water." The far edge of that left flank just happened to be where Fox and Duke were located. When the barrage let up, Hunt moved up and down the line, checking to see that everybody was alert and ready for whatever came next. The captain stopped for a minute to talk to Duke and Fox. "Are you guys set for trouble?" he asked. "I figure we're going to get it for sure after dark, and I'm a little worried about this area over here." Hunt nodded toward the reef. "There's a depression out there, and I'm not sure how big it is. If the Japs could get 30 or 40 troops in it and hit us directly on the left flank, it could be big trouble. They'd be too close for our mortars or artillery to help, and we've got no barbed wire out there." "We're as ready as we can get, Skipper," Fox said. "I was out there earlier to get some canteens off dead Japs, and I found a place where I could crawl down to the water's edge along the cliff. I can go out again when it gets dark and listen. It'll be hard for 'em to move around on that coral without making some noise. If I hear anything, I'll let you know on the double." "Good idea," Hunt said, "but you be damned careful, Fox." "I'll do my best to cover him, Captain," Duke said, patting his BAR. "Duke can keep my Tommy gun, too," Fox said. "I'll just take my .45 and a couple of grenades. That way I can get back here in a hurry if I have to." For several hours after dark, Hunt received scattered reports of chattering voices and the sound of scrambling movements beyond the center of his perimeter. At one point, Hunt ventured out himself to have a look. "Hear anything?" he whispered to a man who was unrecognizable in the gloom. "Think I did," the Marine said. "Sort of excited jabbering." Just then, someone threw a grenade toward the woods. When the sound of the explosion faded, Hunt could hear low squeals of pain. "They're there all right, and pretty damn near," another Marine said. "Keep throwing grenades, and don't open up with your guns till you can see 'em," Hunt told them. He moved quickly along the line to where Lieutenant Willis was sound asleep and shook him by the shoulder until he woke up with a start. Yeah, what's the matter?" "Japs milling around in front of our center position," Hunt said. "Shift a couple of men over there to strengthen it." He also woke up Lieutenant Strammel and told him to check his machine guns. Then he had Haggerty get on the phone to alert the artillery to stand by. After that, there was nothing to do but wait. It was close to midnight when the Japanese unleashed their final all-out assault. First, their mortars opened fire with a vengeance, but this time they got an instant response both from K-31's 60mm guns on the point and the battalion's 81mm heavies. Moments later, the 11th Marines' 105 howitzers joined the uproar. Bursting flares flooded the inky sky with brilliance. Every rock, ravaged tree, and blistered clump of brush around the point stood out starkly in the false daylight. So did scores of Japanese troops, scrambling over and past the bloated, decomposing bodies of their fallen comrades. "There they are!" came a chorus of hoarse cries. "They're coming in on us!" Every rifle, BAR, and machine gun in the center of the Marine line erupted at once. The noise rose to a deafening crescendo, but Hunt's angry voice could still be heard above the din. "Give 'em hell!" he bellowed. "Kill every one of the bastards!" When the bedlam of fire and noise broke out, Fred Fox had been lying alone by the foot of the cliff for nearly 4 hours within a few feet of the shallows on the reef. With nobody near enough for conversation, except for a couple of dozen dead Japanese, Fox had nothing to do but listen, think, and try to ignore the smell. For a long time, the only detectable sound had been the soft splashing of water against the rocky bank as the tide moved out, but a jumble of memories kept flashing through Fox's mind like old, faded snapshots. Although Peleliu was his first combat, Fox had no fear of being on his own, never had as far as he could remember. In fact, he rather relished it. He'd been more or less fending for himself ever since his father's death when he was just 13. Soon afterward, he was sent to military school at Allen Academy in Bryan, Texas, where he'd gotten the drilling, marching, saluting routine down pat long before joining the Marines at age 17. He proved as much by being named the top recruit in his boot camp graduating class in San Diego. As a reward, his instructors made him sergeant for a day and let him command the detail during its final drill. He thought it would have made his father proud. Around 11:30 p.m., Fox heard a single rifle shot, followed by some yelling and a brief volley of other shots. Then it grew quiet again, but not for long. When the storm of shooting broke out, Fox stayed still, flattening himself against the rocky ledge and holding his breath. The firefight raging on the landward side of the point, where most of his mates were, was the loudest and hottest Fox had ever heard, a constant, thunderous roar. But as nearly as he could tell, there was no activity at all down by the reef. He strained his eyes and ears to detect any movement on his left, but there seemed to be nothing going on there either. He tried to lie as quiet and motionless as one of the dead Japanese, and he did a pretty good job of it. The only thing that might have betrayed him was the furious pounding of his heart. After about 15 minutes, the volume of firing tapered off. A short time later, the night grew relatively quiet again. There were still a few stray shots here and there between periods of total silence. The minutes dragged by, but Fox maintained his position and kept listening intently for any sound from the reef. Several times drowsiness crept over him and he almost dozed, but each time he was able to rouse himself and reclaim his grip on consciousness. By his best guess, it was around 2 a.m. when he heard a soft voice speaking Japanese out in the water directly in front of him. The voice sounded as though it came from 30 or 40 feet away. Fox tensed, gripped his .45 hard in his fist, and made a split-second judgment that turned out to be a big mistake. "There's a whole column of Japs coming along the bottom of the cliff," he told himself, "and that voice I heard in the water was the lead man in the column. I've got to get off this ledge and crawl down the cliff toward Hunt's command post to sound the alarm." Fox turned and stepped down into the shallow water, barely 2 inches deep with the tide out, but he'd only taken a step or two when he heard something behind him. He whirled to face the sound, but a Japanese bayonet was already slashing through the air toward him. He ran into it with his chest and knocked it out of the way, but not before its blade carved a 4-inch gash across the left side of his rib cage. Fox swung his .45 as hard as he could, hitting his assailant squarely in the face with the barrel. The impact knocked the pistol out of Fox's hand, but the Japanese soldier also dropped his rifle. Fox caught it as it fell and drove the bayonet through the soldier's belly. "Nips!" he screamed. "Nips!" Seconds later, 3 more Japanese lunged at him out of the dark. Fox saw their bayonets glinting in the light from a distant flare, but he didn't see the grenade until it exploded a few feet behind him. He wasn't sure whether it was thrown by Duke or one of the Japanese, but it sent a half-dozen steel fragments knifing into his left side and knocked him down. "Nips!" he yelled again as he tried to crawl away. Out of the corner of his eye, Fox saw another bayonet-wielding Japanese charging at him. He rolled out into the water, trying to avoid the thrusting blade and get into the flare light, where his friend, John Duke, might be able to give him some help with the BAR or the Tommy gun. Fox didn't roll fast enough. He felt the bayonet stab into his neck, then rip another gash across his back. As he lay bleeding in the water and unable to move, he heard Duke open fire from the top of the cliff. For a few seconds, Fox was dimly aware of the Japanese firing upward at Duke's position. Then he felt himself lapsing into unconsciousness. It was still dark when Fox reawakened, and he had no sense of how long he'd been lying there. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. Several fresh Japanese corpses were in the water with him, some of them almost close enough to touch if he was able to reach out toward them. Somewhere nearby, a machine gun chattered. Fox was surprised that he was still alive. After that, he drifted in and out of consciousness. Once, in the light of the flares, he thought he saw his dead father standing beside him. They were talking very earnestly to each other about Fox's wounds, and the fact that no one seemed to realize where he was or what a predicament he was in. Fox heard his own childlike voice pleading with his father to help him. "If you'll only get me out of this place, Daddy, I'll be the best little boy you ever had." When he woke up again, seawater was splashing in his face and getting in his mouth. It was almost daybreak and the tide was coming in. He realized with no particular sense of panic that if he didn't move soon, he'd surely drown. "Corpsman!" he called out as loudly as he could. Immediately a voice shouted back, "What the hell are you doing out there?" "I don't know," Fox said, "but I can't get up." "Hang on," the voice said. "I'll come get you." After a moment, a Marine came tromping out into the water. It was PFC Andy Burns, who'd been manning a machine gun on the ledge nearby. Burns gathered Fox in his arms and lifted him, stumbling back toward the safety of the ledge as rifle shots rang out and enemy bullets whined past them, smacking the rocks. "Damn brave thing you're doing," Fox muttered. "Just don't die on me, man," Burns panted. "I'd hate like hell to think I'd wasted the effort." Marine mortar and artillery fire continued to hit Japanese positions in the woods, gullies, and basins north and east of the point until shortly before daylight. An attempt by about 50 enemy troops to attack through the shallow water of the reef where Fox had raised the alarm ended with most of the attackers killed. The few who survived retreated into niches in the coral cliff near the waterline so that bullets and ordinary grenades couldn't reach them. But Hunt's men burned them out of their hiding places with thermite grenades that filled the indentures with white-hot flames. Screaming in agony, the Japanese ran into the water with their uniforms blazing and the ammunition in their belts exploding like strings of firecrackers, in Hunt's words. They rolled in the surf trying to douse the flames, but it did no good. They burned in the water, their cries so loud and piercing that Hunt realized for the first time that the din of battle had abruptly stopped. As dawn broke, an unfamiliar calm enveloped the area around the point. Fox and Duke lay close together on the beach in a line of wounded men on stretchers. Moments after Fox fell, Duke had taken a bullet in his arm and suffered a leg wound from a samurai sword. But as an Amtrak approached to ferry them to an aid station, neither was aware of the other's presence. Nearby, several Marines stumbled down to the water, scooped up handfuls of the incoming tide, and splashed it over their heads and shoulders. Others smoked quietly, or opened cans of sea rations and scraped out the contents with their K-bar knives. Some slumped, exhausted, staring out at the carnage surrounding them. They all seemed numbed and dazed by the silence. Hunt moved among them to conduct a preliminary head count of the K Company men still fit for duty. Of the 235 who had landed on D-Day, he could locate only 78. The other 157 were either wounded or dead. On all sides, enemy dead covered the ground, floated in the surf, or hung in pieces from shattered trees. In some places, their bodies were piled 4 deep. Hunt and Lieutenants Willis and Strammel counted enough enemy corpses, many freshly killed but others dating to the first day of fighting, to determine that more than 500 Japanese had lost their lives in the struggle for the point. Now the struggle was finally over. Someone handed Hunt a field telephone, and he heard Colonel Puller's voice crackling over the line. "I Company will take over your positions at 0800 and continue the advance. You'll go into reserve and get a rest." A medic pressed a small bottle of brandy into Hunt's hand, and Strammel gave him a ham sandwich that one of the Amtraks had brought in. The sandwich tasted fresh and good, and the brandy had a bracing effect, but only for a few minutes. A deep weariness soon closed over Hunt, and all he wanted to do was sleep. Taking and holding the point was the first significant victory for Chesty Puller's 1st Marines. Elsewhere, however, the news from the front was all bad. Elements of the 1st assaulting the high ground due north of the White Beaches had run into a veritable meat grinder. On the morning of D+2, with the regiment's depleted 3rd Battalion tied down in support of Captain Hunt's men on the point, Puller ordered Colonel Russell Hansewitz's 2nd Battalion to attack enemy positions on a coral rise designated as Hill 200. A high point along Bloody Nose Ridge on the southern edge of the Umerbrogel, the hill was a major source of Japanese artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire still plaguing the beachhead and the airfield. Puller didn't mince words as he handed Hansewitz the job of taking it. "I want that ridge before sundown, and I mean, goddammit, I want it," Puller said. At age 30, Hansewitz was among the youngest battalion commanders in the Corps. He was known as a hard-nosed officer who was solidly respected by his troops, and he'd handled tough assignments before. Unfortunately, Hansewitz and his men were about to have the Marines' first major encounter with a new, calculated enemy strategy designed to extract the maximum price for every inch of Peleliu's rugged interior. Over the next few hours, the 2nd Battalion's Marines would become the first Americans to come face to face with the painstakingly constructed enemy strategy in the ridges. They'd learned, to their dismay, how deeply and deceptively the Japanese were dug in, and how each of their positions was part of an intricate defensive chain, usually supported by others higher up. It would be an eye-opening and brutally costly introduction to a whole new style of defensive warfare. With a Sherman tank and 2 Amtraks in the lead, the battalion moved north quickly along a narrow, twisting road. The first 300 yards or so were a piece of cake. The Marines covered the distance in 5 minutes or less, encountering only occasional small-arms sniper fire. But as they reached the lower slopes of Hill 200 and wheeled west to mount their assault, all hell broke loose. From every fold and crevice in the ridge, an avalanche of fire swept down on Hansewitz's men. Wheeled 37mm field pieces appeared suddenly in the mouths of caves, spewed shells at point-blank range, then vanished. Volleys of heavy machine gun rounds and mortar bursts raked the slope from concealed emplacements. Rifles cracked from hidden sniper pits. Within seconds, the Sherman and both Amtraks were knocked out, leaving the rifle squads at the mercy of enemy gunners, who moved with lightning speed through tunnels cut through the hill to connect a complex of caves. As the Marines advanced foot by foot up the slope, Japanese infantrymen jumped from their hiding places to meet them head-on with rifles, bayonets, and grenades. "We got part way up the ridge, and then the hills opened, and fire poured down on our heads," recalled Private Russell Davis, a young 2-1 rifleman. "We could do nothing but huddle together in terror. We couldn't go ahead. We couldn't go back. We were witless and helpless, with nothing to do but lie and take it." Hansewitz called in artillery strikes from Navy ships and the 11th Marines' 105mm howitzers on the beach. Then demolition teams hurled satchel charges of TNT into the warren of caves and tunnels to finish off the job. By twilight on D+2, 200 men of the 2nd Battalion held the crest of Hill 200, but the cost in casualties had been fearsome, and the battalion was still under fire from still higher enemy positions on nearby Hill 210. The first call received after phone lines were strung to Hansewitz's hilltop command post was from Puller. "How are things going?" "Not too good," Hansewitz said. "I lost a lot of men." "How many did you lose?" "I don't have a firm count yet, but I think I lost a couple of hundred." "How many Japs did you kill?" "Well, we overran one position that had 25 in it, and we got 'em all," Hansewitz said. "There were a lot of Jap bodies around, but I don't know how many. Maybe 50. "Jesus Christ, Hansewitz!" Puller exploded. "What the hell are the American people going to think? You lost 200 fine young Marines and only killed 50 Japs? I'm putting you down for 500. It was never possible to make an accurate count of Japanese casualties in the 1st Marine sector of the battlefield during this gory opening phase of the Peleliu campaign. But based on all available information, Puller's losses probably far exceeded those of the enemy. Later casualty figures showed that the 2nd Platoon alone suffered 429 casualties between D-Day morning and the afternoon of D+2, including the dead and wounded left on the slopes of Hill 200 that day. But whether out of shock, disbelief, or sheer vanity, Puller couldn't admit, either to himself or higher-ranking commanders, that he was pushing his regiment to the brink of destruction. His denial was compounded by that of Rupertus, who also seemed incapable of facing up to the gravity of the situation. During the evening of September 17, D+2, Puller finally contacted division headquarters and asked for reinforcements. Although he could only estimate his losses, he knew the regiment had taken a terrific beating during the first 60 hours of combat. A detailed accounting of casualties would later show that 1,236 men of the 1st Marines had been killed or wounded by the time Puller placed his call. But from Puller's perspective, his troops' failure to gain control of Hills 200 and 210 was even worse than the losses. "I've got to have replacements if I'm going to continue the attack as ordered," Puller told Colonel John Selden, General Rupertus's chief of staff. "I'm sorry, but there's none available," Selden responded. "Well, give me some of those 17,000 men on the beach," Puller said, referring to the rear echelon engineering, supply, communications, and other specialized troops who had landed since D-Day. "You can't have them," Selden said. "Those men aren't trained infantry." "You give them to me, and by God they'll be trained infantry by nightfall tomorrow," Puller flared. "You'll have to do the best you can with what you've got for now," Selden said, and hung up. The bad news was just beginning, not only for Puller, but for the entire division. What had happened so far was a minor foretaste of what lay ahead for the Marines in the maze of ridges and caves where most of Peleliu's defenders had taken refuge. Any remaining illusions about a speedy American victory would soon be gone. The struggle, and the killing, had barely started. Chapter 9. Hills, Horrors, and Heroes. Even with staggering casualties, hellish battlefield conditions, and agonizingly slow progress, the Marines' first 3 days on Peleliu followed a reasonably predictable scenario. It was essentially the same one that U.S. forces had dealt with time and again in their island-hopping campaign across the South Pacific. First, they established a foothold ashore and set up a defensive perimeter against enemy counterattack. Then they achieved their primary early objectives, in this case by seizing the airfield and the point. Meanwhile, they brought in massive amounts of men, equipment, and supplies, expanded their beachhead, and prepared for an offensive to gain control of the whole island. For the most part, the initial phase of the battle had been fought on the beaches and nearby flat ground against a foe who was, with a few notable exceptions, lightly entrenched. Since it took place amid surroundings closely resembling those on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, New Britain, and other previously taken Japanese strongholds, veterans could rely on their earlier experiences for guidance. But as the Marines began their first major moves against the nearest of Peleliu's twisting interior ridges late on September 17, the pattern was permanently broken. Nothing in the past 30-plus months of fighting had prepared them for the almost unassailable defenses now staring down at them from the hills of the Umerbrogel. As Colonel Hansowitz and his men had discovered in the disaster on Hill 200, they now faced an entirely different kind of warfare, one in which nothing was familiar, where every inch of ground was gained at high cost, and where each passing minute brought a new experience of terror. There would be no more mass banzai charges or armored assaults, no more large-scale enemy attacks of any kind. Instead, there would be a methodical, guerrilla-style war waged around the clock by phantom adversaries who seemed to be always watching but never seen. Thousands of Japanese lurked in hundreds of mutually supporting caves in every spot of high ground, some spacious enough to house up to a battalion of troops, plus large artillery pieces. Men of Hansowitz's 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, were the first Americans to run headlong into this new kind of warfare, but the 5th and 7th Marines would feel its sting soon enough. "The 1st Marines got the worst of it in the early part of the fighting, no question about it," said Sergeant Jim McHenry of K-35. "But as time went on and we replaced them in the ridges, our casualties caught up with theirs pretty fast." By the morning of September 18, D+3, Hansowitz's troops had been driven from the crest of Hill 200 by counterattacking Japanese. The Marines were taking heavy fire on their front and flank on the slopes where they were bogged down, and their plight was compounded by enemy mortar and artillery fire from nearby Hill 210, which the Japanese still held. This, however, was only a preview of what lay ahead. Just to the north stretched a formidable ridge line that would soon become known to the Marines as the Five Sisters. Each of its 5 separate hills was more than 200 feet high, and each was separated from the others by steep cliffs. Together, they posed a baffling combination of natural and man-made obstacles that defied imagination. Enemy pressure on Hansowitz's battalion was so great that, despite reluctance at division headquarters, the 2nd Battalion of the 7th Marines was sent in to help hold the line. Chesty Puller also scared up a few reinforcements from his own headquarters company, where every officer and enlisted man not assigned to a vital job was told to grab his weapon and head north. In all, about 115 replacements were recruited from the rear area ranks and placed on frontline duty. Early that morning, Puller moved his command post to a more forward position near the edge of the bluffs and within 150 yards of the nearest Japanese positions. It was already miserably hot, with the temperature on its way to an afternoon high of 112 degrees, and Puller was stripped to the waist, his trademark corncob pipe clenched between his teeth. Enemy mortar and small arms fire was heavy in the area, and the move had barely been completed when Japanese snipers started firing directly into the CP from higher ground just to the north. "Send out a patrol and get rid of those bastards," Puller told one of his staff officers. For 3 or 4 minutes, occupants of the CP continued to dodge bullets. Then they heard several sharp bursts of automatic weapons fire from the Marine patrol, and the shooting stopped. At 8 a.m., Puller ordered the assault on Hills 200 and 210 to resume, but as the day wore on, the impasse continued. Early that afternoon, it triggered another fiery exchange between Hansowitz and Puller. As Hansowitz later recounted their conversation, Hansowitz: "Our situation's desperate. We've had to fall back." Puller: "You've got to come into the flank and take the ridge." Hansowitz: "Christ, we can't do it. The casualties are too much, and we've been fighting day and night." Puller: "You sound all right. You're there. God damn it, you get those troops in there and you take that hill." Infuriated by his commander's refusal to face reality, Hansowitz did his best to obey the order, but the assignment was more than his battalion's depleted ranks could handle alone. Puller did send in elements of Major Ray Davis's 1st Battalion to help, but the best the Marines were able to do before the end of the day was capture Hill 205. This was a point of high ground separated from the main ridge line, but it at least provided a good observation point. The report issued that evening by regimental headquarters was bluntly worded, but still attempted to put a hopeful face on an increasingly grim situation. Little ground had been gained, it said, but the center of Japanese resistance had been detected and the weakest spots probed. Despite his mounting frustration, Puller could now see that his own bluster and iron will weren't enough to dislodge the Japanese from their hilltop strongholds. To his credit, the colonel went out on foot after dark, accompanied only by a sergeant, to meet face-to-face with Hansowitz and Davis in their CPs. "We press the attack again at 0800 in the morning," Puller told them. "There's no change in our orders. Full speed, use every man." As he made his way back to his own CP, Puller was distressed by the condition of his troops and the growing futility of the situation. Without a massive infusion of reinforcements, the impasse and the losses could only be expected to continue. A short time later he received a call from Colonel Selden at division headquarters, who asked pointedly if Puller understood his orders. "Yes, Colonel," Puller said. "I just came back from my battalions and we're going to take ground tomorrow without replacements. But we're also going to add 10 to 15% to our casualties. Don't forget that." Puller was again assured that no replacements could be had, but the statement had no basis in fact. With the troops of the 7th Marines originally held in reserve now committed, it was true that no additional Marine replacements were readily available. Yet the Army's 81st Division, which had just captured the island of Angaur south of Peleliu, had plenty of fresh, uncommitted troops that could have been sent into action on short notice. The reason they weren't was General Rupertus's continued insistence that this was the Marines' fight, and the Marines, by God, would finish it. In truth, however, it was Puller's regiment that stood perilously close to being finished. By nightfall on September 18, the 1st Marines was barely a skeleton of what it had been on D-Day morning. In the space of just 4 days, it had lost 1,500 men killed and wounded. Half its total strength had been bled away, and the bloodletting would start again as soon as the sun rose. After crossing the airfield on D+1, Captain Andy Haldane's K-35 and the rest of the 5th Marines had encountered mostly light resistance as they pushed toward the eastern side of the island. Their advance toward the small section of Peleliu's eastern coastline, designated as Purple Beach, was hardly a stroll in the park, however. As the company moved east, the jungle grew thicker, and the terrain turned increasingly swampy and treacherous. On the morning of September 17, D+2, as PFC Sterling Mace's rifle platoon picked its way through thickets of brush and past the bodies of dead Japanese, a sudden blast flung mud high in the air and sent everybody scrambling for cover. "What was it?" Mace yelled to nobody in particular. "A booby trap or a grenade?" "I don't know," a voice behind him said, "but we've got a man hit." Mace turned and saw his Kipling-quoting buddy PFC Seymour Levy a few yards away. Levy was holding the lower half of his face with both hands, while blood dribbled between his fingers and ran down his neck. "What the hell happened?" Mace asked. Levy seemed to be in a semi-conscious stupor, and if he said anything, Mace couldn't hear him. A corpsman showed up almost immediately and tried to staunch the bleeding with a field dressing. Levy's chin was a mangled mess, and the shrapnel hadn't missed the jugular vein by much. With all the blood, it was hard to tell how many fragments there were. Mace thought Levy must be hurting like hell, but his injuries were also enough to get him off Peleliu for good. "Hey, cheer up, man," one of Levy's squad mates said. "I think you just got yourself a ticket home." "Yeah, it's $1 million wound for sure," said another. "The rest of us should be so lucky." A short time later, Levy was evacuated, and the platoon moved on. The corpsman said Levy would be on a hospital ship within an hour or so, and Mace almost envied his friend. He also felt a deep sense of loneliness and loss. "I thought I'd never see that crazy kid again," Mace recalled. He was wrong. Ahead, and a bit to their left, the men of K-35 slogging through the muck and mangroves could see the eastern end of Bloody Nose Ridge. On the afternoon of D+2, as they moved up to relieve the 1st Battalion 5th Marines, they also began to take heavy flanking fire from its heights. Japanese observers on the ridge had a clear, unobstructed view of the advancing Marines, and intense enemy mortar and artillery fire briefly pinned down PFC Gene Sledge's mortar section. "The Japanese ceased firing when our movement stopped," Sledge later said, "yet as sure as 3 men grouped together or anyone started moving, enemy mortars opened up on us. If a general movement occurred, their artillery joined in." Complicating matters, K-35's mortars were unable to return the fire on their left flank for fear of hitting other Marine units in that area, where some of the opposing lines were only a few yards apart. "They need to get some more damn troops up here," said Snafu Shelton, voicing his standard complaint as he flattened himself on the soggy ground. The experience gave the men of K Company increased appreciation and sympathy for what some of the 1st Marines were enduring. They were charging squarely into the withering fire from the ridge, rather than merely skirting the edge of it. Over the next several hours, K-35 tied in with units of the 1st Marines on their left and troops from 2-5 on their right. As members of the 2 regiments swapped stories, Sledge and his squad mates learned firsthand of the 1st's brutal losses and realized what an easy time they had had by comparison. "I pity them 1st Marines," said Snafu. "They flat catchin' hell. Somebody told me they got those poor guys charging that ridge with fixed bayonets, and they can't even see the nips that they're shooting at," said Corporal R.V. Bergen. "I just hope they take the damn thing soon so we don't have to go up there," said somebody else. "Don't worry," Bergen assured him. "Our turn'll come." Meanwhile, down on the extreme southern tip of Peleliu, well removed from the gory crags of Bloody Nose Ridge, 2 battalions of the 7th Marines had been caught up in their own separate version of hell. When the original battle plan was drawn for the Peleliu campaign, its framers correctly anticipated that the 1st Marines would meet the stiffest enemy opposition. But they fully expected the 7th to secure the southern sector of the beachhead with minimal difficulty during the first 24 hours after landing, then swing north to bolster the 1st Marines' assault on the ridges. By the morning of September 18, D+3, the 7th was supposed to be mopping up the last pockets of Japanese resistance in the south. In fact, Lieutenant Colonel John Gormley's 1-7 and Major Hunter Hurst's 3-7 were still in the fight of their lives against seemingly impregnable enemy fortifications on 2 large promontories jutting out into the Pacific. These rocky headlands were many times larger than the point where Captain Hunt's company had been isolated for 2 days, and they were similarly studded with networks of pillboxes, blockhouses, gun pits, and embrasures. The narrow approaches to both promontories had also been heavily mined by the Japanese. The largest of the outcroppings was identified on maps as Garmokid Island, although it was actually more like a peninsula, connected to Peleliu proper by a 100-yard-long sand spit that could be crossed on foot at low tide. It extended slightly southwest from the island's main landmass and was separated by a 200-yard-wide inlet from another, smaller promontory that formed a southeastward extension of Peleliu. By late morning of September 17, following naval shelling and air attacks, a perilous 2-hour foray by a Marine demolition team under Captain Frank Knopf had cleared a newly discovered minefield in the path of the planned attacks. Then a rifle company from 1-7, supported by several tanks, had stormed the smaller promontory. In about 3 hours of hard fighting, the objective was secured, and the bodies of 441 Japanese were found scattered among the rocks and crevices. Marine losses were 7 dead and 20 wounded. But when a second tank-supported infantry company from 3-7 simultaneously attacked Garmokid, it ran into a juggernaut of enemy resistance. 1 platoon and 1 tank managed to get across the sand spit before Japanese machine gun, mortar, and small-bore artillery fire stopped them cold and forced them to retreat. The 7th's Weapons Company and every available tank were called in to pound Garmokid with mortars and 37mm artillery, followed by more airstrikes. Then the infantry tried again, with a trio of Sherman tanks leading the way. This time the Marines breached the enemy's first defensive line and chased the Japanese from some of the high ground. But once more, the attack stalled. Every few yards, the Japs had coral bunkers and concrete blockhouses, reinforced foxholes, earthen trenches, caves, and sandbagged positions, noted Sergeant Jeremiah O'Leary, a combat correspondent. Every position was located to cover its own approaches and the approaches to surrounding defense works. That afternoon, Major Hurst was forced to commit his entire battalion to the fight for Garmokid, but even that wasn't enough to break the enemy hold on the promontory. After running into a large swamp that threatened to divide two of his rifle companies, Hurst decided to set up a defensive perimeter and wait for additional armor to be brought up to spearhead a new attack the next morning. Early on September 18, D+3, the assault resumed with an all-out push by the 7th to smash through the Japanese lines and reach the seaward end of Garmokid. Orders from regimental headquarters were relayed to all rifle platoons to bypass any small groups of live Japanese remaining in areas that had already been overrun. Whatever mopping up needed to be done would be handled by special teams of reserves, the units leading the assault were told. It was an ill-advised strategy that left dozens of concealed enemy troops in position to strike the Marines' flank. Most of one platoon was almost immediately pinned down by Japanese firing from strong positions. The situation had all the earmarks of a catastrophe in the making, until husky 19-year-old PFC Arthur J. Jackson grabbed his BAR and sprang into action. A native of Cleveland, Art Jackson had spent his early boyhood in Canton, Ohio, but after moving with his family to Washington State, then to Oregon, he'd come to consider the Pacific Northwest his home. During high school in Portland, he'd lettered in football and track. By his senior year, he weighed close to 200 pounds, and his friends and fellow athletes called him Bull. Following graduation in the spring of 1942, Jackson signed on with a construction crew and went to Sitka, Alaska, to help build a naval air station. A few months later, with his 18th birthday approaching, he returned to Portland and joined the Marines. Fresh out of boot camp, Jackson was picked to attend a 2-month combat conditioning course, where he was trained to utilize his size and strength as assets in hand-to-hand combat. He learned to fight with knives, clubs, sticks, and just about anything else he could lay his hands on. "We did a lot of swimming, long marches, night maneuvers, and landing exercises," Jackson recalled. "The guy in charge was an ex-football coach at Northwestern, and he worked our fannies off." By the time he reached the Pacific, Jackson was in the best condition of his life, both physically and mentally. From all accounts, he excelled in every job he was given. First as a member of a .30 caliber machine gun section, then as the designated BAR man in a rifle squad. In January 1944, on infamous Hill 660 at Cape Gloucester, he was credited with carrying a wounded buddy, PFC Frederick Rigby, through enemy fire to safety. Although Rigby later died of his wounds, Jackson received a letter of commendation from General Rupertus for his outstanding service. "I was a good AR man, and I guess I was made to be in the infantry," Jackson said. "I was just totally gung-ho and always ready to go for broke." Those qualities were never more evident than on Garmokid on D+3, when the men of Jackson's platoon found themselves trapped, outnumbered, and largely helpless to return the enemy fire. Both the platoon's senior sergeant and its CO had been killed, and the pinned-down survivors had no sense of leadership or direction. With small arms rounds whining off the rocks around him, Jackson heard the breathless voice of Sergeant Warren Scheidt, his squad leader, a few feet away. "My God, they're all over our left flank. Sounds like 100 of them, but they're so well dug in I can't see a damn thing to shoot at. What about you?" Jackson hugged his 20-pound BAR against his chest. He trusted the weapon implicitly. If you treated Mr. Browning's gun right and kept it in good repair, it would fire just about forever. He knew how much havoc it could wreak. He'd seen it with his own eyes on numerous occasions. Jackson craned his neck to look into a shallow depression nearby. It sloped out toward the cluster of Japanese positions that had the Marines hemmed in, and Jackson thought he might be able to follow it all the way to the base of a large concrete pillbox that seemed to be the linchpin of the enemy fortifications. If I can get in that ditch with my AR and enough ammo, I might be able to get close enough to stick it to him, Jackson said. How much ammo you got? Scheidt asked. Jackson felt in his pouch and counted 13 one-pound magazines for the BAR, each containing 20 rounds. Plenty to last for a while, but it'll take grenades and maybe a TNT charge to knock out that big bunker. As soon as I hear you quit firing, I'll come up fast and toss you what you need, Scheidt said. Jackson inched his way toward the edge of the depression and took another look. The more he thought about it, the more certain he felt that he was in exactly the right spot. What he had in mind meant moving out beyond his own line into an area where none of his comrades could provide him with covering fire, and where nobody but Scheidt would be close enough to help. But cowering where they were and waiting for the Japanese to pick them off one at a time seemed an even worse option. "Okay," he said, "I'm going out there." Dodging bullets, Jackson slid into the ditch and scrambled forward at a low crouch. A dozen feet from the target, he flattened himself against the rocks at the bottom of the depression, holding his breath and listening. There was no let-up in the enemy fire, but since none of the rounds hit anywhere near him, he figured he hadn't been spotted. He crawled the rest of the way, then jumped to his feet, rammed the muzzle of the BAR into the narrow slit in the side of the bunker, and opened fire. When the first magazine was empty, he paused to listen. All he heard was the frenetic clatter of Scheidt's boondockers on the rocks behind him. 2 bulky satchels tumbled into the ditch as Scheidt raced back to take cover. One was packed with phosphorus grenades, the other with fused charges of TNT. Jackson tore open the first satchel and stuffed 3 or 4 of the grenades through the pillbox aperture and hurled himself away from the searing heat of the blasts. He followed it up with 3 charges of high explosive, then ran for all he was worth. Seconds later, the pillbox erupted like a small volcano, spewing the remains of its concrete crown 20 feet into the air and pelting Jackson with debris. None of the 35 Japanese inside survived. The determined young Marine was far from finished. Now, with covering fire from his comrades, Jackson methodically attacked and destroyed no fewer than 11 other fortified Japanese positions over the next hour. He was credited with killing a total of 50 enemy soldiers. As I came to each position, I